Thank you. Like it's just like this. 1, 2, 3. Yes.
How about the slides? How about the slides? How do I change?
Just front and back. You have full control. No one from the AV team. So
Okay.
if you make a mistake, just go back.
The slides with
No.
Check. Check one, check one.
you hear me? Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to yet another edition of our annual offline event. Well, I'm very happy to see that this is a full house and there's a lot of smoke, so I can't see you very clearly. I beg your pardon. So, for those of you who are regular attendees, I'm sure you remember this event as Telematics Dubai. However, this year, we have changed the format quite a bit, so everyone's in for a surprise. But before I can tell you more about the event, let me introduce myself. My name is Kevin Lobo, and I am a business development manager in the Wialon division for the MENA region. I will also be your host for the day. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. So, first off, I'd like to start by thanking each and every one of you for taking the time to be with us here today on this Sunday morning. I know it's the day off for many people, and we really appreciate you being here. We also apologize for the delay in starting the event. we were waiting to gather more people in the room. Yeah? So, also, for the people watching us online, welcome to our 2D format. To let everyone here in the audience know, we're also streaming live on YouTube. For all our online viewers, please note that the comment section has been enabled, so please feel free to share your questions and feedback. Our colleague and chat moderator, Olga, will be relaying them to me, and we will be asking the speakers and sharing your views with the audience. So, as I just mentioned, this used to be called Telematics Dubai, but we've changed it. So what have we changed? So very proudly, on behalf of the entire team at GoFER, I'd like to introduce you all to our first ever IoT Project of the Year award ceremony being held in Dubai. Yeah. IoT Project of the Year is our annual telematics and IoT competition. It's being organized for the third time since it first started in 2020. It allows telematics service providers from different parts of the world to submit their nominations and also stand a chance to win global recognition. Companies from around the world working across various different industries have joined the competition for professional evaluation of their projects and also for the chance to win global recognition. The contest recognizes and honors the best telematics and IoT projects that have been delivered in the last 12 months. Interestingly, I was also a jury member, and I have actually reviewed some of the projects myself. So before we proceed, allow me to go over the agenda that we have outlined for you all today. For our online audience, all the timings that I'm going to be mentioning now are in GMT+4 in UAE Dubai local time. So primarily the day is divided into two parts. The first part is dedicated to our technology partners, without whom the projects today would not have been possible. The second half of the day will be what most of you are here to witness and also to find out if you're the winners of the IoT project. So the first half will kick off. We were supposed to start at 10 and the first half was supposed to start at the same time. Unfortunately, we're going to push it. So we're going to start with a brief speech from the VP of Business Development for the MENA region, Valeriya Zinkevich, followed by, sorry, just give me a moment. Yeah, followed by the technology partner presentations. Each technology partner will have 15 minutes to present their solutions. And if there's enough time, we will take some questions from the Q&A from the audience and also from our online viewers. This is scheduled to go on till noon, but now since we pushed, I think it should go on till 12:30, at which we will take our first coffee break. It's going to be a 30-minute break at 12:30 to 1. At 1 o'clock, we will come back and we will be attending our first interactive live panel discussion. The title of the panel discussion is How to Keep Up with New IoT Trends, Creating New Solutions and Adapting to a Fast-Paced Market. After the interactive panel discussion, we have a few more presentations from our technology partners, and then we will be breaking for a group photo, followed by lunch. This is scheduled at around 2:15 or 2:30. After lunch, post-lunch, we will return back to the hall at 4 o'clock to kick off the second and the most exciting part of the day, the IoT Project of the Year award ceremony. To start off with, we will have the head of Wialon, Aliaksandr Kuushynau, give us the opening speech, followed by Wialon's head of project implementation and my colleague Andrei Liatsetski. After Alexander and Andrei's presentations, we will start with the nominations, case presentations, and finally, the awards distribution for this year's IoT Project Award. For those of you in the audience here, the agenda is displayed on the screen in the coffee break area in case you want to keep track. That's a lot. That's a lot happening today, and we are all very excited to have you all here. Thank you very much. Also, to conclude our busy day, we will be having lunch at the restaurant, which is on the same floor. My colleagues will direct you there. The lunch is scheduled, dinner. The dinner is scheduled to start at 7 p.m. So without any further delay, I would like to invite the VP of Business Development for the MENA region, Valeriya Zinkevich, on stage.
Good morning. Ready? Have some fun. A very warm greeting to each and every one of you. Welcome to the IoT Project of the Year Award Ceremony 2022. My name is Valeriya, and I'm really proud to greet you here and open our impactful event. So today, on the 9th of October, here at Address Fountain View, For the third time in a row, we will award the best telematics and IoT projects worldwide. As you may notice, we've significantly changed the format of our Dubai Telematics Conference. This year, we decided that there is no better place rather than UAE, a cradle of the innovation and technologies, to host the IoT Project of the Year award ceremony. You may ask, why Dubai? In 2017, Dubai was one of the world's first cities in the world to launch IoT strategy as a part of governmental program. So Dubai IoT strategy seeks to build the world's most advanced Internet of Things ecosystem in the world, smartest city, to improve people's life. When it comes to using technologies on the mass scale, Dubai has always stood out as an example of innovation. So let me provide you with a couple of examples of these sci-fi futuristic technologies. And the first example is the firefighters with the jetpacks. Yes, we might have seen them in the movies, but Dubai implements them in their regular life to speed up emergency procedures. So these firefighters can avoid the traffic in the city and turn up at the emergency scene earlier than expected. Their devices have a jet ski along with the jetpack and fire hose. This allows the firefighter to use the city waterways to put out fires. So I want us to stop and think about the question, how IT can be incorporated here? What else can we bring here to enhance the technology? For some of you, this example may sound a bit too futuristic, so let's jump on the next one. Dubai Metro. Did you know that Dubai Roads and Transportation Authority was the first metro system in the world to utilize distributed acoustic technology in metro systems with fiber cables, which have sensitive vibration sensors. So basically, the system may detect any obstacle on the rail track as well as its size. Then it may send a notification to a dispatcher, so the dispatcher can react based on the emergency of the situation and up to stopping the train if required. It is also used to detect and trace any non-communicated vehicles on the track. So this technology is not new, but rather impressive, I would say. The next one, I call them Robocops. Yes, the first functional robotic policeman stands near Burj Khalifa, which is the largest building in the world. So it has a capability of identifying miscreants, collects evidence. It also can patrol the crowded areas and issuing fine, making the videos and fetching it back to the base. Besides, it has a possibility, a feature, call it feature, to identify people through their facial recognition. So the strategy is that 25% of the human crime fighters will be replaced with the robots by 2030. So the similar but more cute version, of these robots were expanding police coverage to deal with the massive influence of people at Expo 2020. At the global exhibition, which took 6 months, these robots were used to provide security services without hiring more people. So again, does anyone has spotted any ideas for Wialon implementation here? What I want to say is that some of these technologies already exist and are used in Dubai. The others is a part of IT strategy and technology vision, and some of them will remain a fairy tale up to a certain point. Speaking about Expo 2020, I think many of you have heard about this exhibition, or maybe some of you have visited this exhibition. So I managed to get some fascinating statistics about the exhibition. So there was recorded more than 24 million visits over its 6 months, 192 countries, 14 multilateral organizations participated. More than 200 million visits were done virtually, and the next one is my favorite. The oldest recorded visitor was 98 years old. 1 in every 3 visitors came from overseas. So, unleashing our inner techies, let's recap the technologies which were introduced at Expo 2020. Basically, it will take the whole day for us to recall all the technologies, so I decided to collect my own top 5 technologies. So the first technology is the e-trees that can produce energy and water, which is a cutting edge in the sustainability. There are around 5,000 solar panels on its 130-meter canopy, which can produce enough electricity to charge more than 900,000 mobile phones. The next technology is the compressed air train, which was deployed on the Expo site to take visitors on the sightseeing tours. So this train runs on the compressed air, and this technology was introduced at the exhibition for the first time in the world. The next one is a bit of a romance. It's AI-generated collective poems. So at the entrance to the hall, visitors were donating awards to the mouthpiece. An algorithm compiled the donated words into the text, generating the new poems every minute. The machine learning model was initially trained on the internet text and was adapted to the project throughout a diverse selections of the poems, which were around 5,000 poems, which were carefully overlooked by the team of poetry curators. Ukraine has introduced an e-bike that can travel 380 kilometers on a single charge. And there were also solar blinds that were able to generate the electricity inside the pavilion. And the next one is an indoor rainfall, which produces water from the air via solar panels to irrigate crops. So, audience who are watching us online, if you've been to Expo 2020 or have any clue about the technologies used there, I welcome you to share your own top technologies in the chat. What I know for sure is that these projects require the companies like ours along with the technologies we produce. A single sensor or a tracker is not an advantage unless they are connected to each other and to the platform which aggregates and then aggregates data for the further usage. Wialon system is a vast network of interrelated technology and components such as telematic devices, trackers, sensors, as well the connectivity and software solutions that integrators use to achieve a specific purpose. So at this event, we are honoring IT innovators who've managed to bring all the components together and managed to solve end users' needs in the most smartest way. Besides, we will highlight the technologies provided by our technological partners to accomplish some of the projects. So, speaking about our tech partners, quite recently in Vilnius, we held an award ceremony, which is called Top 10 Hardware Manufacturers Ceremony. This ranking is designed to single out the year's most popular GPS hardware in the telematics market. The amazing fact is that some of these guys are presented here today, and you'll be able to check out for their presentations and solutions, and basically on their vision for IoT technology trends from the first hands. Speaking about the technologies, I would like to greet our good friends and colleague and the third place in our top 10 hardware rating, company Queclink. Queclink is the trustworthy and reliable technology partner. Its popularity is constantly growing, allowing them to hit top 10 hardware manufacturers ratings from year to year in terms of the connected devices. The place number 7 in top 10, Sensata Insights. By the way, Milan Shuletic is also a part of the jury member for our IoT Constant, and I would like to thank Milan for his contribution. We are lucky to have these global players with us today and to hear from them about the most permanent and industry impactful solutions. So congratulations again. Tomorrow, we will have an immense pleasure to meet you at GITEX at our Wialon IoT zone, together with our co-exhibitors. Wialon zone is located traditionally at the Bill Hall 2. If you still didn't book a meeting with Wialon team, I advise you to do so. And if you require any assistance for the pass registration or anything else, please find any of the Wialon team member. Today and during GITEX will be accompanied by our precious co-exhibitors, some of them already well known in the telematics community, and the others are the new bright faces with the outstanding technologies which we would like to introduce to you. So I would like to heartily welcome and thank our co-exhibitors for coming to Dubai and showing off their best technologies to the Wialon community. So I want all of us to think about one very important question. What else can we do together to shape the technology to stay on the top of the stream of these fastly expanding IoT markets? Dear partners, technology partners, hardware manufacturers, IoT contest participants, you're here for the reason. Today, we are celebrating your hard work and impact on the global IoT domain. And I want to conclude my presentation with a good old African proverb. If you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. Thank you for being here together with us, and I wish you a day full of ideas, inspiration, and insights. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Valeriya. Wow, that was a lot of interesting information. I live in Dubai and I didn't know about the jetpack. I didn't know about the expo stats. Thank you very much. So just quickly, with a show of hands, if everyone could just raise their right hand, just a little bit. Yeah? So if you could just let me know how many of you are from Dubai, if you can keep your hands up. Okay, wow. There's a lot of people from outside Dubai. So I hope you found the previous presentation from Valeriya very informative. Anyone planning to move to Dubai? Not yet? Okay, no worries. Maybe after the award ceremony. Okay, sorry. I've also been instructed by the camera team not to move a lot because the camera can't focus on me. So I'm going to be standing here most of the time. I'm sorry if I'm offending anyone with this light. To start off our day, as I mentioned, we will now start off with our technology partner presentations. Yep. So first, for our online audience, we're expecting questions in the comment section. Please feel free to share your opinions and feedback. And for people here, obviously, we have a lady standing beside with microphones. So if you have any questions, just raise your hand and they will hand you a mic. First up, we have Queclink, which Lera just spoke about a few slides ago. Queclink was founded in Shanghai in 2009 and has swiftly developed into a leading hardware provider in the telematics industry. They've recently achieved 42 million unit sales in December 2021. Another interesting point to mention about Queclink, they are also in our global top 10 hardware manufacturers list of 2022, and they're currently at position number 3. You'll actually notice some of the projects that are going to be presented today have used Queclink hardware. So please welcome the International Sales Manager for Queclink, Abrar Parkar.
So thank you, Kevin, for the introduction. It's glad to see the Wialon community back under one roof after the unprecedented times caused by COVID. We were not able to meet in person. Things are becoming more normal and functional as the restrictions are being lifted up. So it's wonderful seeing you all in person and pleasure meeting you all. So my dear audience, I'm Abrar Parkar, International Sales Manager at Queclink for Middle East and Southeast Asia region. So I'm based here in UAE and I take care of companies' expansion and business development in this region. So today, the reason I'm here is I'm here to speak about some unique fleet management solutions that Queclink has to offer. and also some 4G devices that we have in place, especially the LTE Cat1 devices, as we see that more and more countries are undergoing transition from 2G to 4G. About Queclink, I hope and strongly believe that most of you all know about Queclink by now. And at the same time, I would like to take this as an opportunity to give you a brief overview about what Queclink is and what we are doing in the IoT space. So being a listed company on stock exchange, we are a public limited company headquartered in Shanghai, China, with presence across the globe. We have a market capitalization of $1 billion plus US, as you can see on the screen. Apart from this, in the span of almost 12 years now in the business, we have deployed 40 million plus devices across different verticals that we have. So like transportation, which covers the tracking devices, vehicle tracking devices, then we have asset tracking devices and several other domains that we are working into. So you will get to see more and more about the devices today, throughout the day, and also during GITEX, as we'll be presenting several device portfolio that we have in place. We are serving 3,800 plus customers across 140 plus countries, and me being in sales, we are responsible to drive this growth. So we make sure that the clock is ticking in and we bring in more and more growth for the company year on year. Apart from this, we have 3 high-level R&D centers in different parts of China, wherein we are almost close to almost 500 employees now, and 65% of our employees are engineers. So most of these engineers sits in all these R&D centers like Shanghai, Shenzhen, and Hefei, wherein they design and develop unique IoT solutions for the market and for the Wialon community. Then, so far as our global presence is concerned, as you can see the map, we are almost present everywhere, and we are trying to be present across the globe in every region that we want to enter. So we have partners and distributors in every region, and we are working in close cooperation with them, making sure that we have a better chunk of the market. Also, talking about the map in which we are fitting in, we are setting up more and more local offices, like more and more regional offices, to work closer with our partners, and at the same time, to stay closer to the market, so that we, are in the competition and we sustain in the competition. So that's like a quick intro about Queclink. I know there are a lot of numbers over there, and that's me being in sales. I have to showcase numbers, be it in terms of sales or be it in terms of the statistics that the company has to present. About Gurtam and Queclink, so definitely I would like to give you a quick brief. So it's more of a strategic alliance, I would say. So Queclink and Gurtam have been strategic partners for quite a long time. So we are working in close cooperation, especially the FAE team and the development team at Wialon. So my colleague FAE Taha is here, he has flown all the way from Shanghai to Dubai. So he would be the right one to vouch that how closely they are working with the Wialon development team, making sure that more and more devices are integrated onto the platform, so that we bring in unique solutions for the Wialon community. So at present we have like 70 plus models already integrated, and we make sure that any new model that is released at Queclink is integrated integrated on Wialon platform. So it's again the joint efforts that we are doing in order to bring value for the community. As you can see in the picture that we have been ranked as top 3 GPS hardware manufacturer this year, and same was the case last year. So we are consistent in the top 3 rankings, and we hope that we go up the rank in the coming years to come. So as I said, that we both are working as strategic partners, making sure that we have the cooperation more enhanced, making sure that we bring in more value for the Wialon community. So that's like a quick overview about how we are working with Wialon per se. Moving on to the main part of today's presentation that I'm here to speak about. So out of the widespread product portfolio that Queclink has to offer, I'm going to speak more about the challenges in trailer tracking segment and the solution that Queclink has to offer. Now, when we talk about trailer tracking, it's quite easy when you know that the trailers are attached to the head of the truck. There is continuous power source and the trailer is moving. But the challenge is when these trailers, when they reach the destination, they are detached, there is no power source, and tracking them becomes a challenge with the traditional hardware or traditional vehicle tracking devices. So that's where our GV600 plays a pivotal role. So it's like a highly ruggedized and waterproof device. Now, I would say GV600 series, it's mostly an amalgamation of the vehicle tracker as well as the portable asset trackers. So it has, I will just move, okay. So this device, it has built-in 5800 mAh internal battery, which can still give you access to these trailers when they are detached, and they are kept in the resting yards for a long time where they remain unused. Now, this device has built-in battery, as I said, which is rechargeable. So when the device is disconnected or detached from the truck head, the device can work standalone on its own. So with one charge, it can give you it can last for 120 days with one ping per day, at one location per day, and that is totally configurable. So you can play around the configuration. We have been tweaking the configuration based on the requirements that is coming in from the market. Several customers in the Middle East, Taha would be again the one to vouch that there are several customers in the Europe region as well who are using this device. So we are getting good traction of the market for this kind of solutions, as this device is dedicated for trailer tracking solutions. Apart from this device has BLE. So this device supports several BLE peripherals right from Queclink. So we have a long accessories list again. So we have BLE temperature and humidity sensor for cold chain logistics. So that is WTS 300, which is supported by this device. Apart from that, it has several IOs to connect sensors, be it from Queclink or our third-party partners like say Escort, Mechatronics, Technoton, for that matter, ELA. So we are doing more and more integration with our devices, making sure that the device brings in value for the community. Apart from that, we have two different models into GV300. When I say series, so it covers 3G, 4G, or 2G devices. So in GV600 series, we have GV600WG, which is a 3G with fallback to 2G option. And then we have GV620, which is a 4G LTE device, Cat-M1 and NB IoT. With fallback to 2G. Apart from this device supports dual power source. So the wire harness is quite big enough, and it has two wires that can be connected to different power sources. So one can be connected to the head, the main power source, and there can be other wire that can be connected to another power source that can be in the trailer. The second wire is more relevant in the case of cold chain logistics, wherein you need to have constant monitoring of the temperature and humidity data. You will get to see about this device in GITEX, because we will be having some samples to present to the customers, and me and my colleague Afei Taha will be there in the show to present about this. About the use case, we have partners in North America who are also using Wialon as the platform, and they have customers who operate into cold chain logistics segments, and they wanted a dedicated trailer tracking devices. That's where GV600 MG is recommended to them, and as they wanted a dedicated trailer tracking device when these trailers are detached and they remain in the resting yards for quite a long time. Now, there are two scenarios over here, as you can see. When the trailer is connected to the vehicle, the device detects the ignition through the motion or the main power line and start reporting to the server immediately. Be it if it also has the sensors connected to it, it will start retrieving the data and throw the data onto the server. And when the trailer is not connected to the vehicle, so device will switch on its mode and work autonomously on its internal battery. As I said, the internal battery can last for 120 days with one ping per day, and that is again configurable. So currently we have 3,000 units connected onto Wialon platform, and we see there is huge scope in order to increase this number. As I said, that we are getting good traction of market for these kind of devices. We are fulfilling certain niche segment requirements that are coming in, and GV600 MG is definitely demanded. Another problem is it's mostly about cold chain logistics again. So it's about safeguarding high value assets during storage and transportation. So this is again one of our customer who is operating who is like a manufacturer of semiconductors, and they wanted to safeguard high value machines that they have in place during storage and also at the time of transportation. So these machines are very expensive, and they wanted to make sure that these machines are protected and safeguarded during storage and the transportation part. So these machines are prone to corrosion, They are sensitive to heat and the other atmospheric pressures, even including moisture as well, which can cause this machine to fail. And these failures can cause the company millions of dollars towards repairs and putting these machines back to working conditions. This risk was much more higher when these, just a moment. This risk was much more higher when these machines are transported to their warehouses or distribution centers across the globe. That's where we recommended a combo solution of GL500 along with our temperature humidity sensor. So the one I mentioned before, WTS300 is the white one, the small one. That's the temperature humidity sensor. So what happens is in this case, so the kit, that is the combo solution kit, GL500 plus WTS300, it is placed in each crate in which these machines are stored in. So the WTS300, it's a BLE temperature and humidity sensor, so it monitors the temperature and humidity around these assets and transmits the data via Bluetooth to GL500MG, which in turn transfer the data to the server. So that's how the solution works. Apart from this, we have several other alerts being set so that this device reports the changes or fluctuations in the environmental data to the server. So whenever there is any fluctuations in the data or whenever the data reaches minimum threshold, the device immediately reports to the server, wherein precautionary measures can be taken in place. So we have two different models into GL500 series. One is the rechargeable one, that is GL530MG, again a 4G device with fallback to 2G. So when I say non-rechargeable, so it has replaceable battery. Okay, so these devices are usually recommended wherein you need very lesser reporting frequency, say 1 or 2 reports or maximum 4 reports per day. And the other one we have is GL521MG. So that is a 4G rechargeable device again. So one thing to mention about GL521MG, me being in sales, we are doing good numbers for this device in the Middle East especially. So this device is rechargeable and it comes up with a wireless charging option. So we have 2 wireless charging options for the device. So you can charge the device with one charger, like a single-use charger, wherein you can charge one device at a time. And we also have a Find-One deck, wherein you can charge 5 devices at one time. So that's again a very reliable solution that you can work upon. And the next part is definitely 4G. Everyone is talking 4G everywhere. Many more countries are undergoing transition from 2G to 4G. And at Queclink, we did foresee this coming, and we made technological advancement and strategic investment towards 4G devices back in 2017. So till date, we have deployed more than 4 million 4G devices, especially the LTE Cat-M1 and NB IoT devices. And we have released several LTE Cat1 devices and Cat4 devices, and also making a strategic investment towards 5G devices across different verticals that we have. So I'll be speaking more about the verticals in the later part of the show, or probably also in the presentation as well, in the GITEX exhibition as well. So these are few devices which I think personally that are highly recommended for EMEA market. So one could be the cost-effective device, that is GV58CEU. So it's a 4G version of our existing 2G device, GV56. So it has BLE, which supports up to 10 BLE sensors. It has the capacity to fall back to 2G. And also it has several IOs, like one-wire interface, analog inputs, and several digital IOs. So this is like a cost-effective device which you can consider. Apart from that, we have a flagship device in the 4G domain. We had a device called GV800 when it was in the 2G space, but now we have a flagship device called GV350CEU, which is like a complete power pack device, I would say. It has multiple IOs, it supports built-in canvas for both heavy and light vehicles, and also helps you retrieve the DTC codes. Apart from this device has several IOs and supports several peripherals right from Queclink and at the same time from external partners. Also, it has BLE, so you can connect several BLE sensors from Queclink or from the partners. So we have been doing integration onto the devices on a regular basis. So you have another device, GV620MG. I just discussed about the series a while ago. So as I said, this is again a 4G trailer tracking device dedicated for this kind of solutions. And then we have GL521MG. So again, a rechargeable portable asset tracking device with wireless charging capacities. So these are few models, but we have a very large portfolio. So if you want to understand more about the devices, me and Taha will be there in the GITEX exhibition. We'll be presenting all the new 4G devices. and also some 2G devices as well, because I know the 2G is still not shut down in most of the parts in the Middle East as well, or across the globe. So UAE is undergoing a transition already from 2G to 4G, then Saudi Arabia is the one, then followed by Oman and Qatar and other regions. So we are definitely seeing a transition that is happening, and 4G is the future, I would say, and for investments are already made towards 5G to be implemented. So yeah, that's it from my side for today. You were a lovely audience. I know you might be having several questions, technical, commercial. I'm here, my colleague Taha will be here. So you can just approach us anytime. We can have a talk. We can do the networking session. I will be there in the show, in the GITEX exhibition. You can get to experience your hand-on experience on the device itself. So yeah, thank you again. That was Abrar Parkar for you from Queclink. Thank you again. Thank you.
One moment. I need to. So sorry to cut you off. We have a few questions. We have a few minutes. If you can give us brief answers. We have questions. Does anyone here have any questions immediately for Abrar? Okay, we have online questions from our chat. Queclink devices, do they need setup via SMS, like Concox devices? You can tell us, the viewers online.
Okay, so we have all the options. So you can set up the devices using USB, or for that matter, the SMS that he mentioned, and also OTA. So we have all the options available for that.
One more question. Does the GV600 support BLE long-range sensors?
I think Taha would be the one to comment on this. Taha, does it support? So far as I know, no.
Yeah, sorry. Can you get your question, Gab, please?
Does the GV600 model support long-range BLE sensors?
For long range, it's 4.2, but we are developing in the 620 mg that Abrar already mentioned. We have the 5.2, so it's considered as long range.
Thank you, Taha. Thank you, Abrar. Thank you very much.
Thank you, audience.
Thank you once again. And I was listening to your presentation, and I took one thing for granted, which is this is the first time we're having an event together in Wialon after a very long time where none of us are wearing masks. So I think everyone deserves a round of applause for not wearing masks anymore. Thank you very much. Okay. Next up, we have Kim Penfold from Sensata. Now, Sensata Technologies is a leading industrial technology company that develops sensors, sensor-based solutions, including controllers and software, and other mission-critical products to create valuable business insights for customers and end users. The name Sensata comes from the Latin word sensat, which means those gifted with sense. Sensata are also in our top 10 hardware manufacturers list of 2022 and are currently at position number 7. So please welcome the Channel Account Director for Sensata Technologies, Kim Penfold.
Hi there. I don't know if this is too loud. First of all, apologise. I'm going to talk about motorsport, which is something I'm incredibly passionate about, believe it or not. And the other one's driver safety. But rather than doing a feed and speed, it's more of a case study about what we're doing at the moment as Smart Witness and where we're going in the future. That's me. So what we're talking about is from the track to the street. Sorry, got myself there. So the FIA. We're in the UAE. How many people here have heard of the FIA? No one? I think someone's telling a lie. So right, we all know who the FIA are. So the FIA traditionally was established in 1904. They are the oldest, most prestigious racing body in the world. Originally, they came about for the interest of the motor organisations and the motor users themselves. Moving forward to 2022, most of you have actually heard of Formula One, right, which is obviously very, very huge. But in fact, there's over 27 racing disciplines for the FIA with 30 sub-disciplines. And these are the second biggest watched FIA sport, believe it or not, is a European truck racing. And for those of you who don't know what the European truck racing is, it's quite a phenomenon. These are between 5.2 and 5.5 ton tractor fronts with 3 tons at the front end. that go round circuits such as Hungaroring, Nürburgring, Le Mans, where we've just come from, which are actually limited to 100 miles an hour. Physically, the trucks are not limited to 100 miles an hour because you get penalised because you can go much faster than that. But for health and safety reasons, they cap it to 100. So where does Sensata Smart Witness fit into it? We provide leading video telematics technology to the ETRC, supporting the official judiciary review for the FIA and also in-cab driver experience for the people that are watching it at home. So I would have liked to have shown you a video, but I believe that it's going to be cause a little bit of issue for when it's actually online. But I'll give you an idea. So this is what it looks like. Now our CP2 cameras are actually installed on the roll bar. So the roll bar, depending on what side of the truck that you're actually driving on, actually sits at a driver eye view behind the head of the driver. And what this does, it actually gives you a full view of what's happening in front and what's happening actually on the track. But the main thing is as well, it's not only seeing what's happening in front, so the FIA can have quick pulled footage to see exactly what's going on in incidents. It's actually to also look at the hands of the drivers, because believe it or not, drivers cheat. So by being able to see their hands, what you can do is in truck racing, you're allowed to what they call kiss. So you can have a little nudge. What you're not allowed to do is actually drive someone off the track. So and you can tell by what people's intentions are actually by seeing the hands. So if they go multiple times, it's generally an avoidance maneuver. So that's really how it works in the multiple race sessions. So how do the FIA use our cameras and why? Well, they established us actually in the British truck racing, which isn't FIA accredited. What they'd previously been doing with those video footage, you had like an SD card. We all know traditional dash cams, right? So you had to get the SD card in, you then had to go to a computer. Just imagine doing that in a race. Races are average on 25 minutes. You haven't got time to do that. People want answers to what's actually happened, to make a judiciary decision there and then before the race actually finishes. So what they saw us doing in a British truck racing, they saw that we were using connected cameras, very, very high quality, being able to see exactly what was going on at 100 miles an hour. So now move forward in 2020, before the big C word came in, so to speak, we started off the season with our CP2 cameras in the European truck racing. Now 2022, we've just finished off our second season, our second full season, shall we say. And what we do is we make things easier for the stewards, because as you can imagine, I'm not the perfect person to be running from race control while we're pulling footage into Parc Fermé, pulling out SD cards. So what we do is we look at the modified behaviours of the drivers, we look at what they're doing, we'll have a steward sitting next to me and also race director Tony Idden. And what they do is we see an incident happening, we see it on the screens in race control, they say, Kim or Nevlin, please could you pull footage showing truck number 24 at such and such time at such and such corner. We automatically go in, we can pull that footage, it's absolutely crystal clear. In truck racing, there is no money. It's got the FIA there, but there is no money. It's all about prestige. These are logistics company that put their money in as a hobby. So it's there about getting it right, and every single point counts. If there's a bad decision made during a race, it really does come back on the drivers and the teams themselves. By having the perfect crystal clear footage from us, they're able to make those decisions during a race rather than afterwards. So looking at that, so what we can do at 100 miles an hour going around a racetrack, you can imagine that what we can do with fleet managers and driver security in everyday world, you know, is very, very simple. And all of our cameras, not just these, but all of the cameras that we deal with are fully integrated now with the Wialon platform, ready for all of your customers' use. So talk a little bit about our telematics and reporting capabilities. As we all know, that when you've got smart connected cameras, you can have results of incidents in seconds. Our cameras give you reporting capability and the AI, such as G-forces on braking, turning, speeds, fuel consumption, which is becoming incredibly important now every day, distance travelled, reaction times, weather versus driver and driver capability. But it's all conceptual. So by having AI, you've got conceptual data, which means that before, when drivers were penalised for sharp corners, well, I don't know how many of you go to the UK very often, but there's a roundabout every second road, right? And that could be caused on before AI on video telematics, it could be deemed as bad driving. Sharp cornering, when you're heavy on the accelerator, it can tell if you're joining a motorway or not. Therefore, the driver will not be penalised. AI gives you the capability of reducing up to 10 times the instance that traditional telematics cameras would have caught for the driver. So going back to these a little bit more about driver scorecards and how they work. So at ETRC, I speak to a number of logistic companies across Europe. One of the logistics companies is actually from Scotland, who's part of the European Truck Racing Championships. He's got now approximately 1,200 trucks that he uses on the road every day. And one of the most important things for him is cost and driver safety. So how do you bring down costs with driver scorecards? So he's using these. He's found what his perfect 100% of a driver looks like. So the driver scorecards are put together based on this 100%. Now, at 95% or above, his drivers each week will receive a little bit of a bonus. It's called £25 in your back pocket that your wife doesn't know about, which means you can go down the pub when she's not about, or put a little bet on a horse. Then at the end of each month, that goes up to £50. At the end of the quarter, it's £100. And at the end of the year, if you are carrying on doing 95% of what they deem as driver capability, he then gives them £250 at Christmas to take home, to spend on whatever he likes. But if you look at this, what's he actually achieved from this, you're saying, when he's paying people out? Well, depending on the truck and the manufacturer, he can actually save between £15,000 and £20,000 per year on getting better drivers. This is due to reducing tyre degradation. This is reducing heavy braking. We're talking about fuel consumption. And it doesn't matter what country you live around the world at the moment, fuel is going up in pricing. And in the UK, I know that, at one point we got above £2 a litre and everyone was pulling their hair out. But if you can reduce these general costs on an everyday level, it's a massive reduction to businesses, and no one can take away what this can actually do for companies. But then there's a whole health and safety side of this as well. So you're looking at what this producing the perfect driver or a good driver looks like. You can actually look at their driver scorecard and you can go, do you know what? This guy was driving at 96% all of last year. Suddenly, he's dropped down to 86, 87. So, all lower. They look and say, look at the data and analyse it. What's happened to that driver? What has changed with that driver to change the way that he is driving and his scorecard going lower? They'll actually pull the driver in and say, hey, buddy, is there an issue going on? Is there something wrong with the truck you're driving? Is there something going wrong at home? Are you getting enough sleep? Is there something? Are you well? Can we send you for a health check? So this is not just about using a driver scorecard to save the company money. It's actually keeping good drivers, healthy drivers on the road as well. And then also we've got other ways that you can use this as well, not just driver scorecards. You can also use our cameras, multi-DVRs, etc. You've got the capability of using those as security as well. So we're talking about some countries are very precious about having forward-facing cameras, and there's GDPR laws are all different across Europe, which can be incredibly confusing. But we can actually use all this as CCTV as well. So you can have them in the back and also have panic buttons for those in countries where, there can be issues, there can be people stealing or people in and out of transport. There's a panic button that automatically, that software that camera can actually go back and ping that fleet manager and say, hey, I can tell you the location, the time of where your driver is. There is something wrong. You need to check. So, how do we go from the track to the street? And what do we do? And how do we get this analysis and take it back? We look at the data analysis from every single race that we do. We speak to the FIA about incidents and what can be avoided, how we can change things, what other technologies are Sensata that we can bring in. Because obviously my colleague over there, Milan, who's speaking to you later, He comes from the Xirgo part of the business. I'm from the Smart Witness part. Next year, we're all going to be part of the same. And all of us have got the capability and are working with Wialon as a group and will be called Sensata Insights. So we use everything that we've got to try and make everything safer. And we test this actually on the track. And we're bringing it back to the streets. So not only can we deliver the right information to the FIA, we can also bring the right information to the end users. And we're on a journey with AI. AI is a learning process. We all know that. Things are changing so quickly with AI and the capabilities it can use. So although we've got all the standards that everyone else has got, we've got pedestrian collision warnings coming in soon, along with a whole heap of other stuff for Q1. I'd like to say, and I've done this as quickly as possible, I do apologise, I'm from London, so I can speak 10 times faster than any other person from any other country. I'd like to say we're very proud to be Wialon partners, very, very proud. Aliaksandr did a speech in Lithuania. It's the first time that I'd actually been to a Wialon event. And it was very passionate, a company that puts ethics and people before business. The diversity and the change that they've had to do in the last year, it's been very, very impressive. And so I say from Sensata, we're very proud to be partnering with Wialon, and we look forward to, as our portfolio grows, that we grow with Wialon. So if anyone would like to see a video later on of how the truck racing works, what it looks like, the crashes, the good, the bad, some a little bit scary, please come over and see me. And if there's any questions, please feel free to ask. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kim. Any questions for Kim from our online audience or anyone here? No? I have one question for Kim. Kim, are we going to see your AI-powered sensors in the taxis in Dubai anytime soon? The mic, please.
I mean, we'd very much like to work with Dubai. We are there already with tracking. We'd love to come and do some work with you on the cameras. We've got various different sensors with Sensata. So depending on which ones you're looking for and which ones you're looking at, I'm sure that we can speak to my friends here, Milan, Mantis, and co, and get some information on that for you.
Hopefully that should reduce the number of accidents on the road.
Oh, absolutely.
We never know.
100%.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you once again, Kim. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. The next presentation will be conducted by Pod Group. Now, Pod Group, and listen very carefully, are the world's first enterprise network operator, which is ENO. As an enterprise network operator, they operate their own core network, including a private LTE core, which enables them to provide managed connectivity services, or what you might be aware of as NAS, Network as a Service. They offer this on both the public and the private telecom bandwidth spectrum. To tell us more about this, I'd like to invite the IoT Sales Director for the EMEA region at Pod Group, Michael Chackal.
Data connectivity. Data connectivity. We all need it. Nobody's business can work. Nobody in telematics can work without data connectivity. But it's messy. So many different devices, so many different operators, changes in technology, geopolitics. And what about the future? If you reach an agreement now, what will happen in a year's time? Will you lose control again? Well, this is why Pod Group, a Gizek and Devrient company is offering to be your partner. We are already a connectivity partner for many Wialon partners, and we look forward to growing this further. Let me start at the beginning. Pod Group is a leading provider of global data connectivity we're about 23 years old, and we were recently acquired by Gizek and Devrient, the largest manufacturer of SIM cards, the inventor of SIM cards 30 years ago. They also invented eSIM management 10 years ago. And we were acquired by Gizek and Devrient to go directly to the enterprise, because traditionally they would only sell SIM cards to mobile operators. So together we have nearly 200 years experience. Gizek and Devrient are nearly 180 years old, believe it or not. There are 1 million connections, IoT connections every hour. With Pod and G&D, we're able to offer you end-to-end secure connectivity. And we are the inventors and continue to be the innovators in eSIM technology. So, as the presenter introduced us, we are the enterprise network operator. This means we enable you, the telematics, the enterprise, whether you are a distributor, an end customer, to take control of your network. How many times have you worried about giving up control to the operator and having to meet their terms and conditions in different countries? Well, with us, we, an MVNO with our own core, give you, the enterprise, network as a service. You own, you control your own network. So simple, it's agnostic service, it's a secure end-to-end service, and you will control your costs. We do this by providing you one platform, one pane of glass to manage all your SIMs, one SIM with all the applets that you need to roam in different countries, a SIM that enables you to change connectivity profiles in countries where regulation does not allow it. So where there are regulatory restrictions, and therefore you need to switch to a native profile on the same device without having to call it back. And of course, the global network, more than 600 operators worldwide. This gives you a feel of our coverage. A few exceptions there, but I don't think any of us work in those countries. But still, if you have an opportunity there, we'd be interested in exploring it with you. So what are the challenges? There are challenges in connectivity, there are challenges in devices. Too many store-keeping units, too many different types of devices, no single seamless network infrastructure, and you worries about security, about tampering, fraud, end customers, people changing SIM cards, or worries about changing regulation. The devices need to be future-proof, because we've all here have experience of reaching an agreement that we thought was perfect, wonderful, only to find out that the laws have changed, or even the same vendor has increased their price, and you're stuck with them. With Pod Group, that will not happen, because we give you the control to switch networks as and when you need to do it yourself. And this fulfills, and we provide you with that network, that telecom network, for which you do not have the insider scale. You do not need to have your own mobile core. You do not need to have that mobile infrastructure. We provide it to you as a service. So, an enterprise network operators will offer you a single SKU, flexibility in terms of changing the profiles, the connectivity if your devices go from one country to another, customized coverage for different countries. I've just had a case with iDrive I'm going to mention later. Customer, they went into a country, I'm going to say a Democratic Republic of Congo. They're supposed to have connectivity, but their devices were 3G devices and the connectivity available there was only 2G. What could they do? Call back all their devices and switch them? With Pod Group, they were able to remotely switch from one network to another without calling back the devices. And they could do it themselves. We did not need to do it ourselves with eSIM management. So one SIM, this is a small example of how one SIM in a remote area can be managed by the enterprise itself. So one supplier, one platform, one SIM. I mentioned iDrive. So they're actually a global telematics vendor. They have customers literally all over the world, and they use we are their partners, their connectivity partners, enabling them to operate effectively across the world. Technology changes, IoT change is frequent. Regulatory change have affected their business. But thanks to our partnership, they were able to overcome it. We had a solution that they could implement themselves. I gave you one example. Another is across Europe. Rates were quite competitive, and yet if there is an opportunity to get an even better rate, they can suddenly make a lot more money. So imagine agreeing a certain price, they sell it at a certain price to all their customers, and then only to find out that they can also reduce their costs. That's fantastic. You could be doing that too, because we will always make sure you are aware of the new deals, the new opportunities that will help your business grow. MetaAlert, don't know if any of you have heard of MetaAlert. It's operating more in the healthcare business. They have a SIM inside the shoe's insole for tracking Alzheimer's patients or monitoring activity. Again, using our connectivity that enables them to sell these insoles anywhere in the world. So, very powerful tool to go forward. Back to Wialon. Alametics is a Wialon partner, a Gurton partner, based in Kenya, actually a long-term partner of ours, and continue to be so. They're very pleased with the relationship that we have, the support, but most importantly, the control they have to take care of their own business. This is so important. It's future-proof. As they go forward, as technology changes, they are able to manage their own connectivity. So compared to all the other IoT M2M providers, they say the power to manage their own SIMs was key. So they don't need to rely on us to change, and they don't get stuck with us either. I'm talking even about embedded SIMs. I've had the question sometimes, people say, oh, with embedded SIMs, we're stuck with you. No, you just need to have the credentials, give them to your next vendor if you want to move. But we will do our best to make sure you stay with us. We will always have alternative solutions for you. But locking in is not a good policy. We will never lock in any customer. And I'm delighted to be attending, to be speaking, to be part of the Wialon network of partners. Together, we are truly offering a strong business relationship. And we're looking to strengthen our relationship even more by integrating our connectivity platform into the Wialon platform. Imagine, instead of having to deal with 2 different platforms, 1 platform. It's still a seed of an idea, but it makes a lot of sense. So to summarize, enterprise network operator, the technology partners, not just providers, because we're offering you the network as a service. It's yours, you will own it, you will control it, you will make the changes you need when you need. And we will offer you the technical support. With it, you will overcome the fragmented market, the multiple store-keeping units, and you will have much better visibility of the market. So, we're going to be exhibiting here at GITEX over the next week. Please come and speak to us, my colleague Robin and I. Think of us as your partner, one provider, one SIM, one platform. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Michael. Any questions for Michael? Now I'm going to run a very small, quick game just to see how many of you were paying attention to what Michael was saying. All right? Yes.
Hello, my name is Anastasia, and I represent the company Tetron from Russia. And I have a quick, small question. I got the idea that this is a platform, to provide connectivity in many countries.
He's here. Would you like to come back on stage?
Okay.
So,
sorry,
the
Anastasia.
question, what I didn't get is that in order to provide connectivity, right, you need SIM cards, but to make a SIM card function, you need a telecom provider. What I didn't get is that you include all the operator telecom providers in all over the countries.
Correct. Well, we have innovative SIM applets, so it enables us to load profiles that have multi-network IMSIs and on the same SIM card, or you can even have multiple IMSIs, so each with hundreds of networks on them.
So you're also responsible for the coverage in
Correct.
our country.
Yes.
But as far as I know, there are still some places that there is no coverage, and in this case, the GPS trackers cannot function. So what do you usually do in this case? Can you switch to a different network or to a different provider, or what?
Correct.
What happens?
Correct. So that's the example I gave about iDrive. So they wanted to go into the Democratic Republic of Congo, and they suddenly found there was no coverage with their agreement because their devices used 3G, and the network that they had signed up for was only 2G.
No, yes, but that's a different question, because if you still have a coverage of 2G or 3G, that's different. But if you do not have any coverage at all, what do you do in this case?
We can't do anything.
Okay.
However, I'd like to seize that in that, for example, NB-IoT as a GSM technology, connectivity technology, is growing. We are seeing a huge rise in NB-IoT devices, and yet NB-IoT connectivity is only available in a handful of countries. I'm pleased to announce that starting from next year, I will say approximately second half of 2023, we're going to have a satellite coverage globally. So all NB-IoT devices globally, even in the Sahara, will have access initially to just one for 4 minutes per day connectivity of NB-IoT, at least to locate or communicate a message or something. And then the idea is, as more satellites are launched, that by 2025 or 2026, there would be at least every 5 minutes, there would be a window to connect. So it would be much more frequent. So those thank you for that question, and because it gave me the opportunity to explain that in detail.
Thank you, Anastasia. Thank you, Michael. Sorry, thank you. Clearly, Anastasia was listening, but anyway, anyone still interested in playing the game? It's a very simple game. Whoever was listening to Michael, in 2 words, can you summarize what he was trying to present today? Data connectivity. Thank you very much. So that was a joke as well. Thank you. Next up, we have our partner from the APAC region, CloudIP. CloudIP is a developer and a B2B provider of IoT and telematics solutions. They offer integrated solutions for smart healthcare, smart cities, consumer IoT, smart logistics, retail, and various other industries. They are also a planet-conscious company, and they make a difference by providing 100% environmentally friendly solutions. CloudIP is also a contestant at our IoT Project of the Year award ceremony, and they have submitted their project. I'm sure everyone, including them, are curious to find out if CloudIP is one of the winners. So to tell us more, please welcome the CEO of CloudIP, Sanjeeva Cooray.
Manner. GOFER users are employees of the company who request vehicles, managers who approve them, dispatchers who assign vehicles, and drivers who accept and attend to the trip. How it works is employees request via a mobile app, put the date and time and the vehicle type they want, and specify the reason they ask for the vehicle. And it goes to the managers, and the manager will, the line manager of immediate manager will authorize, or if not necessary, they will reject. So this is the main difference. If it is a taxi, usually they'll use it and then send it for approval, but here the manager get to reject it if not very necessary. And then it goes to the dispatchers, who will select suitable vehicles based on the request and see the peak usage times and probably delay or a little early if they want to manage vehicles better, and see if it is a private or business, like because employees can also request for private requirements if they have a large fleet of vehicles which has excess capacity, and see the cost of trip. And finance roles can assign budgets for companies, branches, departments, and when the budget depletes, like departments cannot request any more vehicles. So the finance can allocate budgets for the different departments if they feel necessary. Otherwise, the department or the branch will not be able to utilize more vehicles for that given period of time. And the drivers accept or reject requests, and they can track their trips, they can track their earnings, and send notifications to employees like Uber, like taxi applications arrived late, and also they can rate the passengers. And the platform, you can change the logo, and also we can brand it for you completely, all Android, iOS, and the web application, completely to look like it's your own application, or if it is an integrator, to make it look like your own product. And also, it's already available in English and Spanish, and we can add any language or make any changes to suit your requirements. And it's fully integrated with Wialon to extract all required tracking data from Wialon and put it on an active the dashboard with required KPIs. And this is one of the applications, user cases. The customer requirement was to distribute 1,000 vehicles between 20,000 employees and calculate payments per driver, payments per mile driven, kilometer driven, and check actual mileages versus what is reported by the drivers. And the solution for them was GOFER, and 30,000 trips managed. Since we introduced in March 2022, up to date, there were over 30,000 requests made through GOFER, and it made the system totally paperless, approvals, reports, everything. And they have been saving every month over $12,500 by utilization, reducing, optimizing vehicles. And also the difference between the reported by drivers and actual, there was a big gap always. And GOFER can be also used for various other applications like tourist coaches and airport limousines, like kind of limousine services, which they have private fleet of vehicles, and any other private fleet or ad hoc transport, like unplanned transportation requests, office shuttles, and private cars used by companies. Like if they use their private cars for official use for some trips, that also can be managed through the system. So why you chose GOFER? It's not Uber. The taxi systems are designed to always maximize profit for the taxi companies, whereas GOFER is designed by its core to reduce the transport cost for the company. And it's mobile, so you don't need any additional infrastructure. Standard mobiles, computers can be used. And it's totally business focused. Like you can multi-level approvals, budget control, and reporting, expense reporting, everything is available built in. And also it makes the system completely paperless. And if you want to try GOFER, we can provide a free trial for 30 days where you can use the system and see. And thank you for listening. And if you have any questions, I can answer.
Any questions for Sanjeeva? No. Thank you, Sanjeeva. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Презентация компании. То есть ты начинаешь, да?
Thank you once again, Sanjeeva.
Okay.
For all of you keeping track, is anyone keeping track of how many presentations we've done so far? Anyone? 4. Thank you very much. We have another 3 scheduled before we take our first coffee break. So for the next presentation, we have Natalya Stepanova, the regional manager from Africa and Middle East, as well as Tim Almaev, the business development manager from Escort Monitoring Systems. With over 13 years of global presence, along with their own unique patented technologies, Escort has developed sensors that claim to increase customer profits by up to 50%. To tell us more about this, please welcome on stage Tim and Natalya.
Hello, good morning. I think my mic is on, right? Okay, fine. My name is Tim Almaev from Escort Monitoring Systems, Natalya Stepanova, my colleague. So, here, please.
So let us start. Good day, everyone. It's always a pleasure to meet everyone here, and thank you, Gurt and team, for inviting us and for such a great event. Escort Monitoring System is a factory with a full-scale production line of IoT and complex telematics devices, with R&D in-house and 24/7 technical support. We have done everything from idea to concept to research and development and mass production since 2005, with an office in India, and vast distribution ship. We produce and provide our equipment to 120 countries.
I also would like to mention we have here first time with us present Alina Khalikova. She is regional manager for Latin America, United States and Canada, and I'm pretty sure you found some of your clients here already. So you know us as the fuel guys. We talk about fuel, which is pretty simple. You save fuel, you save money, you control fuel. But besides the fuel level sensors, we also make a vast array of other sensors. We have gas analyzers, we have weather stations, not very popular for the exports, but it's gaining track in Russia very much. We have temperature, humidity, we have wireless sensors mostly. This is our thing, wireless sensors. But today we will not talk about fuel, today we will talk about something else, which is weight control.
Precious weight monitoring. Why is it important? When we talk about optimizing our fleets, we have to keep in mind not only the fact that we can save our money, but also about the safety. Needless to say that overloaded vehicle is harder to control, more unstable, and almost impossible to stop in emergency. Overloading fines. As a driver or owner of the fleet park, you are paying penalties and fines while your truck or vehicle is overweighted. Preventive maintenance. Overloading your truck increases fuel consumption as well as increase wear and tear of your tires. Side jobs. When you don't control your own fleet, the driver can take additional trips and goods.
Cargo theft, needless to say, the goods are being stolen, especially in some dangerous areas, how to say, in Russia, typically, very, very often occasion. And also accuracy of settlement between the shipper and the consignee, because shippers like to overweight the trucks, stating less weight than they actually put on the vehicle. Some description of the fines.
Yeah, and is it that important to control it? In United Arab Emirates, the fines and penalties speak for themselves. For instance, they differ from 500 dirhams and can reach up to 2,000 dirhams. That is equal around 500 USD. In Saudi Arabia, the fines can reach up to 250 USD for overloading the vehicle.
So a few words about the end user. So we would like to present you a case that comes from Russia.
The company is a transportation company, was founded in 2000 and specializing in full truckload shipments. That company has around 60 branch offices and ranks in top 5 cargo carriers in the Russia. The company, the end user, faced some challenges such as overloading vehicle machines from the shipper with increasing fuel bills and unknown ton-kilometer value. I guess someone knows, but someone doesn't. But what is that? The ton-kilometer value is a unit of measure that's used in transportation of the goods and combines two parameters: the number of tons of the goods and distance in kilometers.
So yeah, this variable could be used in accounting. It's actually being used in the settlements between the driver and the company. And without knowing this kind of parameter, it's very hard for the logistical company, which has to compete in a very competitive market. So they don't charge too much for the shipping, because otherwise they get overbidden by other guys. And without knowing this parameter, it's very hard to analyze and understand the efficiency of the transportation. So the integrator came, this is the integrator from Kazan, Sakura Escort. They came to the end user, Delco, with a solution. So this is a new development by Escort. We call it e-cargo sense. Basically, it consists of the wireless axle load sensors and cab display block. The communication between those two is happening by the Bluetooth 5.0 long range. The wireless sensors are powered by the battery, so it's a big hefty battery, non-replaceable this time. So usually we make our equipment with replaceable batteries, but this time it's almost impossible to do, because this kind of a sensor has to be under the frame of the vehicle on a very tough conditions. And cab display block connects to the GPS tracking device by the RS485. So we'll get to the particulars a bit later. And also convenient mobile app for the calibration, for setup. For now, it's only available for iPhone and for iOS, but it's only in Russian, so it's being translated into English. That's why we don't have many of the screenshots here. So typical setup would be to install the wireless axle load sensor onto each pneumatic circuit of the vehicle. So as many axles you want to monitor, they are not necessarily supposed to have a separate pneumatic circuit, so that varies from vehicle to vehicle per each axle. Then the cab display block obviously goes into the cab, and it connects to the GPS tracker, and with the mobile app, by Bluetooth, we do the setup and configuration of the device. So how does it work? Basically, the system is versatile. All you have to do, depending on what kind of a road train you want to monitor, that could be your semi-trailer, that could be your single-body truck, that could be multiple, like multimodal, any kind of. I mean, it varies from south to north and from east to west. So many different road trains. But this system is versatile. What you have to do, you have to install one sensor per each pneumatic circuit. So as I said again, the particulars could be discussed separately, and one display cab block. So for example, for the semi-trailer, you might need 3 or 4 sensors, one cab block. For the single body truck, it's 1 or 2, depending on if the vehicle has some active steering or not, and 1 or 4 sensors for some long haulers. So it's important to mention the system is designed for the pneumatic suspension. So it will measure the pressure into the pneumatic circuit. It's better to install it right next to the balloon cushion, or whatever you call it.
And now how to install the system. Here how it looks like out of the box with everything you need installed. Wireless axle load sensors, cabin block, fittings, and the installation kit.
Yeah, we try to fit in as much variables as possible. I'm talking about fittings, but it's important to understand what is the diameter of the stock pneumatic circuit of the vehicle. So it could vary, again, from the manufacturer to manufacturer. We try to fit in anything from 8 millimeters to 11 millimeters, and different types of the fittings allow you to, to build the system by your hands, basically.
Installation requires the cutting into the vehicle pneumatic system.
Yeah, actually cutting into it. We like this invasive type of sensors, like drill the tank, cut into the vehicle system. So all integrators understand that. In order for you to be able to install the equipment properly, it requires education. So I don't know how we will be educating some people, because many people want to control it, want to control the weight, but it's quite a sensitive place to cut into the vehicle, but we've done all the testing, we've done all the all the certification is there. So far so good. So far we see that the system works just fine.
Using the splitter, sensor collects pressure data and wirelessly transfer it to the cabin block and then to the GPS tracking unit. One of the main advantages, unlike the other solutions that can give you approximate data on the cargo weight, our sensors can give you and provide you data up to a few kilo of the goods, and most notable, it can give you the data in tons each axle pushes on the ground. When the sensors are installed, they need to be calibrated. Each axle has to be loaded. Yeah, each axle has to be loaded, and the data will be saved into the, with the mobile application, will be saved into the calibration table. The functionality of eCargo Sense mobile app will allow you to have control over the pressure in the vehicle system, calibrating the generate the calibration table, which determines the correlation in the air suspension circuits and axle load in the vehicle. There are enough 2 points in order to create the calibration table empty and with some significant weight.
Yeah, we've done some testing. Basically, anything from 500 kilos and up will work fine. So you just create 2-point calibration table. You store it into the sensor, and then you receive data in kilograms. So a bit into how it looks on Wialon. Right now, we can see the load from the rear axle of the vehicle. So the rear axle of the semi-trailer takes the most load. So as you can see, during the movement, where's the laser? Yeah, I think during the movement it fluctuates, which is completely normal because you have road bumps. The vehicle is vehicle is moving. Some vehicles have active steering, and this valve system actually, plays with the pressure up and down. What you have to note is the load during the standing position. So you have loading procedure, you have unloading procedure, and it's actually accurate within, as Natalya mentioned, a few kilograms. We have one guy, his name is Alexei, and he weighs 110 kilograms. So he jumped on the trailer, and the trailer showed like 120 kilograms addition. Maybe that's how much he weighs. Then to the weight from the rear axle. So this semi has 3 axles, and this is 6.5 tons from the first axle of the trailer. This is the next axle of the trailer, the middle one, and this is the back one. So overview will look like this. Basically, you can see that the rear axle of the tractor takes the most load. Yeah, you can see that some of the axles, like rear axle, I think this is, that's the rear axle, takes the least load, and so on.
With the use of simple looking system, the cargo carrier has reached some great benefits. Eliminate the loss of the cargo while unloading and loading and during the transportation. Exclude the unplanned trips and transportation of uncounted goods, and avoid fines for the overloading of the vehicle.
There was actually one case I wanted to mention. It's not shown here, but because of that system, we were able to also determine a few things. One, theft of the, I'm not sure what you call it, but it's a fine dust of the wood. So they use it for the installation and so on. Basically, the driver was selling this fine dust to somebody and then replenishing the rest, just putting some water over what was remaining in the vehicle. And on the same vehicle, we were able to determine the hole in the pneumatic system, not because of the sensor, but before that it was there. But it showed the gradual decrease of the pressure during the nighttime. So until the compressor was turned on, in the morning again, the pressure was going down. So also a diagnostic tool, so to say. So with that, thank you very much, guys, for listening.
Any questions for the Escort team? No? Cool. Maybe we'll save that for the coffee. Oh, yes, we do.
Hello, Tim. Nice to see you again. Any plans for non-pneumatic sensors in the future?
Yes. There are different types of vehicles, like front loaders. We've been receiving some requests, to have some development for that. They use hydraulic type of suspension. So I'm not sure exactly how to, how research and development will respond to that. And also there is a leaf spring suspension, as I know. As far as I know, there is no I mean, I've been to R&D. I don't see anything with levers and so on that looks like, at least closely to that kind of a sensor. So I cannot say that we are in any position to say that we will be doing that soon. Probably not. For now, as you know, this is a new venture for us, getting into the weight monitoring. So for now, we want to polish this system for the pneumatic suspension, considering
Makes sense,
considering for now we have to understand how it, the whole setup works, how people save money on this. So this is the first thing.
Thank you. Thank you, Natalya.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Samuel.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Natalya and Tim, for that extremely detailed and informative presentation. Never seen so many pictures of the product, it being installed, and also the results in one presentation in 15 minutes. So thank you very much for that. Next up, we have AOVX. AOVX is a leading global provider of hardware tracker solutions that remotely controls, tracks, and monitors valuable assets. Their solutions empower businesses to use IoT to transform the asset management methodology. Their devices are used in various industries, ranging from cold chain logistics, luxury retail, pharmaceuticals, and many more. To tell us more about their product, please welcome the Overseas Operations Director at AOVX, Fernando Blaha.
Okay, good morning, everyone. First of all, I want to thank the Wialon team in name of my company for this invitation to be here in Dubai with you. My name is Fernando Blaha. I am Overseas Operations Director for AOVX. I'm based in Buenos Aires, Argentina. And we are this week in Dubai together with Gustavo Buffoni, our Overseas Sales Director. A new vision on tracking technologies is the name we chose for this presentation. And we will base it first on a technical review of location technologies for the trackers, okay? At the end of the presentation, we will speak about our products, but we want to highlight a special feature that our products have, and the technical review at the beginning is very important. Let me first make a brief introduction to our company. Our company, it's a young company that started 4 years ago in China. It's a young company with a very professional and experienced team in the IoT business. Our CEO, Mr. Ricky Guo, he comes from the cellular module business as well as I do. And he built a great R&D team with people coming from the cellular industry, from the tracker business too, and one thing that I think it's key for our products, our CTO coming from the wearables business. As we speak with our customers and new partners, this new vision of the wearables technologies brought to the tracker business, I think it's very important, and we will talk about that. Okay, sorry for that. Okay, we will make a review of 3 positioning technologies that our trackers have available. We will go briefly through GNSS positioning. Of course, you know a lot of that because it's very used since a lot of years. And then we will go to cellular LBS and finally to Wi-Fi LBS. We will make a comparison about them and see some examples. Okay, GNSS positioning, as you all know, the satellites that make constellations out of the globe transmit weak signals that are received by this GNSS module, and based on that signal, it will get a latitude and longitude location in the globe. Of course, the highlights of this technology is that it has global coverage. It has a great accuracy of 2.5 meters, and even better in newer generation of GNSS. and the position is solved locally by the GNSS module. But it also has some lowlights. Nothing is perfect. What lowlight do we have? It has a high power consumption, yes, and signals are weak. So this limits the scenario of usage. You have to have sky vision, at least partial sky vision, to be able to receive the signals. And in a lot of applications, especially in asset tracking, you may not have those conditions. The high power consumption we are talking about, of course, it's not critical for vehicle tracking, for example. For vehicle tracking, you have a big battery, external battery from the car that it's recharged every time. But when we talk about asset tracking, yes, when you have an internal battery that may be rechargeable, but you want to recharge it as less often as possible, the high power consumption of several tenths of milliampere of the GNSS, it becomes a limitation. Cellular LBS, okay, cellular LBS it's based on the known location of the cellular cells you have in the cellular network. Okay, you have, when you transmit a packet, you have information about what cell are you connected to, and also you can have information about the neighbor cells. So with this information, signal strength and others, finally the platform can convert those cellular-based information to a latitude and longitude. Highlights of this technology, of course, it can work anywhere that a cellular network is available. What is the low light? That the cellular network signals are very long-range signals, yes? So the cellular network will give you an area where the device may be right now positioned, but that area may be very, very big, of maybe hundreds of meters from the real position of the device. Finally, it's the Wi-Fi LBS. What is Wi-Fi LBS? Maybe you are familiar with it, maybe someone not. Wi-Fi LBS, it's something similar to what I explained about cellular LBS, but instead of using the cellular network cells, we use the signals that comes from the Wi-Fi routers around the tracker. Yes, you detect the MAC addresses of the routers you have around, and you collect that data, and that MAC addresses, together also with signal strength, can help you get a latitude and longitude of where your device is. What is the highlight of this? Of course, the calculated area of position, it's much smaller than the area of position that the cellular LBS gives you. Why? Because there is something natural. The routers have, in average, 20 meter or maybe less radio of coverage, okay? So if you see the MAC address of a Wi-Fi router, you can be sure that you are no farther than 20 meters from the router. So if you get that information, you are very accurate. Other highlight is the very low power consumption, especially compared to the GNSS. As I said, GNSS has several tenths of milliamperes of consumption. In Wi-Fi, when we use Wi-Fi LBS, that Wi-Fi is not transmitting, it's only receiving, you have only some microamperes. So the battery, the power consumption, it's very, very small compared to GNSS. What are the lowlights? Of course, nothing is perfect here too. You have to have Wi-Fi routers installed in the area where you want to locate the device. Of course, in the middle of the desert, you will not have Wi-Fi, so this is not good. And what is the objective of this presentation? As we see in a comparison, each technology has an advantage over the others. Wi-Fi LBS is the best for battery performance and indoor scenarios, okay? GNSS is best for outdoor scenarios, yeah, especially not in cities where you may not have Wi-Fi, and for outdoor scenarios where you need precision in the position, okay? Remember, it's of the three technologies, it's the one with best accuracy in the position. Cellular LBS, of course, is best when you have no Wi-Fi, maybe in a country, and no GNSS, or you want to have better power consumption. What AOVX is proposing to you, and in this way trying to bring new opportunities and develop new vertical units, is a combination of the three technologies, okay? All our trackers, I will show more details of them right now, have these three options available. So for example, if you have a asset tracker, okay? You have an asset tracker where you want to have a long battery autonomy. You want to monitor a static asset, okay? So you want to be sure it's always in the same place. You can use Wi-Fi, LBS, turn off the GNSS. This you can do it by programming. And you can detect the GNSS, the Wi-Fi LBS location. If you detect that you lost the Wi-Fi location, maybe you have no Wi-Fis or you detect a change, you can turn to a tracking mode, okay? Turn on the GNSS, knowing this will impact in the battery autonomy, but to have a better accuracy in case you want to track online that device that may have stolen. Another use for this, maybe for vehicles, yes? In vehicles also you have some scenarios where you will not have GNSS available. Maybe you are in a garage or something like that. And with Wi-Fi, you can still keep tracking of where the vehicle is without the GNSS limitation. Here we have an example we made with a customer in Buenos Aires too, for an asset tracker, yes? As you can see, the messages painted in purple are sold with Wi-Fi LBAs in the Wialon platform. And this is a device that went from the city, going through a highway, until the Buenos Aires seaport. As you can see here in this test, GNSS was turned off because we were making an LBS, a Wi-Fi LBS sample and demonstration. And you can see how the device has a lot of points in a situation where you are on a highway at 100 kilometers per hour. Yeah, that is awesome. That is awesome. Of course, you can see that the points, the lines between the points are off of the highway, but that is because an asset tracker doesn't have the turn angle trigger. So you will have the points inside the highway, but the lines go out. So this is a very important test we did. It took a lot of work together with the R&D of Violons. We are very happy with this. This is a new technology, and we have currently several projects, especially in America, in Mexico, in North America, for asset tracking using especially Wi-Fi LBS because of the power autonomy. To give you an example, here in my pocket, I have one of the G series. It's a portable tracker. Yes, I will show some pictures now. This device has a rechargeable battery. Yes, it's smaller than a cell phone. The battery autonomy in a scenario of 1 report per day with GNSS on, it's like 1 year, okay? 1 report per day. If you turn off GNSS and you enable Wi-Fi LBS, the battery autonomy goes up to more than 2 years. This is really important. It's a game changer, especially for asset tracking. To go to another scenario, in a pharmaceutic or cold chain monitoring, where you have like half of the day, 12 hours, reporting every 15 minutes, and the rest of the day, when the goods are static, you report every 4 hours. You have with GNSS on like 10 days autonomy. If you turn off GNSS, you go to 2 months autonomy. That is a game changer. So, as I mentioned before, some of the application is food, cold chain monitoring for food, for pharmaceutics, valuables tracking. Valuables tracking are money bags that go from maybe from one bank to the other. A lot of time, those bags are inside of a building, so you don't have GNSS. GNSS doesn't work there. And the rest of the time, maybe they are inside a truck that also it's too the metal it's too thick, and there is no GNSS also inside of the valuables. So having the GNSS on makes no sense. It will only leak your battery. Also dangerous chemicals, and in fact any application where you need to track anything, goods, assets, vehicles, anything that can change between scenarios. You can turn one technology on, off, or all at the same time and solve the position the best way. Finally, to go to our products, we have 4 families. G-Series, it's the goods tracker I showed you before. It's a portable device with rechargeable battery, temperature and humidity sensors. The A-Series is an asset tracker with a much bigger internal battery, but IP68 with no rechargeable battery. It's a replaceable battery, not rechargeable. B-Series, vehicles tracker. Of course, we have the vehicles tracker for the big and mature business. We have, as I will show you, several ones for trailer applications. The basic one, low cost for insurance companies in 2G or in LTE, Cat1, Cat10. And finally, the E-Series, that it's the environmental sensors with temperature and humidity. Goods tracker, interesting thing, Wi-Fi, LBS, it's available in all our products. You have it in the G-Series, in the A-Series, in the B-Series. And all of them have BLE enabled. That is why the environmental sensor, that it's a Bluetooth sensor that transmits, it's a beacon transmitting temperature and humidity every few seconds, will be detected automatically by any of these devices and transmitted to the platform later. Trailer applications in the B-Series with solar panel ready device. It has a big internal battery too for long autonomy, but if you want, you can recharge also by solar panel. And as I mentioned before, the vehicle tracker, mostly for high volume insurance companies where you have to go to something very basic to optimizing cost. Okay, thank you very much again for the opportunity. Thank you for listening. I hope you found this information important. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Any questions for Fernando? We'll move ahead. Oh, we do. Yeah.
Hello again.
Hello.
Just a small question, because I'm not a technician. Maybe I missed this part. In order to use these several modes, do we need to change between them manually, or it can be changed automatically according to the scenarios?
You can change automatically according to the scenarios. Of course, you can do for different applications. Each application may have its own logic, okay, and can be solved easily from the platform side.
When you're talking about the different applications, that means there are different applications, or you need to change in between the applications, or you can do this in one place in your platform?
In the platform, of course, you can change it from the platform. You can program the working mode. For example, if you have if you are focusing on GNSS on Wi-Fi location, okay, and you see that there are no networks, no MAC addresses of Wi-Fi routers, maybe you want to automatically turn on the GNSS. Turn on the GNSS, get at least a location, maybe turn it off again, and handle it in the platform.
But in this case, we should decide this scenario.
Yeah.
Or the platform can decide for us according to the situation in the city or on the way.
Yeah, you have to decide, because every application is different. So you have to make the decision and the working logic, yes, and the device can handle any of them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, no, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sorry, one more question.
Oh, sorry. Hi, guys. The question, the asset tracker is rechargeable or?
Sorry, asset tracker?
The asset tracker. They have a rechargeable battery or it's a disposable battery?
No, you have the goods tracker. that we call the G series. Yes. This is rechargeable by USB. The asset tracker, it doesn't have a rechargeable battery. It has a replaceable battery.
Okay.
You can replace it, but not recharge it.
It's possible then.
Yeah. That asset tracker has a battery autonomy of 7 years at 1 report per day with GNSS enabled. If you turn off GNSS, battery life is...
The reporting life is based on a number of reports, or you says 1 report a day. What happened is we enable to 6 reports a day.
Yeah, we had to make the calculations. Of course, the reports, the number of reports is one of the things that affect the most the battery autonomy, but it's not the only thing, okay? So we have tools to calculate the estimated autonomy, but a quick calculation, it's if 1 report per day, it's 7 years. For 6 reports per day, it will be more than 1 year, okay? But we can do the fine calculation of the estimated time and can give it to you.
Okay, when the tracker goes to deep sleep mode,
yeah,
or totally off the antennas?
When the tracker goes to deep sleep mode,
yes,
yeah, the cellular module is turned off, and for the B series, you have below 0.5 milliampere power consumption. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's thinking that deep sleep mode came from motorcycle applications where you have very small batteries outside, and if your power consumption in standby is quite high, you may drain the motorcycle battery, and that is a big problem. Okay, and the B series also. Let me mention it now that you took it. The input power range, it's from 9 volt to 100 volt, also to cover scooter applications and applications where you have 70 volt batteries.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Anastasia and Juan Miguel, for your questions.
One more, Kevin.
We have more?
Oh,
yes,
sorry.
Sure. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, I'll go first. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you for the informative presentation you presented.
Okay.
And regarding the Wi-Fi location, from where it will be getting the precise location of the Wi-Fi in order to give it to the tracker?
Let me see.
The Wi-Fi position.
Yeah, the Wi-Fi position we send to the platform. We send the MAC addresses. Yes, and it's the platform the one that solves the position with that MAC address list.
Yeah, the MAC address is for a Wi-Fi. So
yeah,
any Wi-Fi with a MAC address will be transmitting its location.
Yeah.
So its location will be known from the
how the Wi-Fi router location is known. That's the question. No, that's an interesting question. No, the Wi-Fi router doesn't know its location. Okay, they only transmit their MAC address. And the database generation of Wi-Fi routers and locations, if you read the original white papers, they say that some vehicles are running in the street making that database, okay? But as we know today, our cell phones are collecting a lot of data and sharing that data with a lot of other companies and databases. So today, the Wi-Fi database is mainly getting information from our cell phones. Okay, that is why most of the time when you resolve a Wi-Fi location, you will see that the location is in the street. Okay. Yes, not inside the building, because inside the building your cell phone lost the GPS location. Yes. The last time your GPS was located was at the door. And that you will see.
Unless if you activate the Wi-Fi tracking for, for example, for iOS.
Yeah.
But my question, for the Wi-Fi, in the Pentagon you draw, you mentioned that the accuracy of the Wi-Fi routers is far away from the GNS. But which is more accurate, whether the Wi-Fi or the other one?
The cellular LBS?
Yes.
Yeah, no, it's the Wi-Fi, because Wi-Fi, as I said before.
Because you mentioned take it from the cellular.
Yeah, yeah, but a Wi-Fi router has 20 meter around 20 meters of coverage, okay? So if you see a router with the device, you are no farther than 20 meters from the device. A GNSS can solve, if it can solve the location, you will have 2.5 meter, 1 meter of error. So the GNSS is the more precise one. But 20 meters is not bad at all, especially if you don't have GNSS.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
And regarding the goods tracker, so does it have any other sensors like humidity, temperature?
Yeah, totally.
And how much it's affecting the temperature, the life of the battery?
No. Okay.
For a single message a day or with a different thing?
Perfect. Yeah, the goods tracker has temperature, humidity, and a light sensor. Yeah, because it was mainly focused for cold chain. That is why it has those sensors. It also has G sensor, so with the accelerometer you can trigger events too. Yeah, and the sensor power consumption, it's not important compared to the transmission. So in fact, in one report per day, you can have, as I said, with Wi-Fi LBS, more than 2 years autonomy.
Regarding the temperature in the pharmaceutical industry, so temperature, it couldn't be only one time a day. It should be like the whole day.
Yeah.
So are we talking a whole day temperature monitoring, or it's only a single time during the time where the device will wake up and send the message?
No, you can program a sample period, okay? You can sample temperature and all the sensors as long as you want, and the reporting period, it's different. It's when you connect to the platform. If the sampling period is smaller, you will send in the reporting period more than one data. If they are the same, you will measure and send information. If you have more data, maybe if you can report every 12 hours and sample every 1 hour. Okay, every 12 hours you will send information of 12 samples.
Interesting.
Okay?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry, in the interest of time, I'm going to have to request everyone with extra questions to please meet us in the coffee break area.
Yeah, please. Yeah?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Fernando.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your interesting questions. I can sense that there's a project that you're already thinking of in your head. So you have to meet with us and with AOVX at GITEX for the next few days, yeah? Thank you very much. So I've been walking around when the presentations were going on, and I noticed some of you were moving in your seat. I apologize, we've gone a little over the time since we started a little late. So we have one more presentation that is scheduled before our coffee break, and that company is none other than ELA Innovation. As a French design and manufactured company, ELA Innovation has been developing wireless industrial beacons and sensors for more than 20 years. Despite the global pandemic, ELA Innovation has continued its development and in 2020 recorded a strong growth of over 225% on the export market. To tell us more about this, please allow me to welcome the sales manager for UK and France, Oliver Halsby.
Hello everyone, I hope you can hear me, or do I need to say data connection 10 times? It's a pleasure to be here and to speak to you all. I will try and catch up on some of the time that we've lost. So any questions, Pierre and my colleague Hugo and myself will be able to answer them. What we have chosen to talk about today is a specific project, mainly in the transport area, but as you may well know, our tags and sensors are used in many industries across a number of different use cases, and I will focus on just one of them today. I think it's pertinent just to give you an overview of who we are and what we do, so that you can see how it applies to you. I was interested to see that the particularly tall building next to us, the Burj Khalifa, was started or conceived at roughly the same time as our chairman had the same idea with ELA Innovation. So both, are about 21 years old, and hopefully both will be around for a very long time. We are a specialist in providing tags and sensors and we've been doing this for almost, over 20 years in active RFID, and now very heavily with the BLE range. I think the key point that I want to get across is that it's all to do with data connection, but it's how you can get information and how that information can be applied, I think, is the key factor. Our tags and sensors are there really to help you to get reliable information and how to use that. We have a number of different use cases, and one I'll be talking to you about the BluePuck mag for magnet, because it's a very interesting project that we've been developing with our partners over the last 2 years. But as you can see, this is not the only area that we work on. Our tags and sensors are agnostic and are there to bring reliability and long battery life to your projects. Now, the project that I'd like to discuss with you is how you can secure truck side panels with magnetic sensors. This problem came around a couple of years ago in Europe when there was a serious accident with the side panels becoming open of a truck. The legislation then changed to enable lorries and users to be able to identify exactly the status of those side panels. Now, of course, this needs to be done reliably. That information needs to be timely. But also the key factor, I think, is how that can be done. It needs to be a system that can be put in place quickly, reliably. And it was with our partner in France that we came up with the following solution that uses both a GPS tracker to send that information. There is the mobile application for the driver, and as part of that overall solution for the end user, the fleet managers. But the element where our role was the magnetic sensor and the magnet. We needed to find with our client a reliable system that could be installed quickly, simply, and be there, for a lot of time. We have installed more than 3,000 devices over this last 12 months, and has reduced the accident rate. Now, one of the key aspects of this project is that it's a project and a need that needs to be put on all vehicles with side panels. So for us, it's a very interesting project because the more vehicles there are that need to be supplied, the more of our sensors and tags we can supply. The device that was used was our puck device. Some of our partners here may know what that is. It's a device which is about this big, so about 3-4 centimeters wide. It is both rugged, IP68. We are also bringing out a more rugged version, the IP69K. But the key factor for me is that it's not only a reliable product, but it also has a very long battery life, so that you or your clients, when it's installed, know that the battery life will be there, that it will be a project that will hopefully, a device that will hopefully outlive the vehicle and the contract that's on. The next point is just me, so I can hopefully go back and identify the point that I wanted to say, was that the product itself is not only a reliable product, but the fact is that the detection range of 2 centimeters gives you enough flexibility for the install. Now, hopefully, I'll be able to jump to my next slide, where I wanted just to give you an overview again of the areas where this can also be of use, which is, if you'll bear with me. Now here, the other area this can be used is also on the truck trailer identification, because the device itself has its identification, and many of your clients need to identify the trucks, the trailers, and this device and others can be used for this function. So what is important for me is how we work with our clients, such as yourselves, our partners, to look at not only a specific requirement, but also how we can work with you to meet the different requirements with our range of reliable products. I myself have worked on a number of temperature-controlled projects using the Bluepuck T probe, or our range of temperature-controlled devices, and the Bluepuck T, which follows the different regulations, and also the mesh products that we have as well, which can be of interest to you. Now, hopefully I've made up some of the time for us, so then not keep you away from your coffee and things like that. I'd be delighted to answer any of your questions. If we don't have time for those, we can certainly take them at a later stage, and my colleagues and I will be delighted to answer those questions for you. But I just wanted to say one last point for me, which I think is the most important, is that our products are designed and manufactured in our offices in France. We're very proud of the fact that our products are highly reliable, have a very long battery life, and also can be recycled, which is often the case that some of our questions are. So we were able to provide our partners and our clients with long life products, reliable products, and we can work with you to develop new products and new ideas. So there we go. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Oliver.
Thank
Any
you.
questions for Oliver? We will take them in the coffee break area. Thank you. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to our first break. Thank you very much. You've been a very extremely attentive and engaging audience. Please make your way to the coffee break area. The time is 12:47, so I'm just going to round down to 12:45. We will be taking a 30-minute coffee break, and we'll be coming back right here to start our interactive panel discussion. More details will be followed shortly. Thank you. For our online audience, please don't go anywhere. We'll be having a live interactive chat with the members that are present here, our technology partners and our partners. Thank you. Yes, I hear you. Okay. Thank you. So we're just going to be walking around, and if you can follow me, one moment. Juan Miguel. Good afternoon. I'm Miguel. I'm Kevin. Agustin? Kevin. Here we have our online live viewers, and we know that you're all the way here from Mexico. So thank you very much for coming and attending the event. It's the first time that you're attending our event in Dubai, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the first time. It's the first time for the event in Dubai. Yeah.
So what are your expectations?
I have a big expectations about to know more, to do networking with another partners. I know that here is the most new technologies, and I would like to know that too.
Thank you very much. So ladies and gentlemen who are also watching us, I'd like to inform you that Juan Miguel and Agustin are from CTT MX, which is a Mexican company. They're all the way here from Mexico. They have won IoT Projects of the Year in 2020 and 2021. So we're curious to know if they're going to be winning the award this year. Any predictions? Thank you, and all the very best. Thank you. Enjoy your break. Thank you. Who else are we going to go? Oh, sorry. Who else can we speak to? Just give me a moment. Can I borrow you for 1 minute? 1 minute. We have the man of the hour. Come, join us. You're going to be live on camera for our online viewers. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, here we have Samir Obaid from Queclink, all the way here from Jordan.
Hello, everybody.
So Samir, this is not your first event. You've been with us multiple times. Yeah.
Yes.
What did you notice that was different and exciting at this year's event?
As the atmosphere, the positive thinking, the people wants to go back to normality again, and the setup, the mindset, everything is new and let's say revolutionary.
Revolutionary.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you very
and
much.
We also have a few more questions, if you don't mind. So you're attending the GITEX as well. That's starting from tomorrow. Are you going to be here with us for all 5 days?
Yes.
Thank you very much. What are your expectations from GITEX 2022? Not just from Wialon, in general, for business, for the market in your country, and for future growth.
Solutions for the challenges we face. Technology changes, the customer, the market changes, the mindset of the clients. The technology is ever growing, and we need to keep up and see how we can face these challenges and find solutions for them and keep surviving.
Brilliant. Well said. Thank you very much. Enjoy your coffee break, and we'll see you at the event and at GITEX as well. Thank you, Samir. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to remind you to please keep posting your comments and questions in the live chat. I will be relaying this with the audience here. Thank you. Please feel free to walk around and look at all the guests and get a feel of the live atmosphere. When you're done eating, we will just have the live Q&A. So I'll ask you just some very basic questions, but I don't want to do it while you're eating. Sure. Yeah? So I'll come back. Look for me. Yes. Alaikum salam. Can I borrow you for a few minutes?
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. Just one moment. Rafat as well.
Which channel is this? Yeah, I will not go.
On YouTube. Ladies and gentlemen, here we have Murtada Fadil and Rafat Salih from Integrated Solutions, all the way here from Iraq. So thank you very much for coming again. So for ladies and gentlemen who don't know, Integrated Solutions is in our list as actually the top integrator for the MENA region. So number 1, congratulations. Number 2, can you tell us what is the secret to your success?
Hi. What's my secret? It's secret. It should be secret, huh? How can I tell?
Okay, so then can you tell us what are your plans for the next year without revealing too much?
We have many plans. The market is recovered after Corona and all these things.
Yes.
So a lot of things we have in our...
Are you expecting a huge growth in the numbers after COVID, or?
It's different. If everything is safe, it will be growth.
And what are your expectations from GITEX 2022? What vendors or what technology are you planning to see so you could take it back home and implement this?
Now I think people focus on IoT a lot of, okay? Maybe before 4 years or 3 years back it's not like this, but now everybody talk about IoT and this thing. I think because it's a few technology, coming technology. So we'll find some solution also.
So ladies and gentlemen, that's the business side of the answer. And now if you'd like to get some technical information, let's ask the technical manager. Rafat, what are your expectations from GITEX this year?
Yeah, I'm wishing to give third to check the BLE Bluetooth new sensors, because it is now almost every device is consists of BLE and support BLE, and these sensors are very useful because it's easy for install. So from technical side, it's easy for me, installation and calibration, everything. That's for the sensor and GITEX, and also I am eager to meet with some technical guys about the SDK and implementation for the APIs to do some extra work, about sometimes the customer needs something that is not already there in Wialon, but Wialon supports it by API. So we do it like for the customer needs. So that's why I'm here to do some technical digging.
Well, thank you very much. You seem to have some very well thought of plans, and I wish you all the very best over the next 5 days. In the meantime, have you caught any of the technology presented inside? Are you interested in any of them, and are you going to be meeting with them today and during the GITEX?
All of them is perfect.
So what do you think of the event?
It's perfect. So why you come?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Please enjoy your break. Thank you. But now we will be having our interactive panel discussion. The panel discussion is titled "How to Keep Up with New IoT Trends, Creating New Solutions and Adapting to a Fast-Paced Market." And to tell you more about this and conduct this event, please allow me to include my colleague and the lead business development manager for the MENA region, Karina Lukjanova.
I'm so glad to be hosting this panel discussion today. In order to keep up with our topic of IoT, we decided to dwell into the matter of IoT and how our panelists develop their products within the IoT field. It is my pleasure to have specialists from different spheres of telematics, such as connectivity, hardware providers, system integrators, and software developers. With no further delay, allow me to invite on this stage Jacinta Vitanagi from CLOUDIP, covering from Sanjeeva Cooray. Jacinta. Next, we have Michael Chackal from Pod Group. Mantas Unitas from Sensata. Abrar Parkar from Queclink. Juan Miguel Samano from CTT Max. And Sergei Kostenko from Wialon product team. Yes, of course, take a seat. Thank you. There's not enough chairs?
I see you.
Oh, okay. No, let me sit there.
Sure.
You can sit here. Perfect. Dear guests, thank you so much for joining me on this stage. Just to begin, I will be grateful if you can share with the audience a little bit on what IoT products do you specialize in. Yeah? So perhaps Abrar could start us off.
Perfect. I hope you all have already attended the presentation which I gave earlier in the morning. So at Queclink, we are specialized in designing IoT devices. So it's like different verticals that we have in place. So it's like different SBUs, like transportation, wherein we have vehicle tracking devices, fleet management devices. Then we have asset and mobility, wherein we have rechargeable, non-rechargeable vehicle asset trackers, and then different other SBUs like video telematics. Then we have in place, low power IoT devices, wherein we cover the Sigfox and LoRa devices. And we are also falling into industrial IoT, wherein we have 4G routers, industrial routers, and soon we'll be having 5G. So like at Queclink, we have a plethora of devices to offer in the IoT domain.
Thank you so much, Rob. Mantas, would you like to?
As Sensata, we are producing sensing technologies mostly, but for this auditory, we are producing fleet management systems, asset trackers. Also, what's new would be soon presented, it's tire pressure sensors. And probably this is the main products what we have for the telematics industry.
Perfect, thank you. Jacinta?
So we have Hazer, which is integrated with Wialon and Halsby, and so with this application we allow people to connect various devices, and it could be the GPS devices that we see, and also we make custom devices based on the requirements, and also we allow customers to bring in their own custom-made devices, probably machinery, so some device that they have created to meet a specific requirement of an organization. So this is what we do.
Perfect. Thank you. Michael?
Thank you, Karina. Well, we're Pod Group, executive variance company, and we are your enterprise network operator. We enable you to own your own mobile network. That includes a SIM technology that enables you to configure it wherever it goes in the world. One platform that enables you to manage it, and one network with more than 600 operators on it.
Thank you. Juan Miguel.
I'm Juan Miguel from CTTMX. I think the most important IoT for us is the special industrial things to our customers. We develop custom-made services based on all the data that we can get from the IoT devices.
Perfect. Sergey is covering Wialon team, so how do we see ourselves in IoT?
Can you hear me? Actually, I guess that our main product is the one that unites them all. This is the ecosystem. This is the universal ecosystem for monitoring and managing the connected assets. Why this is not just a product, but the ecosystem? Because we bridge different hardware manufacturers, different software manufacturers. We allow different services in terms of the connected units management to our customers, and we allow different partners to build their solutions on top of this ecosystem. That's why this is called ecosystem. We try to provide the whole spectrum of services and lay the basement for that. And all these companies are dear partners. They somehow interact with us, build their own solutions to our end users, and that's why this is our job, to make it easier.
Exactly. Great, thank you so much for your answers. Now let's talk a little bit more about the specific requirements from your clients that you're working with. So my next question is, what solutions are most frequently requested from your customers? So if no particular order, maybe Juan Miguel could answer first.
Okay. Now, since 3 years ago, in our country, in Mexico, in Central America, the crime is climbing up. And the most services or the most specific needs for our customers is anti-theft, anti-theft solutions or anti-theft devices. And we base our services in a really good data connectivity partner and different devices. And the most specific, we try to know the customers, know the needs, know the environment about the transport, and we recommend the best solution. I think that's our key point for us.
Perfect. Michael, what would be the most common for you?
Sure. Well, actually, our customers are looking for a long-term partner in data connectivity. They're not just looking for connectivity, they're looking for someone that will help them solve the issue of fragmentation, the wide range of devices, the wide range of connectivity that is out there, and how to manage it, how to mitigate the risk for the future. What happens when a device or a connectivity no longer works in a certain country, or if the regulator restricts roaming, for example? So with our solution, our innovative eSIM and eSIM applets, our one network that includes more than 600 networks, operators, we are able to do that. And more importantly, we don't do it for our customers. We enable them to do it for themselves. They own the network as a service.
Perfect. Thank you. Jacinta?
It depends. So we get requirements about people tracking, asset tracking, both stationary or moving, and built-in utility management, and also logistics, call chain and all. We work with different platforms and also different backends to bring in this data onto meaningful data on Hazer. So we had some requirements where some people wanted to connect devices from Things Network. So we managed to do it within 3 hours, putting together 3 different platforms and create the dashboards and the reports they wanted within few hours. I see it's also about connecting devices and connecting different platforms, and then the telematics data that you collect from all these sensors and all that to make it meaningful for your business. So I think this is the main requirement end of the day.
Okay. Montes?
It really depends on the market from which customers are asking, but still the basic tracking is a tendency, and it's moving to the more advanced, maybe I can tell, CAN solutions. More and more customers are trying to implement to their markets, because markets becoming already and vehicles becoming more newer even in the growing markets. Another tendency I can tell that probably most of the time everybody wanted to track the moving objects like vehicles, tractors, trucks, and now there's a huge demand for the asset trackers and people tracking that gives a lot of efficiency for the business. They can save a lot of money in this part, and if you speak about more advanced solutions, there is demand in some markets for the video telematics, ADA systems. Probably that's it.
Perfect. Abrar?
Okay, well, I must say that at Queclink, we have a tagline, driving smarter IoT. So we always make sure that we have a unique product portfolio for the market. And you have been seeing that I have been hyping more on the different widespread product portfolio that we have in place. But I personally believe that the major traction of the overall product portfolio that we have is taken care by, like, the revenue stream is more pushed by the fleet management devices, which covers, I would say, devices with canvas capabilities, devices for UBI, like insurance telematics. And at the same time, there is demand for asset tracking devices. So people are moving towards asset trackers with the built-in temperature sensor, that what we have in place. And several other asset trackers which have battery life. Say we have certain asset trackers which can last for up to 10 years battery life. So I see the demand is more for advanced telematic solutions in the market. So that's how it is.
Perfect. And Sergey, do we have any statistics of which ones are more popular in the Wialon?
Yeah, I would agree with my colleagues about these advanced solutions. At Wialon, the major primary focus is on transportation telematics, because this is where we have the biggest expertise, I assume, and the biggest success history. So we have, according to our data, we have about 50% of our units, vehicles connected. They come from the cargo transportation, and 30% are passenger transportation. So I see 80% are transportation companies. So this is our primary focus, and this is where we try to provide the condition monitoring, not just on simple GPS tracking, right, but just condition monitoring, condition of the loads, of the vehicles themselves, automating some business processes in fleet management domain. This is actually the major focus right now. Of course, we have some growing segments and some growing demands for different equipment monitoring, different stationary units, like personal tracking and so on. That's why in Gurtan we have a portfolio of products that actually can add on to this value and provide services for personal tracking, which is GPS trace. My colleagues will speak later about that. And FLESP, which is the Universal Telematics Data Processing System. But for Wialon, yeah, transportation.
Perfect. Thank you. Now, these were, of course, the most common requests, but as we know, the world is not perfect, and sometimes we get rather unusual requests from the end customers, and both system integrators, hardware developers, they all need to adapt to that. So my next question is, how do you deal with non-standard requests which are coming from your customers within your company? So perhaps Abrar.
Okay, we often get IoT requests from customers which is definitely unique to their business. And I must admit to the fact that customization is one of Queclink's biggest capabilities. So, at Queclink, we have around 65% employees which are engineers, and that's what I was hyping more throughout the day. So what we do is, we have extensive experience designing chip-level technology solutions, which allows for greater customization for our customers. So, and also, when we are talking about customization, it's not only about, like say, making or tweaking the firmware or tweaking the IOs of the device, but it's all about devising a product right from scratch. So for our customers, we usually act or play a role more of a strategic advisor, I would say, wherein we propose them IoT solutions which are unique to their business, and also we make sure that the customization we are doing, it's not only meeting their current market needs, but at the same time it is future proof. So if you will see say 20 or 30 models on Queclink website or any marketing material that is published, I would say there would be equivalent number or probably more than that as customized devices that we are offering to our customers. And that's the reason I said that Queclink's, customization is one of Queclink's biggest capabilities, and that's what we are doing. So we have devices, designed and developed right from scratch for our customers across the globe. Yeah.
Perfect, thank you. Yeah. Mantas?
At the moment, we are covering most of the demand almost all the sectors. But if there are requests for new products, of course, we are like a multi-billion company and can build from scratch it. Together with that, we are implementing tools for our customers to do them customization by themselves. I'm speaking about the SDK software development kit, where customers can write their own scripts inside, and we are not involved in that. So our customers helping for themselves to build a product.
Perfect. Jacinta would like to answer next.
Yeah, so we have our own development team. So we are able to customize the software, and also we make both proactive and reactive solutions. Proactive, we will learn the requirements while we speak to other colleagues or customers, so what we get from internet. So we make proactive solutions to keep up, and also we make reactive solutions where you learn some requirements from the customer and then develop it fast. So apart from that, Hazer is actually it's a you can configure it on the fly. You can make the dashboards as you want for data visualization, and then you can connect the devices, custom-made devices, so the popular telematics, as I mentioned earlier. So with the integration with FlashPay, we are able to do the PV, the message parser to get the customer devices or the sensors on board, and also we like to work with open standard hardware where it will support extensive programming like SDK, and also we'll look at interoperability with the other sensors. So in future, we can probably use the same devices to connect more sensors or to create more scenarios to meet the future demands.
Perfect. Michael?
Karina, none of our customers order a standard product. It's all customized. That's because their devices, their networks, it's all fragmented. And yet, it's actually, and yet it is our role to provide an agnostic solution, and this is what we're doing with the Eno SIM. It is one SIM, and yet it is programmable remotely over the air. And we have one platform to manage connectivity from all over the world. The key is, though, these unique requirements we keep getting in also spur us on to innovate and develop new technologies. So, for instance, Eno One SIM is one of them, but also the EMEA lock. So fraud of people removing SIMs from devices is an issue. By locking them to the device, we prevent that. This is a work in progress and will be released very soon. The other is being able to remotely configure or do SIM provisioning without SMS. Increasingly, devices don't have SMS capability, and we are developing a solution which should be ready by the end of this quarter.
Perfect. Juan Miguel?
I don't remember when was the regular request for our customers. Most of the customers, as Michael says, most of the customers, they have a special need. And most of them, they said, don't share with anybody else.
Confidential.
That's the reason we have to create an R&D department. Actually, 30% of our company's R&D. We have to visit customers, we have to live with the customers, know the needs, and after that, we put it all together, and after that, we're able to deliver the special needs or the special custom project for our customers. I think that is the roots of the company that I represent.
Perfect.
Everything is special.
Sergey?
Yes, we have big pool of partners in the world, and that's why we definitely have a lot of non-standard requests coming from all over the place. We try to group them into divide them into several groups. The first is when partners actually partners and customers are trying to ask to add something in the product that is not there. This can be good for the use case. This can be good for the industry. This can be good for this niche. It can be specifically really good. And for these cases, we try to we always as my colleagues mentioned, we have an API that actually every partner who has some development experience can use to change a bit the product, change the logic, to update it to better adapt to this non-standard request. This is a very good idea to use in case you have some non-standard requests that are basically not gonna appear in the product in the next in a couple of in the next times. Yeah. We also have such requests that partners they can do themselves, and they are trying to promote it, and that's why we have the marketplace in Wialon, which will be developing soon, and are developing that, but we'll probably focus more on that, so that we have a lot of solutions that actually can fit different niches, and the partners can promote. And we welcome you guys to take part in that marketplace. Contact me in case you have something to market and spread within our partners, because we are really interested in growing our ecosystem. We also have some requests, as my colleagues mentioned, that really inspire us to get some new features in the product, to develop them. This is really good. It can sound non-standard, but when we research into this, we will see that there's a niche for that. There's like a business opportunity. We can add these features, and many products in the world appeared from that, and some features in Wialon. I probably tease that soon we will launch a product which will actually provide some capabilities in terms of leasing control, which also came as a request one day. Of course there are some groups of non-standard requests. Also, we thought about that. That actually highlight some problems in our product. That partners and customers asking us for something that is already there in the product, or that they are not using correctly. That's why we have a wonderful customer support team and the guys there that actually can process this request, understand where is the problem. Is it in the product, or is it somewhere in the way the customer uses this product, and set it up to improve the way the customers use, to introduce some best practices that actually are there in our product and in the system as well.
Perfect. So we got some insights as well for future to look into.
Yeah.
Thank you. So we all understand that obviously market develops extremely rapidly, and every single year we have new solutions coming out. So my next question is, how do you determine your next steps for further developments within your company? So what steps do you do, or what, in general, how do you determine what to do next? I believe Sergey already answered briefly in his previous question, so perhaps you can continue this topic.
Yes, we definitely, when we're looking into the future, we definitely have we have to actually look into all the chain of events, all the chain of who uses product and in which industry and how. It's a big product, big market. We have to use on the end clients, at the partners, and at our own interest. So we definitely try to interrogate. We have a big research team with researchers, analysts, and product managers who are doing all these researches, exploring the market, talking to our partners. That's why actually we're here today and in JIDEX. And definitely try to understand the trends in the market. And finally, we're looking into our metrics within the product. It's also very important to understand how actually the global ecosystem is using Wialon, what is the insights out of it, and what can be improved to ensure the further efficiency.
Perfect. Juan Miguel?
I think the future for us is the Industry 4.0 and artificial intelligence. Actually, we believe that if we put it all together, will be not the future, just the present, because everybody wants to know how, where, and what is the result if we mix it or we put it together. We are developing a lot of things with artificial intelligence applied to agriculture, water meters, industrial process. For example, when the meat processors or when the growers in our country, we are putting artificial intelligence in the driving behaviors and the growing behaviors of the plants and the irrigation systems. And we believe that is the future, put it all together, because there is a lot of data when the IoT and somebody needs to process and analyze. And I think we are ready to do that.
Perfect. Michael?
Karina, without a doubt, it is the challenges that our customers have that spur our innovation. And often it's not it is out of their control and out of ours, but we need to innovate to find solutions. So for instance, some countries regulators have restricted their connectivity to permanent local native roaming. And so it is our role to identify and build partnerships with native operators so that our customers can benefit and meet those regulations. Another one is the vast increase in the benefits of NB-IoT, except this NB-IoT has hardly any coverage in the world, a little in some spots around the world, and it's taking forever. And yet, as I mentioned earlier to one of our colleagues here, that we have signed up with a satellite operator who will be able to provide NB-IoT connectivity worldwide, even in the Sahara, even in the jungle in the Amazons. They will have NB-IoT connectivity. And NB-IoT particularly is very useful for remote sensors because they consume very low battery and they're left remotely, and it's actually a very good scenario there. And we're there, we are spurred, so to summarize, we're spurred by our customers, but yet it is our role to kind of leap ahead and think what may be useful. For instance, I spoke earlier of having one platform, one pane of glass to manage all the SIM cards and connectivity. But here at this event, I'm also planting the seed for maybe joining the Wialon platform with our IoT management platform. So from one platform, the Wialon platform, not only will you get location, but you would be able to manage your SIM card connectivity. This is just an idea, but this is the way we are thinking ahead of the needs, and I'm confident it will have a good reception.
Great. Jacinta?
So obviously we have our own R&D, and also it's for us in our market, IoT is new, so nobody's going to ask for I want IoT for this. So it's about we study this the problems that we have right now where we see, and also working with different partners to learn about the way things are done in different regions. So we try to make Haze a broader product where it could be customized for a very specific requirement. For an example, we had a request to monitor machine hours and then calculate idling and then report failures and all that. So where we had with Haze, you can customize all these reports, the way we visualize the sensor information and analytics. So we were able to cater the system integrator without much customization. I mean, in the like code level customization, but change in the way the data is presented to the end user, and also creating smart rules for notifications and all that. So we try to make the Haze is like sort of a broader platform where it could cater like possible future requirement of a specific need.
Perfect. Mantas?
I think that in our business, the future comes from requests, because you can build very, very good solution or some device. If the market never needs it, it would be fail in development and so on. We're constantly trying to ask and discuss with our partners what our requests are coming and what the market what is the market requirements. Usually in this business, there are talks, maybe 1-2 years about something, and we see that after 2-3 years, this is the requirement for the market. I'm speaking as an example. It was BLE. Some time ago, everybody was telling that no, it's not reliant. We will use the cables, and the cables still is normal, and it will be in the future. But as we see, everybody is now using BLE. So I think the future, what could be in near future in our business, that more and more standards will come. I'm speaking about communication protocols. I'm speaking about Zigbee. That would be a new communication options between the devices, because more and more devices needs to be connected. And at the moment, and I think in near future, the development costs will increase a lot. So if something could be standardized and could give a good value, so that would be future.
Thank you. Abrar?
About the trends, as I said, that being an IoT innovator and the tagline which I just mentioned a couple of minutes ago, what I believe is that at Queclink, having 3 high-level R&D centers in place and 65% of our strength being engineers. So what we do is we brainstorm the new technology trends on a regular basis. So every employee has access to the management, every employee has access to the R&D centers or the product managers, and we discuss technology trends on a regular basis. So be it current technology trends, at the same time technology trends which will become advent in the coming days. Just to give an example, we knew that 4G devices will become advent in these times. So we made advancements and strategic investment towards this part back in 2017. So till date, we have already shipped more than 4 million 4G devices, and we are making strategic investments towards 5G and other IoT devices. So that's what that's the best part about this business. You cannot just rely on certain products which become cash cow for a particular time, but you need to switch and bring in new products and innovate for giving and adding value to the community. So yeah, that's
exactly. Need to adapt quickly in that case. Yeah. Great, thank you so much. And of course, even the most thought out solutions do not exist in a perfect bliss bubble, and sometimes some issues and problems come along the way. So, dear panelists, do you experience any challenges when implementing new solutions into the market? And if you do, what are they? Perhaps.
Start all the time. Yeah, okay. Perfect. I believe when you say challenges, challenges are part and parcel of any business, and I believe Queclink is no exception to it. There are several challenges that you have to face on a regular basis. So it's all about how agile and strong your value chain is, how strong and agile your value proposition is. I know these are some marketing jargons that I'm using, but that's more relevant words to specify the challenges. So it's all about your proactiveness to combat these challenges. Just to give you an example, our industry is suffering from the global component shortage issue. And it has hampered the production capabilities across the globe. And the situation was worst a few months back. But at Queclink, we did foresee this coming, and having a strong collaboration with our suppliers, we made sure that we have enough components stacked up in order to keep the production up and running. So this is one of the challenges, I would say an operational challenge that we had to fix. But there are several challenges we deal on a regular basis. So be it a special request in terms of solutions that needs to be deployed. As I said, Queclink, in terms of customization capabilities, we are doing great. Then there will be several other challenges, be it commercial or technical. Like in certain markets, in order to import the devices, you need to have certain certifications. And you need to tweak the device structure. You need to tweak the hardware in order to comply with the governmental regulation in particular organization. That's one part. So these challenges are there and there. So it's all about how you work, how closely you work with your partners in that particular region. And I think we at Queclink, we are working with several partners. Same applies to every partner, everyone sitting here. We have to be equally aligned with the global market players and accordingly take it ahead from there. So that's how it is.
Perfect, thank you. Mantas?
I agree with that, the most challenge, I think, for us as a manufacturer to show the value of our product to the end user. And between end user and us, there is our partners, integrators, and we always trying to educate them as much as possible, not just sending leaflets, but we're doing trainings, educating them what's the product, what value it could bring, and with help of our partners, we are selling these products to the end users, and this is, I think, the most biggest challenge to educate the end user.
I think it's for everyone like that at the moment, yeah. Yes, Sinta?
So challenges would be resistance to adopt new technology by the employees, the users, and lack of right human resources to take care of the new technologies that we try to introduce. And also we see some business processes does not allow to adopt these new technologies. So this is hard. So you have one part automated and then you have manual, something done manually. So end of the day, you don't get the real benefit of the solution that we provide. So we try to educate customer, make awareness, write articles about case studies, and also we sometimes go to the extent that we do the business processes for small companies where they can, how they can make use of our product, how they can fit this into their business process. So yeah, that's what we do.
Perfect. Michael?
The way we go to market, or the way we overcome difficulties in the market, I think would come down to two approaches. The first is innovation, in terms of the innovations we make in terms of our SIM, our UICC capabilities, the applets that are added, the functionalities that enable multiple networks to be configured, or SIMs to be configured remotely. Our platform, adding new functionality, and our networks, finding new networks, and all that I kind of mentioned earlier. But I would like to add the other vertical, the other pillar, and that is partnerships. Because it's through partnerships with our customers not transactions, partnerships. Partnerships with other external software providers, like Wialon, for example. Partnerships with, even within Pod Group, and now its acquisition by Gizek and Devrient a year ago, we are even stronger. But it is also a partnership. And by being stronger, we are able to meet more of our customers' needs, offer better service level agreements, basically have the financial weight behind us. So I'm all for Pod Group, is all for partnerships at all levels, because we can only go forward together.
Exactly. I think from Valeriya's presentation today, the key wording that she said today, if you want to go fast, you go alone, but if you want to go far, you go together. So I think here it fits perfectly.
Totally agree.
Yeah. Juan Miguel?
There's a lot of challenge. I think the most important for us now is the chipset shortage, and the technology is moving really fast. And the big challenge for us is try to convince the customers that the things that they're looking in the movie, there's not happening in the actual world. I think this is the main challenge for us. They saw a movie in the afternoon and they call us on the following day and said, hey, I want that. We try to figure out how, and the other big challenge for us is to try to educate our customers how to use the technology. There is a lot of technology, there is a lot of devices, but the customers, the main user doesn't know how to use it. And the other big challenge that we're already working on it is everybody provides data, but the customer doesn't want data, they want information. They want a chart, they want key information, they want graphs, but the data is emerging for all the parts. I think that's the main challenge. Translate the data into information, real information valuable to do more businesses. And the other big challenge that we're dealing is the turn off of the 3G, 4G in some countries. Sorry, 3G, no 4G.
Great. Sergey?
I think the biggest challenge for Wialon right now is, and I thought about that, this is its scale right now, because we are actually present on all the continents, populated continents in the world. We have a big network of partners, we have different regulations, different protocols, a lot of different business models. And in terms of the product development and spreading it further in the market, we definitely, when we're planning some new developments, we need to take into account all these potential configurations that can arouse. We need to take into account the interests of our partners. And when we do something, we need to check if we didn't break somebody's business process when we integrate some change into our product. This is very tricky. We're like, like sappers who diffuse mines. Every time it's just, okay, if we do something, we roll it out first to see how our partner network can react. And we definitely need to balance the interests of different partners, because some of them prefer Wialon to be simple, and so that new users come and they easily use it. Some of them prefer it to be complex, so because their business model is based on that, so on actually providing additional services that actually simplify Wialon. So that's the balance of balancing between the interests, balancing between the business models, features, and also the technical architecture is definitely a challenge right now. Of course, we face some other ones in the market. We see that business is consolidating, that only ecosystems survive. That's why we actually, my major challenge and our major goal is not to just, as I mentioned that before, and then my colleagues might agree with Michael, that only together, when building an ecosystem, building this synergy, can drive us further. And we will actually go into the future with protected and with our solid market share.
Great. Sometimes we all face situations where end customers might not understand the value of the solution. Personally, like in business development, we do face these situations, and this results into constant bargaining or looking into the competition. So how do you, within your company, how do you ensure that your end customer understands the value of the product that you bring to them? Maybe Juan Miguel can start.
Different order.
Different order.
We have to mix it up.
Finally.
Yeah.
Okay.
When we start the company, all the customers ask us, how do that? What happens if I do something? What happens if I turn off the GPS? What happens? And we start developing a post-sales department. And now, half of the companies in a post-sales department, support department. We teach the customer how to use the Wialon platform. Actually, we only use Wialon platform since more than 12 years ago. We teach them before we install the first device if it is a new customer. We teach them how to use it, how to exploit it, and how to apply the information in their business. When something new arises, we do a campaign to inform the customers. Now, all the tickets that we received is they want to know more. And we're happy with that, because if they want to know more, it's a signal that we're doing the things better each day. At the beginning, we detect that as a weak area in our company, and we put it all together, all the knowledge together, and now is the strongest department in our company, the support and post-sales department.
Perfect. Michael?
Sure. Well, I'm going to say data connectivity, data connectivity, data connectivity. And that is because I need to capture people's attention. I think one of the main challenges we have is that there is information overload. There is information distraction. And too often, customers and us have too many distractions, and we need to focus attention. Learning, because the technology is changing all the time, we need to learn what is next available, what is the solution, and we need to be open to that. And I feel that to be able to achieve that, I'm going to go back to the relationships. It's almost impossible to do that on a transactional basis. We need to build the relationship of trust, whereby we will give each other enough attention to understand each other's requirements and grow for the future, not for the short term. And I feel that I'm very proud that being part of Pod Group, because we are forward-looking, we are offering an agnostic solution, we are mitigating the risks of the future by developing a solution that our own customers can manage as their own as a service. So to summarize, I would say, again, relationships, to focus attention, to get and achieve long-term solutions, viable solutions.
Perfect. Jacinta?
Yeah, so what we do is, again, like we make our product like more compatible with requirements. So then we don't have to charge customers for customization. We try to make it more generic, where the customization that we do is more compatible with a lot of requirements. So this way we can bring down the cost, our cost, where we can offer it to the end user, where they can get very economical rates. And we make it also same for the integrator, where they will have room for more margins. So this way we try to make customizations as much as possible and more generic, where more people can use it. So this is what we do.
Perfect. Mantas?
I think it's great to build a product that it speaks for himself, but we still don't make robots. So we do trainings for the customers, and I think the most good education is to be together with them in the meetings with the end users and show business cases, how this product impacted on other regions, on other businesses, what was other projects, so they can see the value. And like these pure leaflets or just marketing material, not always enough for that. So it's constant speaking with the partners and customers is the best education.
Perfect.
Okay, I have been mentioning that at Queclink we have a very widespread product portfolio, and as Michael mentioned, that there are a lot of distraction. So it's all about how accessible your information is. And at Queclink we make sure, me personally being in sales, we make sure that we have bi-weekly or monthly meetings with the customers. There is a regular chat, there is regular dialogue. So in order to educate the customers about the devices that we have in place or the solutions, along with the FA team, because I believe the technical team plays a pivotal role in driving the solutions in order to the customers. So the FA teams, they usually are in constant touch with the customer's technical team. So we make sure, so at Queclink we have made sure that our customers have access to the technical team directly. So they are welcome to discuss anything pertaining to our solutions or any technological trends that are happening in the industry. Just to give you an example, now our technical team works with client base across the globe. So there will be instances wherein a customer in the Middle East is asking for a particular solution which is already being implemented, say in North America or in Europe. So we bring in the global expertise for the customers across the globe. It's like think globally, act locally. So that's how it is. So we are in constant touch with our customer, making sure that they are well aware about the devices. These days, one blessing I would say that COVID has given us is that we are virtually more active. We are conducting more webinars, making sure that we bring and we come to the customers with the new solutions or new trends in the industry. So yeah, that's the positive changes that are happening. Yeah, that's it.
Perfect, thank you. Yeah. And Sergey?
Yeah, speaking about value, we have the teams like business development guys, customer support that actually whose actually purpose is to explain the value to the end users, to the partners. But in a product team, the biggest metric for the value, like if our end users are getting this value, is their engagement in the products and in the special functionality, modules, and so on. I spoke about that on the previous presentation in Vilnius, that engagement is a key metric for us. We understand, our understanding is that if the users are using our product, if they're using this functionality, they're getting some value out of it. Of course, the scale of this value is a different story, but the first one is engagement. And that's why under engagement in the certain modules is a pretty serious problem. We treat it as an alarm that some users and some end users, different businesses, they're okay with GPS tracking, they're okay with fuel monitoring. But for some reasons they're not, they're struggling with driving safety, for example, module, or they're struggling with video monitoring or technical maintenance. These are all parts of fleet management, and we definitely want to bring value to that. But if they don't use that, that means that they don't get value out of it. So this is a problem in our modules. We try to tackle these bottlenecks. We try to analyze data, see what's wrong, get some interviews, get some researchers, probably build some experiments and changing something to raise this engagement. And then if we see that it works, then definitely the value increases. And it's easier for our colleagues to explain it. And finally, all these features, they must actually definitely convert to some business value, like business benefits for the end users. That's why we're trying now. We're actually in our product trying to calculate this business value, trying to say, hey guys, this is the amount of money that you're going to save with fuel economy if you use this module. or this is the amount of traffic accidents that you're going to avoid if you use video monitoring. Of course, based on the statistics, based on the data, this is not just simple numbers. But when users see numbers, see the money, it's easier for them to actually get on the solution and compare that with some other competitors. So showing the impact is very important to explain when explaining the value.
Great, thank you so much. We're moving to our last question because we're almost running out. I can see Kevin is showing me already last question. Yeah. Just let's talk briefly about future. So as per your opinion, what is the future of telematics as part of IoT industry, and what trends should we look into? So perhaps let's start with
fine.
Abrar.
For the last time, I'm the first. That's nice. The future is bright and limitless, I would say. Being in sales and always on the ground, interacting with several stakeholders, what I can see that the industry is becoming more organized and it's shrinking in terms of the players in the market. So it's all about the power of sustenance in this kind of changing market environments. More and more countries are having economic vision in which they are undergoing infrastructural developments, and they're investing highly on something that is termed as smart cities with less human touch. And that's something that is happening. So that's totally aligned with their economic vision. So this is something that is there now. You will see more and more governmental projects that is coming up. Okay, so that's a good sign for the industry as a whole. Also, you can see that there is a lot of transition happening from 2G to 4G devices. More and more people are adapting, more and more countries are adapting to the 4G network, and people are discussing about 5G and other technologies in place. So that's one of the key attributes that will be driving the industry trend. Also, we should not overlook the advent of AI into the industry, because that is going to be something that will be driving the overall IoT trend, and it is going to be a pivotal thing that will be, that will make sure that your product is strong and viable enough. So how as I said, how agile you are in terms of your solutions, that's there. So overall, the booming trend of our industry is going to continue. Okay, there will be a lot more demand for, say, advanced fleet management devices, including the devices with canvas capabilities. And again, 4G devices and 5G devices and other IoT devices in place. So I see, the trend is going to be good, and it is going to be booming over the years. Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Mantas?
I think even current products are moving to the future. We are removing the 2G from the market. Standard products are upgraded to the 4G, and 5G is coming. So we will have capability for way faster data transfer. Everything would be connected to the 5G. Also, when we speak about custom development, I think there would be more standards, and it would be more tools to do it, because more and more devices are coming to the market, and at the moment it's a little bit mess of these accessories and everything. You need to buy different devices to connect them, especially different software systems. So I think future would be more standardized, and more regulations will be coming.
Perfect. Jacinta?
Yeah, so I think it's limitless. Like I chose like some sensor to detect like it's a smart mouse trap. So like for me, I think this comes from making your living experience better. So I think we can look into many areas, and then we can think of how we can convert this to IoT. Could be buildings, utility, monitoring, people movement tracking. So so many ways of making your living experience better. And as experts in IoT sector, we can look into many areas where we can find ways to connect sensors, devices, like using image processing to and OAI to make into new business horizons.
Great. Michael?
Karina, the future is now. We are here. We have together, all of us, are building one huge machine of the future. This is the stuff from the scientific movies that they watch in Mexico, that we all watch too. And it is our responsibility, all of us, to make it a secure, huge machine. It is huge. We have to make sure we can switch it off when we need to. Otherwise, if it falls in the wrong hands, it can be detrimental. So security is high on our agenda, pod group as being part of Gizek and Devrient. Security from fraud, security from illegal use is a high priority for us going forward. You may or may not know that our mother company, Gizek and Devrient, are the suppliers of the eSIM in Apple's iPhone 14, something we're very proud of. And together, we are continuing to set the standard in UICC SIM technology development, but also connectivity, and most importantly, going forward to the future is security.
Great. Juan Miguel?
Yeah, the future is here. I think the big challenge is put it all together, easy to understood, because nobody can have now everything in the palm of the hand. I think that is the big challenge, because, for example, with our customers, they have a lot of sensors, a lot of devices, a lot of platforms, but I think the future is everything needs to be talking each other and understood each other, and easier to read it, easy to give orders and receive orders, because now we have to do a lot of things in so many different platforms, so many different devices, and we have to translate. Thanks God it's FlexP, because we use it, but I think everything needs to be interconnected, and everything needs to be talked each other and understood each other. I think that's the challenge for the future, because the future is now, and tomorrow will be the future also.
So the future is to overcome the challenge.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Sergey?
You know, I can just sum up what was said, because it was said pretty much and pretty profoundly. Yeah, I see that telematics will become like widespread, meaning that every hardware which is now manufactured or will be manufactured in a couple of years will be connected. Every hardware, even probably some software things, I don't know, like my clothing, whatever, jackets, whatever, trousers, they will be definitely connected. So we can expect that telematics and all this IoT technology will go into particularly all the material products. So 100%, it will definitely open up some opportunities, but it will also provide some threats that we see that market will not be growing anymore, actually, because it will reach it's like 100%, and all fleets will have telematics. All fleets will understand the benefits of it, and it will just simply because fleets without telematics will simply lose and die out. That's it. So the market will be fully with telematics. It's going to be faster because of the 5G, all this stuff, 6G. Like in Jijix, this was 6G Pavilion. Really interesting to see what they have. Starlink and so on. It's going to be smarter because of the artificial intelligence. And I would say, like, artificial intelligence is not just the just a fancy word. It's going to become not only just used for data analytics and prognosing. AI will become a real business companion for the fleet managers as well as for other countries, other companies. So the companies will not be competing in what hardware they have, who has the better hardware, like better trucks or whatever. They will compete in who has the better AI. So this is also one side of what we will expect us, and we definitely have to be secure with that, because we don't want Skynet to repeat and so on. So yeah, that's it. But yeah, it's limitless.
Great, indeed. Well, it's the end of our panel discussion. I think we did it just on time, so perfect. Dear colleagues, thank you so much for joining me on the stage. I believe everyone who's in the audience and who's watching us via stream have enjoyed your insights and expertise on this matter. And just one more time, thank you for our Wialon community that allows us to have such a discussion and exchange the knowledge and help others also to get some inspiration on how to grow their business. Thank you so much, and let us enjoy the rest of the event. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Karina, and to all our lovely panelists for taking the time to speak with us and tell us more about different trends that are fueling the IoT space. Now, before we proceed, let me just remind everyone that tomorrow onwards, we will be participating at GITEX at our IoT booth. We invite and welcome every one of you, and please bring your friends and family along as well. In case you need any promo passes, please feel free to ask us. We'd like to see as many people as we can at our booth to make it a grand success. Also, we've all been sitting for a very long time, so I'm just going to run this very quick exercise. I'm going to request everyone to please quickly stand up. In case you're holding anything, please put it on your chair and just quickly just stand up, please. Just for a brief few seconds. Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, people are shy. No, great. Everyone's standing up. Great. Okay. So now somebody told me that if you can actually touch your nose to your elbow, right or left, that is a miracle in itself. Is there anyone that can claim to do that? Can anyone try? Touching your elbow to your nose. For people wearing suits and jackets, don't even try, please. Yeah, but anyone else, anyone. If anyone can do that, we give a free 30-day trial account of Wialon hosting. For everyone, anyone who can do that. Anyone? No, sorry, you're a premium customer, no free accounts. Yeah. No, only yours. No? Thank you. Please have a seat. Just to remind everyone, we're running way behind schedule because we started a little late, and also we've had a lot of technology partner presentations. We're going to have just 3 more before we break for lunch. So in the interest of time, we will not be accepting any questions. I'm very sorry. However, you can save your questions and ask them to the presenters during the lunch break. So moving on, I'm going to invite, so next we're going to start with a company called TESLaSmart. TESLaSmart, oh, I'm sorry, I've lost my chain. Yeah, we will start with TESLaSmart. Smart home is still a thing perceived to be something of sci-fi or something for the geeks. However, this company here claims that very soon the smart home will become the most affordable norm, and TESLaSmart wants to bring the smart home closer to the average customer. To tell us more, please welcome on stage the head of export sales at TESLaSmart, Vitalii Rotinberg. Forward and back.
Dear colleagues, good afternoon. I hope you are all doing well today. My name is Vitalii. I'm head of export department TESLaSmart. Our company becomes the winner. Please turn on presentation. My name is Vitalii. I'm head of export department of TESLaSmart company. Our company became the winner of the IoT project of the year competition last year, winning the main nomination, Community Choice. This year we are excited to be a part this community again. TESLaSmart produced multifunctional wireless sensors that measure temperature, humidity, lighting, and magnetic field level. All is one small sensor. the size of a lighter or clicker. TESLaSmart team has been working in IoT market for 14 years. We know everything about problems connected with wired sensors. The market is full of them. They are reliable, though at risk of external interference. But wireless sensor takes the best solution from standard wireless sensors, but are also model-proof. TESLaSmart, which now develops only wireless solution, uses BLE technologies to transfer data from sensor to a navigation device. They can measure several parameters at the same time and send the data online. Let's take a look at the history of our brand. In the spring 2020, we entered the market with only one BLE sensor model and a BLE base. The first model had 4 built-in sensors. The basic task of monitoring temperature and door opening by the magnetic field level was solved, but there was a certain delay in transferring of temperature and humidity indication. At the moment, the body of TESLiOT sensor had a low dust and moisture protection because it came with a technical hole for air circulation as a possibility of light detection. Since then we have released 2 more generations of sensor, constantly improving and developing their technical characteristics. But even today, the first few hundreds of TESLiOT sensors are still successfully working in various projects without replacing batteries for about 2 years. Today, we are pleased to present you a new line TESLiOT BLE sensor. Here are 5 models. First, TESLiOT 1 is one of the most affordable BLE temperature sensor on the market. Moreover, this is a humidity sensor, and the built-in reed switch, if necessary, which performs the function of the refrigerator door status sensor. The frost-proof battery can work up to 1 year before the battery is replaced. Second, TESLiOT Start has an external Dallas temperature sensor. Let me point out to you that the operation temperature of any Dallas is from minus 55 to plus 125 degrees Celsius. So this sensor can work, if necessary, in extreme environments. For example, deep freezing below minus 30 or a boiling environment plus 100 degrees Celsius. And our start will help make this solution wireless. The battery use has an AA size and a special chemistry, lithium thionyl chloride, which allows you to install the sensor in an extreme environment. Third solution is TESLiOT Top. Has an external purged sleeve with a sensitive Swiss sensor Sensirion SHT30, which has a temperature measuring accuracy of plus minus 0.2 degrees Celsius. The second feature of this model is the presence of 2 slots for AA battery with a total capacity of 5,400 milliamperes. This BLE sensor model is one of the longest lasting on the market in items of battery life. Fourth, TESLiOT Guard is a compact reed switch tag with the ability to broadcast not only the MAC address, but also a short sensor ID to identify a special tag. Guard can be used to identify the driver, trailers, and semi-trailers, and the ability to broadcast the temperature of the processor makes this BLE sensor one of the most affordable on the market. Now, meet TESLiOT Pro, the most powerful BLE sensor model in its segment. As the whole updated line of BLE sensor, Pro has a built-in read switch to determine the status of refrigerator door. But Pro was invited to perform more complex task is not standard projects. Pro features. Firstly, it has an external ventilated and transparent sleeve in which three sensitive sensors are located: temperature, humidity, and brightness. Secondly, also in Pro, as in the start model, 3 is a classic one-wire temperature interface in the DLS protocol with up to 6 temperature sensors. Example, with such a set of sensors, you can control, for example, greenhouse, the temperature of air and soil, humidity and brightness, up to 7 measure points. Thirdly, Pro has 5 digital inputs at once. They are discrete by default. Also, 2 inputs can measure voltage. For example, it will later be possible to connect air pressure sensor in the air suspension to determine the external load. Gas pressure to determine the flow and gas cylinder equipment, liquid pressure in high pressure lines. We expect Pro to become an extremely universal BLE sensor that can be used, for example, in the combined harvest bunker. What will be measured? Presence of grain in the bunker, the lower mark, and the sensor brightness. Grain filling level by special read switch with accuracy of every 20% out of 100. Mastery of grain and the temperature of the environment and sensitive SHT30 sensor in an external sleeve. These were our 5 best models of wireless sensors. Now let me introduce you to another sphere we are working on. TESLiSmart is also developing advanced system, in particular elements for indoor navigation to control assist in enclosed space. This solution consists of 2 components, base and label. The base is equipped with the antenna array. The antenna allows you to determine the position of objects in enclosed space. And the Bluetooth long range and Bluetooth direction finding technologies used in the tech allow you to determine the location in the controlled object. We are going to speak about real-life cases. Utkanos is one of the largest Russian online food hypermarkets in Moscow and Moscow region. About 400 refrigerated for transits were equipped with TESLiOT sensors. The main task is temperature control. TESLiOT sensors have been dealing with this task for 3 years already. Global Truck is one of the largest Russian and international trucking companies with a fleet of fridge trucks that are used to deliver food and pharmaceutical to large retail chains. One of their biggest challenge is monitoring of the condition of doors on a fleet of 500 semi-trailers. 2 TESLiOT sensors used to be installed. The first in front of wall, the second on the back door. So we got the temperature at 2 points of the semi-trailers at once, and also solved the problem with controlling the opening, closing of the doors. Next case, it's Greenfields. It's a distributor of exotic fruits and vegetables, which supplied to almost all Russian retail chains. When shipping exotic fruits and vegetables, it's especially important to ensure the control of critical parameters. These parameters are humidity and temperature. We also use the TESLiOT sensors. As you can see from the example of 3 different cases, our solution is unique and can be applied in absolutely any area. Be it retail, logistics, pharmaceutical, it doesn't matter. And all this implement on the Wialon monitoring system. To date, the unified BLE protocol TESLiOT for connecting BLE sensor is supported by popular BLE checkers. On screen, it's our team, a team of like-minded professional programmers, designers, engineers, business analytics, API integration expert, and another. Thank you for attention. Have a great day.
Thank you very much, Vitalii. Next, we have a presentation by our very own GPS Trace. GPS Trace is a software solution developed by Gurtam, which combines simplicity, reliability, and performance so that people could feel more confident and secure about their assets' location. Securing your own car or bike, maybe even creating a digital dog lead. GPS Trace solves these tasks and more for you to keep calm and stop worrying. To tell you more about this, I invite my colleague Rostislav Adutskevich, the customer service team lead at GPS Trace.
Hello everyone, my name is Rostislav. I'm from Gurtam company, namely from the GPS Trace product. And yes, we are the part of Gurtam family. I'm responsible for customer service support and particular for responsible for questions from users and partners. So I want to start with the words that Wialon is a truly great product. Many of you remember the old days when there was orange GPS Trace product, which was completely free, cut-down version of Wialon. And yet many partners and their clients really liked it. But times does not stand still. The company has new product, the audience is growing, the market is expanding, and new directions are imagined. Therefore, based on the experiments, of Gurtam and FLESP backend, the space team was quickly able to create a new product specifically designed for personal users, GPS Trace. Now let's continue about the present, and please take a closer look at Gurtam markets. We have a great and bulky Wialon, B2B solution, powerful, complex, and multifunctional solution. We have a FLESP, a young, smart, fast product. Telematics hub with an endless perspective, opening doors for developers of any IoT solution in the world. The markets of all products overlap, but one segment of customers is missing, who also need tracking and support. And now I'm talking about personal users. GPS Trace can give a simple, understandable, fast, and multi-platform product to ordinary users around the world. And I'm here to tell you about the product. The GPS Trace team has been on the market for a long time, and all this time has been engaged in experiments and empirically came to the conclusion that the ordinary users do not need one universal solution for all tasks. A large number of settings, customizations, and other changes only complicate the work, and we primarily strive for simple and user-friendly interface while maintaining wide functionality. Thus, the path was taken to develop individual applications for individual user tasks. So now, the GPS Trace is a set of solutions for personal tracking. There is our applications. Rukhavik for personal vehicles, Pitavik for your small brother's pet, and Ihavik still in the plans, but it will be the application for personal mobility, various scooters, electric bikes, and other stuff. Last time, we were told that our app names are similar to IKEA products. There are some truths to that, but at least our apps aren't that hard to build yourself. And we continued moving in these directions, segmenting users and giving them the only solution they need. Now, let's take a closer look at our main product, Rukhavik. Rukhavik is an engine on Belarusian language. Application design was created so that the user does not get lost on millions of settings. Everything works simply from the box and in a few taps of a smartphone. Clear graphics, report with only important information. That's what the personal user needs, and we strive to give it. You can get an application that is tailored for personal use and has a number of functional advantages. Security mode, maintenance counters, trips with interpretation of telemetry data. Timeline is a clear report with only the necessary information, convenient and understandable graphs for telemetry parameters. We'd also like to point out two rather important things. Only the user has access to his account, and only at his request someone can view, configure his account. This is a full GDPR compliance applications. With the GPS trace applications, there is no need to enter the web version and set separate settings in order for something to work. Everything is cross-platform, user-friendly, fast, and convenient. I think no one will argue that the GPS tracking business would be extremely difficult without the people and companies, without you, that sell, install, configure the trackers. There is a large partner community that wants simply to install and configure trackers without paying for software. Wialon does not cover this issue because it is a product primarily for professionals. The GPS trace product offers a free version that will work great while keeping the basic functionality of the monitoring app. Therefore, for the partners, we developed the application Partner Panel. Partner Panel allows partners conveniently create accounts, set up trackers, help your customers, and give the finished product to your customers in a matter of minutes. In turn, we are ready to advertise our partners for our users. To do this, we have created a partner map where each user who comes to us will be able to find a partner in his region to ask for help in buying, installing, and configuring the tracker. Now there are already about 63 partners on our map ready to help each user in their region. Thus, we do not leave our users without support while our partners receive new customers. Now we will talk a bit about our new features that we developed in the last 2 months after telematics in Vilnius. We continue to move towards the development of tools for our partners. So just a month ago, we released a convenient tool for paying for premium subscriptions, PayPal. Many of you know that this is one of the most convenient tools for paying for software, for anything in the world, with a regular payment card or a legal entity account. By the end of the month, we will release the functionalities that will allow our partners to sell premium access to their customers. 2 options will appear. Service mode, a tool for providing remote customer support. With this option, you will be able to link an end user to your partner panel account for settings, adding premium access, and solving other user issues. The second option will add the possibility to create accounts where their customers will not see our standard premium subscription costs. There are also many improvements ahead on the way to the partners, and that's why we are here, and that's why your feedback is extremely important to us. We are well aware that the more most partners here use Wialon as the main tool, which is not suitable for personal use. Probably someone does not even understand what our application is for if there is Wialon. So now we will take about possible use cases that our current partners are already using. Our partners most often earn on the sale of trackers and on their maintenance. The partner sells the tracker and we take care of all the software issues. At the same time, our partner have already started using opportunity to earn on our software. Partners can now buy a premium subscription to their customers and provide him or her with a full service in a few clicks of a smartphone. After analyzing our users, we also see that the application is suitable for small businesses involved in car rental and local deliveries. And they choose us because the account and units are theirs and no big brother is watching them. I also want to mention that Wialon and GPS trace can live in a single system. Using the Wialon retranslator, you can push the data to one of the GPS trace solution and get a ready-made solution for a personal monitoring with the possibility of a free use. Therefore, we invite you to try the GPS trace product and expand your range of services. We assure you that the GPS trace product will be a great addition to your offer to your client. The GPS trace also continues to be a standalone solution with a free registration for users from all over the world, and 160,000 users and 185,000 of units have already joined us. And we continue to grow and expect you among our partners. So, as my time for the talk comes to an end, it was a great pleasure to present our product to so many professionals in the industry. And I want to end my speech with the words that the GPS trace team often relies on their work. The shoe that fits one person pinches another. There is no universal recipe for living. Have a good time and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. So before we move on, while I was standing back there, somebody approached me. I cannot tell you who it was. They offered me 1,000 dirhams in cash to make the announcement that lunch is ready. Yeah, I did not take the offer. However, the bidding starts at 1,000 dirhams. Would anybody like to bid? 1,000 going once. Do I hear 1,500? Nobody? No? Everyone wants to stay for one more presentation? Great. Perfect. Thank you very much. Beautiful audience. So we're almost to the end of our first half of the session. We have one more presentation left before we break for lunch. I would like to invite everyone to come on stage after the presentation for a group photo, and then my colleagues will guide you to the restaurant. So our last technology partner presentation for today is from the company Mechatronics. Mechatronics.
Start. Our engineering and R&D team is five times bigger than marketing. So our presentation is a bit outdated because we produce new products faster than PowerPoint files. So I will give you a list of our products and will comment what's new with them. The first our product is Eversense Dominator full level sensor. And there is a massive upgrade of this sensor last month. It receives new casing, and what's more important, new configuration software. You all know this challenge that during installation of full level sensor, you need to calibrate the tank by filling it with portions, and many questions from you how to avoid this procedure. In new configuration software, we have added many tools with use of our experience and with use of mathematics to avoid this procedure in many cases. And you even now can morph tables from one vehicle to another, even if fuel tanks have different fuel tanks located nearby. And we have an Android application which turns your Android tablet PC into local display, which is also able to forward the data to Wialon. So you can avoid using GPS tracker and use Android as a GPS tracker and display at the same time. Next product is EuroSense MWS radar sensor. It measures the distance between itself and any object which is able to reflect electromagnetic waves. In fact, it's a universal sensor for measurement of any liquid and sometimes bulk products too. With this sensor, you can monitor different substances in many cases. For last year, we have tested it for wastewater measurement, for sewage tankers, for milk and waste oil, because this sensor result don't depend on fluid properties. It can be fresh oil, oil with metal particles, with anything, with water, because it will provide you distance to this substance. Our fuel consumption meters are a good solution when you don't have CAN bus data on an object and fuel level sensor data is not accurate, for example, on special machinery, on boats, on vehicles with irregular shaped fuel tanks. So in this case, you can use fuel consumption meters. And for last year, we have completed a big project with fuel consumption monitoring on drilling sites. There are a lot of diesel fuel consumers, different equipment, and there are no any GSM coverage. So we used radio modems to collect the data from one place, from all these objects, diesel gensets, compressors, etc. All data are collected into one building, and then we have used satellite connection to forward the data to the cloud server. Our tilt angle sensor, wireless tilt sensor, degree Bluetooth, can be used for different applications, and we have completed the project of fuel caps opening detection on fuel tankers. So this is a solution for fuel delivery monitoring. Also, it can be used in different applications like counting of containers, counting of operation of dump trucks. We have also temperature sensor, Bluetooth-based wireless. It was designed for long-haul trailers, and it really works on large trucks. When GPS tracker installed into the cab and temperature sensors, one or several installed into trailer. Our contactless CAN bus reader is a very simple device, and there are no any news related to this project, but I want to say that we have web-based free CAN bus decoding service, can2sky.com. It's absolutely free, and if you are working with CAN bus data, you can record CAN bus logs. If you don't know how to decode the CAN bus identifiers, you can upload this log into our server and use different parsers. You can decode this data. Also, there is a big CAN professional community thanks to this service. It's in Telegram chat, about 700 of members from all over the world, and you can also join the chat and maybe find your questions related to the CAN bus data. I was not able to edit the presentation to add the link to this service and chat, so you can contact us and we will provide it, how to join us. Onboard weighting and axle load measurement, I think, is the most difficult part of GPS tracking. And we have 3 different types of sensors for different vehicles with air spring suspension and 2 types of sensors for mechanic suspension, leaf spring suspension. And latest model is EuroSense DSS, strain-based sensor, which measures axle load by measurement of small micro deformations of axle. And good news that all of these 3 sensors will be available in wireless format, Bluetooth-based sensors, and now we are ready to present on GITEX this DSS Bluetooth sensor based, and very soon we will have 2 another sensors also in wireless version. Axle load sensor can be installed with display, which will process the data, calculate total cargo and trailer weight, and forward data to GPS tracking system. Also, you can use on board our Android application for driver to display this data. Thank you for attention. I hope to meet you all on GITEX. We will be presented in Wialon IoT Zone, and I can show you much more than in this presentation.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Andrei, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for having a seat here for such a long time and listening to all our presentations. So as I said, we will be breaking for lunch shortly, but the timing for lunch is from 3:30 to 5 p.m. So please try to make your way here by at least 4:55, between 4:55 and 5, so we can continue with the second and the most awaited part of today's event, the IoT Project of the Year award ceremony. So without any further delay, may I request everyone to please stand up and in an orderly fashion, please come on stage so we can take a big group photo. Thank you. Check. May I request everyone to please take a few steps back. Yeah, I think the cameraman will tell. Please just take a few steps back, and listen to the cameraman's instructions. He will organize how to stand, so we can take all of you in one shot. Good idea. So ladies and gentlemen, the cameraman has announced that a lot of people are of the same height. So so we cannot see anyone in the back. So if we could have some people stand in a queue here, maybe the ladies. Let's invite the ladies to add some color and glamour to the picture, please. And the tall people, you know who you are. You can move to the back. The people of my height or the shorter people can please come a little forward. Sorry. Yes, we have a request to be standing with the ladies. Anyone else wants to stand with the ladies? Oh, yes, Samir, sure. Please, come forward. The taller people at the back. Everyone else, come a little forward. You also.
We still have some free space, some final seats, the most visible.
have a pic where you were sitting for the makeup. Now I have another where you're getting your mic. So you can create an album. Yeah. Behind the scenes.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming back on time. Check. The next 2 or 3 minutes, we're just waiting for more people to come in, but sincerely appreciate you all coming back on time. Thank you. Awards on stage, and if you have good eyesight and good vision, the names of the winners are actually on the trophy.
You shouldn't have said
try
that.
to find out who has
People
won.
have good cameras.
You can't come here.
Подходите, если он спадет, да? Или как?
You can't take pictures in Zoom either. No, cheating, no. Haram, yeah, no. Okay, you can do that. Mashkoor, Magasar, thank you.
I think everything came out, or no? Okay.
Можно поменяться? Можно просто.
Yeah.
Нет, там есть такая штука. Давайте. Надо включать или оно включено? Вы меня в эфир пустите просто, да? Когда придет время. О, клево.
Are you a freelancing person? Okay, that's cool.
Thank you.
Really nice.
If everyone could settle down, please come in. Back, everybody. Did everyone enjoy your lunch? Like, honestly, tell us, because we need to give feedback to the management as well of the hotel. I hope everybody enjoyed lunch. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you very much for coming on back on time. And we're going to continue now with our second half of the day. And I believe this is what most of you are really excited for, to find out the winners of the IoT Project of the Year award. So for those of you who are joining us online for the first time today, allow me to tell you a little bit more. Our IoT Project of the Year is our annual telematics and IoT contest that is being held for the third time since it first began in 2020. Companies from 24 different countries representing various industries have submitted their projects in the competition, and their submissions have already been professionally evaluated by a panel of jury members as well as experts. To tell us more about the competition, as well as its significance and relevance to the greater telematics industry, allow me to welcome on stage none other than the head of Wialon, Aliaksandr Kuushynau. All the best.
One, two, three. Yeah. I believe that is what everyone is excited about, right? Yeah. Hello, everyone. Here we come to the real climax of the event. The countdown has ended on our online broadcast. Kevin made a perfect countdown here, and it's time to start the IoT Project of the Year awards. About 5 years ago, we had a pretty same conference here in Dubai, and there was also another great panel discussion similar to the one we had just before our lunch break, and there was this question raised at the audience. Yeah, what is IoT and how is it related to the business that we are doing? Yeah. On one hand, we all are professionals, right? We have all our professional experience and knowledge and daily job, yeah? And we know the technology pretty well. But on the other hand, yeah, all of us, we are affected by and influenced by all that mass communications, sci-fi films, various futuristic publications, right? And it's not the secret that some of those movies and novels that you might seen or read, yeah, they have very accurately predicted, yeah, and paved the way for many of the pieces of technology that we enjoy today. Not always enjoy, as you can see, yeah, but still, yeah, it is the way, yeah. We all remember those massive metal creatures that, aliens, and they were shooting with lasers in the movie. You know the movie? Yeah, it's War of the Worlds. Yeah, War of the Worlds, and it is based on the novel, which was first published, the novel by H.G. Wells, and it was published at the end of 19th century, right? Laser was invented a few decades after, yeah, many decades after, actually. And I believe the same is happening with our business. It is just a matter of years before GPS implants, like the ones you can see in different movies, like the Black Mirror I have here, And I believe it's really just a matter of years before all this will become a reality. And just try to imagine having a surgery room in your office where technicians, should we call them technicians? But people will be installing those tracking devices somewhere like here or maybe here, right? And that may be, and I believe that will be a part of the business, a continuation of the business that you are running today. I really can bet that within the next 10 years, in quite a few of your offices, there'll be procedures like that. If someone who wants to challenge me on that, we can talk in the coffee break and bet a couple of hundreds of something, maybe. Yeah, so you see the emergence of any technology, it goes through a series of stages. Yeah, someone comes with a good concept, naming, and just publish it in some books or stories or articles. And there are other people who are pushing it to the real life. And I believe that is the role that we are playing. Yeah, we are making such technologies come to real life, come to daily use. Yeah, the vehicles that you install devices in will soon not only be connected to our cloud, to Wialon, for the purpose of tracking and dispatching maybe. Soon they will be able to exchange the data with each other, with the road infrastructure, and so on. Yeah. Really, that is what they call vehicle to everything, or V2X. And yeah, it's like a good picture that we've taken from Shutterstock, and it seems like a future. But we can look at it on another way, yeah? And if you feel that your business is kind of grounded and that is the future, think this way. Check this example. Like these days, electronic toll roads are replacing the traditional ones, where you had to stop your vehicle, pull the window down, pay by card or cash, and then drive further. These days, you just pass the toll road, yeah? Your car is scanned, and that's it. No need to stop, yeah? So you can imagine, the signal from your car goes the same way as here, right? Or another bright example can be like parking management system, automated parking management systems, where there are cameras, and when you're entering parking lot, it scans your number plate, it scans your vehicle, and either lets you in or out, right? That's something that you use daily. It's not from this picture where you see all those signals, arrows, and all this, but it is the technology that we are using today. And it is a question, if those companies who are dealing with toll roads, or companies that are dealing with automated parking management systems really understand their role in implementation of V2X technologies in daily life. But I believe it's thanks to them. I can consider my 10-year-old BMW to be a connected car. And it is connected because it connects to the camera, it connects to the toll roads, and it exchanges data. Exactly how it is on the picture. Maybe a few more steps we need to take, but it's all the steps that we are involved in. With 5G, optic fiber, satellite internet coverage, the digital divide between next billion internet users and IoT-enabled devices is being bridged. And as we see now, the demand for smart sensors and IoT will grow as connectivity improves and gets cheaper. Costs are dropping, yeah? And the goal of ours as software providers, as service providers, is that all those puzzles, all those pieces of Internet of Things, the components of digital transformation, they need to start getting embedded into business processes in a daily life more than they are right now. These days, it happens sometimes that data, which is measured by a sensor, goes where? It goes to a specific chart, or maybe to a dashboard or somewhere, and ends up there. And I believe it's kind of like a failure. Luckily, it is not the case for most of the projects that we're gonna award today, because success is when that data points from a sensor will not just end up in a chart, but will become a part of a business process. When you use Wialon API to deliver the data from a sensor to a BI system or directly to a decision maker, and when, as a result, it can save, say, 10 liters of fuel, or it can help to deliver a package like 15 minutes earlier. Yeah, and that's how data from simple sensor should go there and be a part of a daily routine process that businesses are having, yeah? IoT becomes a critical tool to feed data into digital transformation platforms. And now it is time for companies to take it into their own hands, yeah? And the companies that will get the awards today, yeah, those ones who made it here. Do we have names? I have names. Oh, I'll turn it off. No zooming there, please. So the companies who will get those awards, they're not just masters of technology. They're not just understand how Wialon works and how devices works and how sensors works. They mastered and been able to communicate the need for those technologies to the real businesses, to the real offline people who might be far away from those technologies. And most of those companies are here actually to get those awards. You've managed to explain the customers how they can really benefit from the technologies that we are having right now, that we were discussing in that panel, that we've seen on the presentations earlier this morning. Yeah, over the years, our partners have equipped thousands of fleets worldwide. This November, Gurtam is celebrating 20 years. Yeah. For 20 years, we are Gurtam already. Yeah, and just recently, we have reached 3.4 million vehicles connected milestone. Yeah, woohoo! Yeah, and you know, it's a great numbers, and I'm proud not only with that numbers, but it's also so good to see the real transformations that our technology, our software, our devices, our partners, the transformations in every 150 countries where we are working. The countries are changing, the businesses are changing, and that's our effect. Our effect on businesses, on communities, on daily work of many, many people. And that is so cool. Recently, I've been to a conference in Slovenia, and there were also beautiful presentations. And after one of those, there was this guy from the audience who stands up, takes his microphone, and he says, okay, how can I succeed? How can I compete if almost all the competitors are using the same Teltonika devices and almost everyone is using the same Wialon platform? Yeah? And it was a tricky question. And quite a common situation, quite a common scenario, yeah? When the product and the service that you are offering is same as everyone else, it is really hard to compete, yeah? And then it might end up in price competition and like everyone losing, yeah? Lose-lose situation. But I see it differently. In my opinion, it is important to understand that with Wialon, and with the technology and devices you've seen today, you will see at GITEX tomorrow and all the days, the content of the service. You remember, it's service, it's not the platform you're offering the service. And the content of the service that you offer to the fleet owners largely depends on you, right? If you sell eggs by dozens, right, you will always be attacked by a competitor who can offer the same dozen of eggs for $1.95 instead of $2, right? And price wars and everyone loses, right? However, you can take just 2 eggs, 1 frying pan, and it will be enough to make a scrambled eggs or an omelette, right? And in the right time, at the right place, you can offer that dish for, say, $5 or maybe even more. And if you would put bacon next to it, or maybe make it or serve it as an egg benedict, it will cost even higher, and you can get much more profit on every egg that you are having right now. And the decision is actually yours, yeah? Either you want simply sell eggs by dozens, or you strive for haute cuisine and fine dining. Make your choice and go there, get the frying pan, teach your people, yeah? Educate them, learn the technology, and earn more, yeah? And I'm glad that every year, more and more of our partners, especially those ones, yeah? They realize that GPS tracking only, which was selling pretty well yesterday, is no longer sufficient, right? It has become a common feature. Everyone, yeah, you've seen the guys here are offering it for free, yeah? For personal users, what is the name? GPS trace, yeah? Yeah, so yeah, you can, I mean, end user can get it for free for one device with a pretty good, nice looking software, right? Okay. And yeah, if you want to stay on that market, there will be more companies offering the same for free. But if you are playing different game, if you found your way how to prepare something special, yeah, it is totally different business, right? And in order to keep our partners, those who are using Wialon, who want to move forward, yeah, to help them, I have assigned a dedicated team in Wialon, which is project implementation team, which is headed by Andrei Liatsetski, who is around here and whom you know pretty well, yeah? He'll just join the stage after me. So, the goal of the team is to go through all the stages of as many projects as possible, together with our partners. It should start from receiving an application from the end user, from the fleet, yeah? And following it step by step, hand in hand with our partners, including all the requirements analysis, Wialon configuration, choice of device, and all the configuration that should be done to win that project. And as I have already said, our partners, you connect tens of thousands of projects, of fleets every month. You've seen the growth numbers on our website, right? And I want this team, I want Andrei's team to actively accompany a large proportion, a large share of those projects to go together with you, yeah? I want them to get involved in your daily business in that sense, yeah? And help partners, especially in situations when partners do not have enough experience and Andrei and his team can grab it somehow from the international markets, international partners we are working with, yeah? And I should say that we already have quite a success with Andrei and his team. They've already participated in hundreds of projects from the team was formed maybe just a few months back, but we already see and we already get a lot of positive feedback on what they're doing, yeah? And that is the reason actually why Andrei was chosen to head the jury for the IoT Project of the Year awards, because he is personally and the guys from his team, they know how it works, they know the projects, those who were applied and those projects that haven't yet been applied to our Project of the Year awards. And that is why I'm really happy to have that team, and I'm happy to have Andrei here joining me at the stage and sharing his view on the business and the IoT Project of the Year awards. Andrei, the floor is yours. No.
Yeah, thank you, Alexander, again. By the way, I like the previous slide. It's like a presentation of something invisible that you cannot see, you know.
You
but
can create based on your own imagination.
Okay, so whatever you want. Okay, so hello again, everyone. So let's applaud the guy who has been waiting for his presentation since the very morning. Thanks. Let's start. As you already know, I'm the head of the project implementation team, and this year I'm honored to be the jury chairman of the IoT Project of the Year competition. And it's a true honor for me to be here with you. And let me tell you a bit more about what I'm going to present to you today.
So first of all, I'm going to tell you more about the history behind the competition, how this all started. Okay, it's going to be interesting. Then I will present the invited IoT experts that we invited this year to participate in the project's evaluation. I will also share some statistics related to the gathered projects. I will also tell you more about the functionality, features, and other project components that I found as trends or as, I would say, the most demanded features. And the last point, I will tell you more about how we contribute in this project processes in Gurtam, how our project implementation team does it. So let's start. So first, what about the history behind? You know, we at Gurtam were always pretty focused on the projects of our partners, because a project, it reflects the market demand and represents practical use cases with real assets connected. So it's obvious that by learning more about the projects, about their implementation, we not only contribute in the growth of the platform, but we also broaden the horizon of opportunities and potential approaches to be implemented. A few years ago, we, as always, we decided to do a bit more than we could. We gave a step ahead, and we decided to launch the IoT Project of the Year global competition. So the plan was simple. The more world knows about the IoT, about all this area, the more people become interested in it. And as we are the leading IoT platform, it's logical that I would say this part of fame will also influence us, our company. So from the service provider sides, it will show you what kind of technologies are popular on the market, how they can be implemented, and also another objective that we had is to award the service providers that were the most, I would say, innovative, that came up with the best solutions on the market and who were brave enough to share this expertise with the others, who can be some sort of inspiration for other companies and whose fame we can contribute to. So this year, this is the third season of the competition, and we have some amazing changes. If previously only the amazing Wialon team was participating in the project assessment process, this year we invited the external jury team members, the experts from the IoT sphere, those who have a lot of experience in it and who contributed to the accurate and comprehensive assessment of the submitted projects. So in the next slide, I would like to encourage you to give a round of applause to the invited jury team members. So, Andrei Liatsetski, the Export Sales Manager for Europe from ELA Innovation. Aliaksandr Kuushynau, the Chief of Operational Marketing at Teltonika Telematics. Alexei Zhurkevich, the Product Manager Fleet Services at Volvo Construction Equipment. Alexei is here with us. So Alexei will also join me on the stage very soon and will be able to share his impressions about the projects and the process in general. Keith Kreischer, the Founder and Executive Director at IoT M2M Council. Manuel Mendoza, International Sales Manager at Queclink Wireless Solutions. And Milan Shuletic, International Sales Director at Xirgo Global, Sensata, the company that makes sense, as my friend Kevin explained previously. So Milan is also here. Milan, where are you? I don't see you. Oh yeah, here he is. So Milan will also join us later. And you know, this is the entire jury team of 2022. It consists of people whose opinion we can rely on. They reviewed all the projects and chose the winners. And I mentioned them today to appreciate their job and efforts. So guys, thank you for your efforts, and please wave so we could see who are Thank you very much. So let's go ahead. What is the mostly demanded today? You know, as the head of jury, I also reviewed the submitted projects, and I noticed some specific demanded features and functionality that are important to understand and take into account, not only for me as a specialist, yet for the entire company as a business entity as well. It's important to know the directions we are moving to and what specific functionality is the most used or requested on the market. And I'd like to share and start with some numbers first, some statistical data, something that we all like. So here we see the projects distribution by regions. We received 37% of all projects from Central Asia. If we compare it with the last year's data, it was 50% of all the projects. So we see some decrease here. Maybe it's connected with the with switching us to the English, with switching the official competition language to English, because last year it was not the rule. So who knows? Another interesting thing is that we have a decrease in Latin America. Last year it was 23% of all the projects, and this year it's only 12%. So we have here colleagues from Latin America, so maybe during some coffee break, if you have more coffee breaks, you can share your feedback, like why your colleagues from the region were more passive this year. So maybe we will have some insights. The distribution for other regions, it remains more or less the same. I'm especially happy that we have some raise in Europe it was from 6 to 22% this year. And we also doubled the number of projects that are not Wialon based, which is a sign that the contest becomes more and more popular globally. And now let's take a look at the nominations distribution. As we see, the most demanded nomination was long-haul shipping. The second one is fuel transportation and storage. I can tell you that for long-haul shipping is the same story for 2 years in a row. So it's still on top. What is interesting is that a lot of attention and even competition is concentrated in these spheres. However, if we take a look at the general statistics, the cars distribution is a bit different on the market. For example, the number of light commercial vehicles is much larger than the number of trucks. So here I have a question for you as service providers, partners, like why do you guys go so little into exploring those niches where we have a high concentration of cars, we can discuss it again at GITEX or at coffee break, but think about it. Based on the projects we received this year, apart from the most demanded business spheres, we can make a summary of the most demanded and useful functionality as well. That's what small and large businesses need, already use or try to implement into their daily operations. And I must admit that most of the winning projects have this covered. I would say that these features probably it's not something new in the market, yet it's something that many and even most of you do not use or do not sell. So that's what I will tell you more about next. These features or functionality is what help you stay more effective and help your clients perform better. And the first point that I'd like to mention is the driver safety. You know, it's a priority for the transportation companies because working with people is not an easy task. When your business depends on these people, you might want to do as much as possible to minimize the risks. The consequences of harsh driving, they influence and have a huge impact on the company's expenses and reputation. That's why it's important to have overspeeding and acceleration management implemented. The companies need to understand who is driving, for example, by using the driver identification system and how well these people are driving. By monitoring the behavior of the drivers, the fleet owners ensure the safety of their fleets, of the cargo, they minimize traffic accidents and make sure that they are compliant with the requirements and some standards. Over 2.6 million of driver jobs were unfilled in 2021, and and this year this tendency was set to soar. So it's better to pay due attention to this issue to prevent situation getting critical for your business. The next point, this is fuel theft management. I believe all of you or most of you know how to deal with this problem. So if you do not know, contact the project implementation team. We will advise you the hardware, and we will help you to configure notifications and reports to be alerted online about some fuel thefts or to analyze everything post factum via reports. The next one, live video streaming. And video fragments request from the device memory. Though it has appeared quite recently today, we see video tools as the most demanded and widely spread trend across the industry. And we expect more and more end customers requesting this functionality. The list of the tasks that can be solved using the cameras is pretty wide, starting from ADAS systems that allow to detect if the driver is smoking, is starting to sleep, or talking over the phone, and to the public buses, passengers, flow calculation, recognition of passengers that are not wearing masks, and some facial recognition, and also security systems. You can see and receive alerts online if a thief is trying to rob your truck, and call the security squad right away. Maintenance management. You know, in order to minimize the fleet idling and get maximum out of it, fleet owners need to service their trucks on time. Service the vehicles before they get stuck somewhere in the middle of the road due to some tire troubles or malfunction of the brake system that could be prevented during the on-time services. It's also important to keep a record of spare parts. When something's running out, order it in advance and make sure that you always have some spare parts in stock. And IoT helps to monitor the condition of the assets and carry out preventative maintenance, which ultimately can save tons of money. If we are talking about small and medium businesses, this kind of benefit can be critical for the entire business. Now, think about it. Like, when have you offered maintenance management system to your clients for the last time? All of them try or want to, or already track this, and they might use some Google documents or spreadsheets to solve this task. So why don't you offer an IoT solution to them to facilitate and even automate this process? Just think about the following number, that 48,000 of vehicles on Wialon hosting out of more than 2 million vehicles are using service intervals in Wialon. It's around 2-3% of the total amount of Wialon hosting vehicles. So it's I don't understand why the number is so small. You can also discuss it somewhere in between the meetings or presentations. The least we can do for the driver safety is to set up a simple notification on overspeeding. How many of your customers are using it? The use of modern video technologies allow you to kill many birds with one stone, like in the cases that I described before. You can see the road behind, in front of the driver. You can see what's going on in the driver's cab, control the driver's behavior, and trigger an alert if something goes wrong. So we already have built this into Wialon, and the devices are already waiting for you on the shelves of the hardware manufacturers. So go ahead and review them, take a look at the already implemented cases. Video module is a more advanced feature, yet taking into account the seriousness of the tasks or problems it helps to solve, I believe it's a great investment. And be creative, like that's what I encourage you to do. It's not a secret that Wialon is a complex software, and it allows us to cover all the mentioned topics. And by offering additional features, you can charge and earn more. By offering more complex hardware, you can also earn more. So visit the hardware manufacturer stands, learn about what they offer. Schedule a training session with the partner growth team to learn more about Wialon features, and include these features into your service packages. Be creative with your offers, I would conclude it. And you know, these scenarios are not all the possible options that we can do with Wialon. I also encourage you to contact the project implementation team with the details about your potential end clients, their challenges, problems, pain points, and together we will come up with new solutions. So please let us be creative too. Okay, now let's take a look not only at the functionality that is in demand, yet also at other project components that attract customers nowadays. Below are the project components that are currently in the focus on the market. The first one, custom app or an integration. Just imagine that a half of the submitted project this year, they had some custom feature developed or an integration with the customer's accounting system. And it was not something created for very big clients, even small ones with starting from 4 cars, they had this implemented. Also, more than a half of all the projects this year got the highest marks for the criterion business automation. It means that even small customers with less than 30 vehicles, they want to automate the processes. They want to avoid human factor and make their businesses more efficient. And also 40% of all the projects submitted this year, they got the mark 2 or 3 out of 3 for the criterion after sales support. It also, this is also something that was presented not only in the projects for big customers, but also for the small businesses as well. Global trends. Apart from what I already mentioned, I can't avoid mentioning the features that were not widely presented among this year participants, yet I would like to mention something that my team receives on a daily basis, and the first thing is the following: the electric cars and scooter tracking. As electric-powered vehicles starting to gain traction, so it's important to have this covered. Next thing, the big data AI use cases. It is also something that gains more popularity and will gain even more in the nearest futures. Just you remember these presentations from hardware manufacturers, all these AI systems even for driver assistance systems. And also the amount of data millions of vehicles generate, we need to somehow to have this covered, to be able to analyze this data, to predict some failures, to predict accidents. The next thing and next point, indoor monitoring of various facilities where companies need to track tools, workers, or forklifts. I personally know a couple of projects for indoor monitoring that are approaching the implementation phase, yet we receive them more and more these days. And probably the last one I'd like to mention, the data security. My team frequently receives requests from service providers, from partners whose end customers have strict requirements towards the data security. Especially if we're talking about some global companies, some public tenders, it's almost inevitable to see this point among the requirements. I would also say that maybe the main trend that unites all the previous points is to be flexible and open for various business spheres as well as for various challenges. Have you tried selling video? No? Who has tried? Raise your hand. Valerie? Yeah, no, not good team, but okay, no, not so maybe 3% of the audience. Do you offer solution for prevention of harsh driving? Or what about driver identification? You see, it's very popular and everyone wants to have this implemented. Take a look at these solutions, at the projects that were submitted, and they just await your initiative. And I must admit that our team, Gurtan team, is ahead of the competition with some new trends, like video feature that we developed recently and introduced, so give it a try. Okay, concluding, I'd like to say that Gurtam's involvement into projects is not limited only to the IoT project of the year competition. I would say that everything just begins here. I manage the project implementation team that we launched this year, and my team helps you implement your Wialon-based projects, helps to convert your potential end customers into active users. So if you have a new end customer and start a new project for them, please contact project@gurtam.com with the description of the client's problems, with sharing their details, and we will help you to find the best hardware, the best Wialon features that would suit their needs. So as a result of our cooperation, you will get first a complete solution, including, as I mentioned, hardware, advice and software configuration for this specific customer. You will know how to configure the system in accordance with their requirements, and you will be able to show the solution right on the spot. And you will also get prompt assistance from the assigned project implementation manager, who will be aware of all the project details, their background and previous communication with you. And as a result, your chances to successfully close the project will be drastically increased. Maybe the last point I'd like to mention within this presentation, not today, you will see me again, I'm sorry, is that after talking with the community, with service providers this year, I realized that many people, they have feared that their projects are not something advanced or complex, that they would not win in the competition and they would not even try to participate in the IoT project of the year. And I wanted to emphasize that there are no bad or good projects. They all, if the project is implemented, it solves some problem. It helps to make the business more efficient, and we really appreciate all the submitted and implemented projects. And thanks to the communication with the community, an idea arose to rank projects by their complexity. And this year, we will award a project that included several key requirements, all of which were met using the track and trace features of Wialon. So the solution was simple and elegant, and I look forward to seeing who is the winner in this and other categories. So, thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Andrei, and to you also, Alexander. So I've been sitting in the audience for a good 1 hour now, while Alexander and Andrei were speaking. I did make some observations. So in order to rectify what I've observed, I'd like to request for audience participation, because we are now going to be starting with our project award ceremony. So many of you here are anxious to know if you won or not, and also who the winners are. So before we get started, in case you're holding anything in your hand, please place it on your lap or on the seat beside you or on the floor, please. Yeah? Has everyone done that? Can everyone take the index finger on your left hand and on your right hand, please? Yeah? Please participate. Yeah? When I say one, I want you to keep tapping your fingers. Yeah? Don't stop. Keep tapping your fingers when I say one. When I say 2, increase the fingers to 2 on both your hands. And we'll keep going. All right, did everyone understand? Okay, 1. A little louder, please. Number 2. Number 3. 4. 5. Thank you. So this will be repeated for every winner. Yes? So please welcome them with all appreciation, and they will be winning some very prestigious awards and getting global recognition today. So the first case, or the first winner actually, is from the same very region, yeah, from the Middle East. And it comes from a very important business sphere. To tell you more about this, I would like to invite the VP of Business Development for the MENA region, Valeriya Zinkevich. I have it here. I have it here.
When you've ordered your delivery, maybe food or groceries, but it was running late or arrived spoiled. It may happen often here in the UAE, unless a delivery company has invested in cold chain transportation. So this Transport, one of the leading providers of smart cold chain solutions across the UAE. This company works to improve the last mile deliveries by using innovative programs that ensure fast, safe, and cool deliveries. This delivery company handles 15,000 deliveries per day across the UAE. Those deliveries are done throughout 4 delivery windows using 252 vehicles working 24/7. This is a huge operation, required advanced visibility over the fleet, and that's where the magic begins. So previously, the fuel management in this company was done manually by keeping the information in the Excel files. Personally, I hate Excel files, so don't do this, never repeat. Their preventive maintenance was outsourced and only relied on the driver's memory. And the service bills were entered manually too. So delivery routes were created based on the zones only, without taking into the consideration any optimization of the space or fuel. The temperature was measured offline, and actions were taken only after the items were already delivered. The drivers used random company vehicles and not the ones they were assigned to. They had previously installed telematics software, but it didn't have any flexibility to customize reports, get multi-level alerts, and generate driver behavior reports. So to keep growing and sustaining their operation at the same time, this company decided to employ technologies, which was a smart move. Our partner started with the installation of basic GPS tracking devices with engine block sensor, driver IDs, and temperature and humidity sensors between October and December 2021. At the same time, the partner decided on Wialon functionality to be used at a full gas within the project. Sensalator was introduced for showing the temperature, humidity, and fuel level of the fleet. Then Fleet Run was implemented, where the were implemented for some of the vehicles. For the fuel data to be imported, service invoicing was added, and preventive maintenance alarms were set. Mobile DVRs were implemented for some of the vehicles to monitor the driver's behavior in terms of distraction, smoking, sleeping. And the route optimization, considering multiple parameters for more than 250 vehicles, was organized with the help of logistics. And the cherry on top, is the locator links being shared for the customers, so they have a live view of their ATAs with the help of partner solutions for route optimization. And results were incredible, as all of the challenges were addressed efficiently with partners' expertise in the field. There is 0 driving accidents happened in the past 5 months. Yeah, this is remarkable. It deserves a round of applause. Yeah. At this point, about 0 accidents, it's not only about the service in the car or maybe paying for the deliveries which were not delivered, but it's all about the human safety, which is, I consider personally to be a very crucial point here. So the route optimization allowed not only to reduce the delivery time, but also to save money on fuel and to increase the number of the deliveries done daily. So now the average driving mileage per month is reduced by 6%, and deliveries are reaching their destinations 4% quicker than it used to be previously. Implementation of the solution led to 98% success rates, whereas industry standard is 70%. So this particular company, Transcorp, now is a market leader in cold chain deliveries, thanks to the results and quality they are offering to businesses. They plan to replicate their success even further to their KSA operations. So now I'm inviting Anastasia Rocha and Andrei Liatsetski to announce the winners.
Good day, everyone. So yeah, let's proceed. Without any further delay, we would like to reveal the name of the winner in our first nomination, which is cold chain transportation. By the way, very important in this region. So the winner is Maliatech. Congratulations.
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 Amazing job. Thank you, gentlemen. Yeah, I remember last year Mario was delivering a presentation on the stage, right? Sharing very nice numbers, very nice slides, and getting the decent round of applause. And now we're here back again, and the occasion is even better. Congratulations.
Celebrating success.
Yes,
again.
absolutely. Will you share a few words with us?
Yes, first of all, as very well explained by our colleague, the solution couldn't be successful if we didn't put all the efforts together. The efforts from Wialon ecosystem, from different vendors, with different suppliers on top of this application. So this made the solution a successful one, because we have jointly put efforts together. It was challenging. It wasn't like a one-time smooth implementation, but with the dedication and involvement of all parties, really, we were able to deliver and to deliver successfully. So thank you for everyone who participated in this solution and made this success possible.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Could you please share with us what were the main challenges you just mentioned? You said that it was not an easy task, right? A tough one. There were some challenges to overcome.
I can just give you a few ones top of mind. First of all, we had some challenges at the level of the hardware. So we had to switch and to test multiple hardware from different vendors to find the appropriate hardware that fits exactly the cold chain solution. And we have some changing from the requirement side, from the customer side, and having those changes on the go were a bit challenging. So, but with the support of Wialon team and solution architects, we were able to deliver results quickly and to overcome those challenges. And I can ask Peter for more details. He can elaborate a bit further.
On the hardware side, you know, there were so many moving parties, moving items in that project. So from the DVR to switching the customer from another tracking supplier to Wialon, that took negotiations by itself. So we had to change the hardware, then we had to move to mobile DVR, then we had to implement Sensata, then fleet run, then logistics, then route optimization. So it was a building block that started with a basic, basic tracking, because the old provider was just selling them and upselling them every single part. And because of the existing modules in Wialon, we were able to play that card to our benefit and strategically move them from a big tracking provider in UAE to Wialon. So, which is good now because they're expanding to multiple other countries, so they're going to be moving Wialon with them across all different places.
I see.
I can add one more point. Usually, we face a situation where the users, they tend to resist any change. So they are used to use the old tracking system and they don't want to change. But this time what we witnessed is something different, totally different. With the Wialon application, it has so rich features that even the users themselves, they were pushing for the change. So they saw really the difference between what was provided and what we can provide with Wialon solution. So from dashboards to telematics to all those details. So this helped us a lot with the client.
It sounded so smooth when Valeriya did the presentation. Like, that was the problem, that was the solution. But when we got into the details, we understand.
Absolutely. Yeah,
what was the challenge? What was the real work behind?
This is a 12 month of work. And
the whole year. Wow.
Whole year, yeah. And it started after the implementation, after the first, after last year's IoT project. So we couldn't just submit a basic track and trace. But after the customers started moving modules, adding more modules, we thought this year might be an interesting topic.
So that's why you're here. Congratulations once again.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I remember Peter was approaching me at the coffee break, and he said, Anastasia, could you please share a nice picture with us for our social media? So let's make this picture together now and share it in the social media. And here is your trophy.
Yeah, you see, I am still holding the trophy. I like it so much. But it's a well-deserved trophy. I have just one professional question for you. What are you going to do with all these trophies, diplomas? What are you doing with them now? Do you have special stands in your office for them, or what?
Exactly.
Really?
We can share the picture with you back when we're back to Lebanon. We have a special display for all the trophies, and this is not the first time that we are awarded with Wialon. So
this will go next to the 2.2 million.
Exactly.
Which was only 2 years ago.
It's another milestone that you have achieved.
2 years ago?
2 years ago, 2.2 million.
Yes, and now we have 3.4.
Yeah, in 2 years, 1 million in 2 years. So.
Yeah, and we have the top 15, right? So thank you very much again.
So you need a very long share.
Thank you.
Yeah, let's take a picture together.
Congratulations again. Thank you. Congratulations, Maliotech. Ladies and gentlemen, 1 down, 12 to go. For the next category, I would like to invite my colleague Valeriya Zinkevich to tell us more about the winning project.
Good evening. Data transmission. Can you hear me? Good evening to everyone. I'm very happy to be on the stage today and to present to you the winning project in the ready-mix concrete nomination. Talking about ready-mix concrete, it requires care and timely delivery to provide optimal specified results in construction projects. The client, the client, a representative of an international leader in sustainable construction, produces engineering materials for large infrastructure projects like cements, aggregates, commercial concrete mixes, non-metallic materials. Being a large enterprise with 1,500 staff members, they process 4 plants and 3 quarries where they extract non-metallic materials. In December 2021, they searched for a profound solution to cope with the following challenges. Dispatching the delivery process, calculating KPIs, reporting on the indicators of the carriers is a routine and labor-intensive process. Employees of the company have to switch between programs, manually process the information. So the main problems were the following: labor cost for dispatching, the human factor in processing information from different sources, the lack of single space with necessary information, manual way of processing information, and hectic communication with clients. The solution is a delivery management platform that unites data from several sources: Wialon, FLESP, customers logistics system, database with information on orders were used to solve clients' challenge. The consolidated data is displayed in a custom part of the project developed for the client. The dispatcher portal was represented by a dispatcher portal and a client portal. The dispatcher portal, the dispatcher portal is a single interface dispatch management system used by the employees to have all the order-related information in front of them and make database decisions. The client portal has similar functionality to the dispatch management system. The portal also provides provides every customer with a personal account where they can track their their deliveries online. And talking about the result, the dispatch management system keeps dispatchers and clients updated on the total of 500 orders daily. It significantly improved the level of transparency, control, and automation, and bring improvements to the level of services the company offers to its clients. And now, let me invite my colleague, Aliaksandr Kuushynau, on stage to help me announce the winner in this nomination.
Oh, 1, 2, 3, whatever. Yeah, we are not selling anything now. We are just handing in those great awards. And thank you, Valeriya, for the description of that project. And thank you for the company that created such a great portal for this company which works in engineering and materials for construction. Why I have, not every country would have such advanced logistic companies like in the first project, but why I like ready-mix concrete, because in every country they do construction. In every country they do cement, right? And that is why that type of the project description that you've heard right now is something that can be used, I believe, in many more countries. So please remember those guys that would enter the stage right now and talk to them. Maybe they would really share the real experience, not the marketing description that you've heard right now, but the real something special about the project and tell you more about it. So the winner in ready-mix concrete would be the company GeoService. Guys, welcome. Okay, first we handle your microphones, only then the words. Okay, how do you feel?
Fine.
Fine, okay.
Swahili or Russian?
What was it?
Swahili or Russian?
Swahili, Swahili. We've got guys from Tanzania here, right? Can you help us with the Swahili? Okay, they pretend to know something. Okay, we'll switch to Russian. Yeah?
Okay.
Tell us something. Скажите что-нибудь, ребят.
В прошлом году мы также победили в этой номинации.
Okay. We love Wialon a lot, and it is a great platform.
Я могу также сказать и на русском, да, мы очень любим Wialon.
So they really love Wialon, you see. So last year, actually, Evgeny says, last year they've got the trophy in the same nomination for the same project.
Yes.
Congratulations on winning again.
Но это был маленький проект, мы нарастили его.
Okay, but it was a small project, and then it grew up. And that explains, that explains why this year we have non-Gurtam members in the jury. When Alexei and Milan will join the stage, we can ask them, how to get to this stage? 2 years in a row with the same project.
Жюри поменялось.
The jury changed, the project stays. That's really cool. Окей, серьезно, компания полностью сейчас оборудована, все хорошо у них? Или третий год подряд пойдем? I asked, would we go for the third year, or the company is done right now?
Этот сервис развивается, каждая итерация новая, примерно раз в 3-4 месяца публикуется дополнительно, цена наращивается.
То есть на сегодняшний день у нас есть информация, что компания будет переходить на другую систему учета, и, скорее всего, появятся какие-то новые задачи.
So yes, you better not apply for this.
И мы любим Wialon.
They love Wialon so much, so that every 3-4 months the company makes some changes, and they're also changing their ERP system. So probably they'll have to do more development for this company. So that means, yeah.
Я хотел бы вспомнить одного человека, слова которого сколько-то лет назад повлияли на развитие нашей компании. И если бы Алексей Чурков в тот момент не направил нас в правильную сторону, мы бы не стали тем, кем мы есть сейчас. Я бы хотел сказать огромное спасибо.
Yeah, it's gratitude to Alexei Shurko, who made, I believe, a presentation on one of the conferences about FLESPI and the ways how the companies can develop their business. Yeah, and it's thanks to his advice and presentation now, GeoService is where they are right now. Yeah. Congratulations, guys.
Congratulations. Чуть-чуть ближе немножко. Можем вот по вот этому проходу пройти.
Спасибо. Thank you, GeoService, and congratulations. Our next winner comes from the category of long-haul shipping. To present this category, I would like to invite Wialon's Partner Growth Manager and a fellow jury member, Mirza Mohammad Nawaz.
Dear partners, I can see some very happy faces in the audience today, and also some of the eager faces who are desperate to walk up to the stage and grab their much-deserving awards. Well, I hope you're all enjoying this event and most probably having fun, because that's very important. And I hope that you get your much-deserving awards. So let's see what we have in this category. First of all, I'd like to say that it's an honor to be on the stage and to present to you the astonishing projects that are being implemented in the IoT industry. So after the results from the ready-mix concrete and fuel transportation categories, we now have our next big nomination from long-haul shipping. As you all might already know, long haul refers to movement of goods or freight over distances above 400 kilometers and above, and it's often done via trucks. This year, we received high creative projects, and it was making really hard for our jury members to evaluate these projects and find out the best one out of all. So the project that received the highest ratings was implemented by one of our fastest growing partners in Mexico. Hi? Sure.
Yes.
For the client named Frio Express. Frio Express is a transportation company with over 40 years of experience in transport sector. They provide logistics and transport solutions to the clients in Mexico and US. The company employs more than 630 professionals, professional drivers, and own over 600 tractor trailers. Let us take a look at some of the key challenges faced by the client. When an accident happened, the client did not have enough evidence to present to the insurance companies. There was no way to monitor the excess driving hours of the drivers based on the Mexican transport regulations. The client didn't have technology to identify poor control and driver management practices. There was no real-time assistance to the drivers. For example, the response time to the authorities wasn't quick enough or to make or stop robbery. As a solution, our partner transformed the tractor trailers into an interactive management system by installing artificial intelligence cameras from Hoven that generate the alerts to prevent accidents. They also incorporated different accessories that can generate sound or visual alerts, which will keep the operator alert. All events generated with this alarm trigger in the tractor trailer activated an actuator that can reduce the speed of the vehicle, which will help aware the driver. In the event of an accident or theft, the device helps to retrieve the video from the memory card, which can be used for investigation and insurance purposes. The device internally stores evidence on its 1 terabyte solid-state drive, which is shock-proof and avoids any risk or damages. If the cellular network is not available, then the device saves the messages in a black box, which will be useful as if the device goes out of signal, all the messages can be saved and it can be unloaded when the truck is back in the network zone, or it can use Wi-Fi when it's back to its base to retrieve all the data. The solution has helped Frio Express in not only avoiding accidents and thefts, but has also resolved the problems related to claims, both with the customers and with the insurance companies. As you can see, the client has expressed great satisfaction with the solution implemented by our partner. And due to this solution, it has become possible to identify and evaluate driving hours and driving behaviors for different drivers. I'm sure it's a long read. I don't think you can finish the whole thing. You can read it later. So I'd now like to welcome on stage Aliaksandr Kuushynau and Sergei Kostenko, Head of Product, to award the winner to this nomination, long-haul shipping.
Non-gear service.
Thank you, guys. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay, long-haul shipping. This is one of the, one of the most toughest, most competitive nominations. Our today's winner has done a great job in introducing the new technologies to Wialon and to their projects, such as artificial intelligence. They used video, which we all like that much. They made the lives of drivers safer and actually easier and I guess more impactful. So due to all these reasons, due to the scalability that they had, the impact that they, I hope so, made to this company, we invite to the stage the winners. The winners in the long-haul shipping nomination, cobertura totale telemetria. Sorry, guys.
questions.
Yes. So can you tell a couple of words?
Data connectivity?
Yep.
Data connectivity, one, two,
Data connectivity, and data connectivity. Yes, yes. So, how was you inspired by this to introduce AI in your solution? What inspired you actually?
What inspired that? We believe in everything is already developed, but the operators on the truck company, nobody cares about theirs. You know, the truck owners, they want to fill up the trucks. They want to get 720 hours a month. But this company believes in the operators. The human resources for that company is the most important for them. And they ask us to develop something to protect the lives of their truck drivers. We started working this since 2 years ago, almost. We compete with big companies. We compete with Nightmare, with, you know, Shipset, struggling, everything. But finally, we got the solution. Actually, all the company, they believe in the project, and they start working on from scratch. We start using so many different hardware brands on video. We have to adapt the artificial intelligence because all of the parameters are for the European drivers or United States drivers. But in Mexico and Latin America, there's another kind of drivers, believe me. You know?
That's why you need artificial intelligence for that.
Yeah, we need to adapt artificial intelligence. We need to move parameters. We have to do something with the highways because in Europe, here in Dubai, everything is with lines, yellow, white, everything. In Mexico,
it's just road.
Just the road.
Just
the road, you have to cross the fingers to see if that road is the correct road.
So did you already make the impact? Did you save some lives, hopefully?
Yeah, we did the measures already. Actually, there is 0 accidents. There is zero lives wasted on the highways. And I'm pretty sure the company is going to award more recognition from the truck drivers and from their customers.
That's awesome to hear. Thank you very much.
It's so good to know. Yeah, and my question before handing in this award to you would be: how big is your shelf or display for the trophies that you got from us?
We're trying to figure out how long it needs to be.
And right now, it would be number what?
5.
I think it's the 7.
5. 7.
Yeah, 7 or 6. I don't know. 7.
That's so cool. That's so cool. So there is something, yeah, to take from you. And
congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Let's move a bit closer.
Take a picture, take a picture. Gracias and felicidades, cobertura total en telemetría. I just learned that while I was standing there. Next category. The winner for the next category comes from fuel transportation and storage. And to tell you more about this, I'd like to invite Karina Lukjanova on stage.
Well, fuel transportation. I'm sure many of our partners are familiar with this nomination, and any fleet owner knows how important is the fuel management, particularly now, considering that the price fuel has increased significantly over the last year. Plus, considering that the fuel expenses take around 30% from the entire cost of a fleet operations, is very important to keep an eye on this factor for any company. Now, let's look at the case which was presented in this nomination. The end customer is a national leader in timber industry. They are focusing in developing environmentally friendly technologies for a deep processing of wood and waste-free raw materials. The company owns over 2,000 different vehicles for hauling timber and transporting wood. To reduce the general costs, they initially wanted to implement a fuel management system into their operations. But unfortunately, initial attempt with the previous provider didn't bring any success to them. And of course, there was challenges for that. First of all, they had different types of vehicles within their fleet, which meant that unified solution was not enough, and they needed to find a unified solution for all of them. Moreover, clients have used large refueling tanks, which required initial pre-calibration. And lastly, the routes which trucks were following all the time, they very frequently didn't have any connection, or there was no GSM network on them. So, initially, the project was to optimize the fuel costs. However, with further collaboration with the end customer, partner managed to provide a more sophisticated solution for them. It included fuel consumption monitoring and end-to-end fuel accounting. A proper created dashboard gave a full visual of all vehicles and how much fuel they were using. Partner have also integrated the solution with a fuel dispensing providers in order to see a full usage of the fuel throughout the fleet. On top of that, customer had a very high requirements towards the service provider and the technical support. And for this, partner has developed a dedicated mobile application for which they could see all of the orders and also update their completed orders through that application, which afterwards went to a dedicated CRM. Of course, once the network is back. And for hardware, Galileo Sky 7X Wi-Fi hub trackers have been used. The specific model works both with GSM and Wi-Fi networks. Plus, it supports the inbuilt EasyLogic technology, which was used to set up the automatical switch between the different networks when it's required. Results were astonishing. On the very first day when they have installed the equipment just on one vehicle, they have managed to find unauthorized fuel usage. With a nominal flow rate of 50 liters per 100 kilometers, a reporting figure showed 80 liters per 100 kilometers. And after fully utilizing solution and implementing it, the customer reported a saving in fuel of 30 to 50%. Lastly, the solution reduced the malpractice among the employees and helped to eliminate the cases of sabotage, which appeared rather frequently before that. Now, in order to help me to nominate the winners in this category, I would like to invite Andrei Liatsetski and Andrei Liatsetski, head of jury, and Alexei Zhurkevich, a distinguished member of our external jury from Volvo Construction Equipment. All right, Alexei, before we announce the winner, do you mind sharing a little bit more about your experience of being the external jury with us this year?
When you go on stage. Yeah, first of all, I would like to give a huge kudos to the team.
Of the text. When
I
look at the audience and look back and look,
where is the text? Just amazing.
Thank you.
You're rocking, guys. I was invited to be a part of this event this year, and actually I was hesitant in the beginning, but once I got exposure to the numerous use cases of IoT devices in different industries, I was just amazed how sometimes simple solution can drastically improve customer bottom line. So, and then I also learned a lot of different applications which could be inspired for Volvo Construction Equipment, who is in the middle of transitioning from just machine supplier to a solution provider. So this is why it was a great opportunity for me to join this event and be a part of it.
So much, and it was a pleasure having you as well as part of jury. And maybe if you can share with us a few words on the case itself, because you were judging it as well, so maybe some insights on the process.
Yeah, sure. So I really like that case because so it was related to forestry, and this is the area where Volvo Construction Equipment has a deep expertise. So we really know the business and we really know the struggles of these customers. So one of the struggle is to how to get the data from the machines who operate in somewhere in the middle of the woods where there is no cellular coverage. But you really need that data, right, in order to measure your performance, to improve it. That was the first reason I really liked that project. And another one is it is related to fuel consumption and fuel efficiency. So in Volvo, sustainability, energy sources is very important, is very big in the agenda. So we are transitioning to electric vehicles. And every project which targets the more efficient fuel use is very dear to my heart, let's say. So that was the second reason I really liked that project.
Great, so with no further ado, would you like to announce the winner?
Yeah, and the award for the best omelette. No, it's not the omelette. For the best fuel monitoring and fleet management tracking goes to our friends from GeoService.
Hello, guys. It's nice to see you again. Submitted this year. So, how many projects you need to submit in order to win? Сколько проектов вы подали в этом году?
3 проекта. В прошлом году тоже было 3, и 2 проекта победили. В этом году тоже 2 проекта победили.
So, this year, our friends have submitted 3 projects, but in accordance to my data, it was 4 projects, and 2 out of 4. So, congratulations, поздравляю.
Спасибо.
Regarding this project, we've heard about the tough conditions, road situation, low temperature. So, what was the most difficult part? Мы слышали о том, в каких условиях проект внедрялся, температуры нет, не было доступа к сети. Что было что бы вы выделили как самое тяжелое?
Евгению пришлось, наверное, почти месяц прожить в лесу, проводить технический аудит, преодолеть порядка 4000 километров на своем автомобиле по тайге, да, зимой изучать топливные емкости, изучать технику, затем он прислал фотографию, мы делали аудит удаленно, готовили оснащение, у нас не было права на ошибку, потому что монтажника был ограниченный комплект, то есть он должен был 100% угадан во время монтажа.
So Eugene had to live alone for 1 month. It's something very technical. So, in a nutshell, yeah, Eugene had to live alone in the forest, eating birds and lizards while installing everything and preparing the project. And you cannot just go 2 times to this place where the project was implemented. So there were some special conditions, not only for the client, but also for the guys who were installing it. So, поздравляем вас с этим.
Поздравляем. Поздравляем.
Congratulations. Sorry for the picture.
Надо сфотографироваться. Давайте сфотографируемся, да.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Spasiba once again to GeoService, and thank you very much. Congratulations. I hope there are no more awards for GeoService. So for anyone keeping track, there are 9 more awards left to go. The next category is construction and demolition, and once again, please invite Nawaz Mirza Mohammed on stage.
Okay, so first of all, I'd like to say that I feel so proud when I see such complex projects being implemented and how IoT is solving the real problems across the globe. So that's really nice. Our next nomination, as Kevin mentioned, is from one of the largest industries, that is construction and demolition. To give you a brief idea, construction market alone is expected to grow by $4.5 trillion between 2020 and 30, to reach a total of over $15.2 trillion globally. The winning project was implemented by a company established over 19 years ago in South Africa. Well, here's a spoiler. This company is owned by 2 brothers. I hope I have not given away a lot of information about the winner already. Let's see what we have next. Well, there's something wrong with the slides here. The technical guys, please, can you fix this? Just a moment, sorry. Yeah, I have, thank you. Okay, so if this works. No, can you fix the presentation here?
We apologize for the inconvenience.
Yes.
Technical issues. We can keep speaking. How's your day going?
It's well. Well, by the way,
Why is everyone laughing?
let's have a round of applause for Kevin, please. He's doing a great job.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah.
I'm available for weekend, birthday parties, anniversaries. Thank you.
Especially
Any
the one
yacht
with the
parties in
fingers,
Dubai?
yeah.
Any yacht parties in Dubai Marina? Yeah, I'll give you my number, but do not call me for Wialon on that number. That is my personal number.
Yeah. What other topics we have?
I don't know. Insert awkward silence here.
Let's have a coffee break.
Yeah. Is it okay if we take a small quick break, or?
Yeah, just let us know, guys. If it's gonna take time, we can take a coffee break.
Oh,
okay. So the instructions are that we go without the slides. So unfortunately, we will miss the slides, but we will have the text. So no worries. Let's proceed. So the client name is Mahlubi Plant and Transport, and it is a South African company who specializes in road, water pipeline, and reservoir construction services. They have a fleet size of over 100 vehicles and another 100 being added very soon. Now let's take a look at what challenges the client faced mainly. A fuel level monitoring system in South Africa is a must due to the high level of robberies there. The client lost over $15,700 of fuel every month due to thefts. Well, let me slow down a bit here and ask you a question. I don't expect any science students here, but does anyone here knows what is the largest organ in a human body? Skin. Yeah, let's have a round of applause for this gentleman here. Well, it's skin, and as the famous saying goes, there are more than one ways to skin a cat. In other words, there is more than one way to solve a problem. And the company's managing director believed that a leader should be on the field to motivate the group and guarantee the quality of work. And thus, he required real-time alerts on his phone always to see what's happening across his fleet. The client also wanted to know when a tipper truck conveys a load each time to ensure the construction material is safe. For better staff, cargo, and vehicle security, the client also required a driver behavior monitoring solution. To solve all these challenges, our partner equipped all the vehicles with Teltonika trackers, Streamax cameras, and also some radio frequency backup devices. To solve the fuel theft problem, Escort fuel level sensors were installed. There were also Escort's fuel level sensors were on the tipper trucks, water carts, graders, low beds, and excavators. Tipper trucks were also equipped with track fuel Bluetooth tank caps. The data from these devices is visualized in Wialon through maps, reports, and notifications. Wialon's sensors application, sensolators application, and dashboard are used to monitor the high-risk vehicles conveniently in one place. Wialon is used in this project as the main fuel level monitoring solution. And to satisfy the requirement of their managing director, the push notifications were configured to his Wialon's mobile application. As a result, every month, the client now saves over 4,500 liters of fuel, thanks to Wialon's fuel monitoring features and Teltonika trackers, Escort sensors, and track Bluetooth caps. With help of Wialon mobile app, as I said, the driver receives mobile notifications now. It has also become easy to track when the vehicle suspiciously deviates from the route or stops for illegal unloading. The eco-driving application has also helped determine the bad drivers and get a scorecard of their drivers. Now, to announce the award, I would like to call on stage Maria Starikova, Product Manager's Team Lead. Please, Maria.
So it is really astonishing to learn that for this project, really a lot of nice features of Wialon were used. And for me, as a product manager, I'm really proud of this, and I know that my work is not in vain. So I see that these features that me and our team of Wialon develops brings value. So, and this is also a very promising and nice example for the whole community. And without further ado, I would like to invite to this stage the winner of this nomination, Tracking Africa. So please, we welcome you on stage.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Congratulations to you. Congratulations. So, Carla, Patrick, Jody, heartiest congratulations to you. Please keep this award. It's for you. So, can you probably share a few words with us? So, how you feel about this victory?
It's really, really great, thank you, and it's lovely to be here. Second year, last year, we took for field transportation, so it's an honor to be back here, or to be here, because of COVID. And it's an honor to be working with software like Wialon. We had a chat to people earlier on, and we were talking about how one-dimensional a lot of tracking companies are. So it's nice for us to go to clients and be able to give them a variety of options and custom-built solutions for their business.
Great, really great example. Anything else to add? Probably.
It's really easy to, if we've got a great system like Wialon and a great team, that we've all put our heads together and thought out of the box, and we've got really happy customer now.
Great, and so from the description that we heard from my colleague Nawaz, and what I know about this project, so it has a lot of parts and a lot of things to take into account. So can you please share what's difficult to manage it? How many of your team members were involved in this project, if it's possible?
Well, mostly all our team was involved in that. Basically, we got for tipping, when the vehicle has to tip, you'll get a notification. Fuel caps opening notifications. Escort fuel fuel level sensors, and
a lot of
cameras,
work,
yeah.
yes.
So it's yeah, a long installation.
So how much time did it take for you to, from the very beginning and till implementation, the final implementation?
So we did the project in sections over months, a couple of months.
Yeah, a couple of months.
Months.
Great.
Yes.
Yes.
Because vehicles weren't all in the same place. So we had to travel a lot.
I see.
Yes.
Okay, very nice and very inspiring, and once again, congratulations to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, well done.
So let's make a picture.
Picture, please.
Congratulations, Team Tracking Africa. I had the pleasure of sitting with them over lunch today, and it was surprising and interesting to learn that this is actually their first visit to Dubai. So in case you see them packing up their phones or bags, they're new to Dubai. It's not that they're very fearful, yeah? So just bear with them. Our next project comes from, our next winner comes from the nomination of Public Transportation. And to tell us more, please welcome my colleague, Valeriya Zinkevich. Sorry.
So, as my colleagues, I'm very proud to be here today to announce nominees and winners. I'm also very proud to be here today and announce the winner in the public transport category. Traveling by public transport is a great and convenient way to get from one location to another, e.g. like visiting places of interest in the center of the city or suburbs. And speaking in general, public transportation is a system for taking people from one place to another, which operates at regular times on fixed routes. The highest score project within this nomination was implemented by our partner for their client, which is the largest garment exporter in Sri Lanka, contributing to over 3% of country's GDP. The company uses over 1,000 vehicles managed by 23 business units to pick up 20,000 employees on a scheduled basis, and to transport staff upon request when they have to travel between their business units, visit clients, suppliers, etc. The company rents its fleet from multiple vehicle owners and who are paid monthly at a pre-agreed kilometer-based rate and face the following issues. The company had to deal with 50,000 transport requests every month. During the approved trips, vehicles were often misused, and previously it was hard to prove it. When several employees from different departments traveled in the same way, it was impossible to share trips as they were managed by different business teams in each business unit. And the budget for transportation was often exceeded. So this solution consists of the GOFER platform for staff transport management, the Wialon platform for GPS tracking and IoT, and Xirgo FMS 500 and Concox GV26 trackers were installed in all vehicles. How it works in general. Staff passengers request vehicles for various business visits with single or multiple points to be visited, and the manager approves them. Dispatcher rejects the orders, rejects or accepts requests and assigns them to drivers. Based on the estimated or actual mileage, drivers can be paid for the trips completed. The platform allows the manager to get all the information about the trip, allows setting up budget for transportation, and notify the employee if the trip was rejected. And allows dispatcher filter by a driver at any time and select completed trips to pay by actual or pre-estimated mileage. And as a result, the solution has considerably facilitated corporate transport management for the client. Thanks to rejected unimported trips, reduced misuse cases, and accurate distance calculation, it saves $12,500 per month. Employee transport management with GOFER gives the ability to stick to the budget and includes automatic trip blocking if the budget is exceeded. There is no way for transport misuse, as managers and dispatchers can access all the trip information with the GOFER platform and see if there were any deviations from the routes. And now, let me invite my colleague Anastasia Yeroho and our distinguished jury manager Milan Shletic from Sensata to help me to announce the winner in this nomination.
Thank you. Yeah, grab the trophy. So, see whom I have here.
Oh.
Mr. Milan. So,
No.
let's address the question that Aliaksandr Kuushynau just asked us on the very first presentation. What is the secret of being the winner this year? The point of view of the member of the jury, Milan.
Well, we are bribed several times, and well, Gurtam didn't pay well. We need to earn something. Yeah, actually, it's not hard. You just need to be brilliant, genius.
Yeah, easy breezy.
Easy breezy.
Okay, thank you so much. That's a real recipe. Thank you. That was the answer you were expecting? Okay, good. So yeah, before we announce the winner, I would like to share a super small personal story with you. I joined the company 5 years ago. And when I joined marketing, we thought, okay, it's a very good way to exchange the knowledge inside the community, to publish the case studies, to publish the projects just as we are sharing today, the project just as Valeriya has shared with us. I created, as I thought, a brilliant email, and we sent it to all the partners, saying, dear partners, please, could you share the projects with us? We will put them on their website. We will put them on the blog. We will give you the publicity. It will be super nice for your marketing. It will be super nice for community knowledge sharing. 5 years ago, I think we had maybe 1,500 of partners. Can you guess how many answers I get to those emailing? Any guesses from the audience? 1? 5? It was like the first day, it was absolutely silent. I was refreshing the inbox all the time. I don't know, like 1,000,000 times a day. It was nothing. And the next day, I got one email from this very company. Many years have passed. Now we have the project implementation team, led by Andrei Liatsetski. You saw him, he's the head of jury. We have a lot of cases on the website. We have a lot of case studies. We have this amazing ceremony. We have this amazing contest. But I still remember those only one email with the description of the project. By the way, it was also about the public transportation. So it's a very personal story for me. So that is why I would like to announce the winner in the nomination Public Transportation, which is CLOUDIP, Sri Lanka. Guys, please. Please go to the center of the stage. Congratulations once again, well deserved. This is your trophy. Thank you so much. So let's talk about your project a little bit. The name of the application is GOFER. Please tell us who chose those names and what does it mean?
It was like we wanted something catchy, something short, and also something to do with driver. So it's the main part of it. So we thought we'll come up with GOFER finally.
So who was the author? Nice job. Like from the marketing point of view, I really like it. And another question about the numbers. Valeriya shared that this customer of yours, he is like 3% of the GDP of the whole country. Is that true?
Yes, it is.
Wow,
he's the largest exporter of garment.
Mm-hmm. I think that it will be super interesting to everyone how to get such a client. So what did you do?
Yeah, actually this customer went with, once we went few years, probably 10 years back, we lost. And then he went with the Sri Lanka's largest, because this is a large company, then we were very small. So they went with the largest telco. And about 5 years later, they were totally dissatisfied, and then they again bidded. And then with 800 vehicles, we got it back and introduced Wialon. And then probably few years later, we've saved them so much. And then also we introduced Fleet Run, all the eco driving and all the features Wialon had. Because they wanted to more and more organized, they wanted to save more and more because they knew that they could get it from us because they were giving them every time solutions. So we introduced everything. And then after that, now they wanted more to save more. So then at that time, we were also looking at the market, coming up with the solution. And our first customer for this solution became 1,000 large fleet. And we introduced it this year. And within a very short time, they were very happy with the solution and they started saving more. So it was a big challenge for us. Also, like, even after, this was a customer who was saving so much from the beginning, and we were able to save more and then keep him very happy.
Thank you so much. It can be a Netflix movie, I think. Like a super nice story. Thank you so much and congratulations once again. Let's take a picture together.
Just take the mics. Congratulations. Congratulations, team CLOUDIP. So, for those of you who are interested, we started with 13 project nominations. We have 7 trophies left, which means we've awarded 6. The next point I wanted to highlight is that the IoT Project of the Year, we accept nominations from partners all around the world. Just let me recap the winners right now. We've had partners from Lebanon, from Mexico, from Sri Lanka, from Central Asia, and who's going to be next? Let's find out. The next category is agriculture. And to tell you more about this, I'd like to invite my colleague Shahzeh and Rashid on stage.
Is agriculture. Agriculture industry has evolved globally after the introduction of telematics solution. By using variety of sensors, machinery, and planning, the farmers could save a lot of time, resources, and get desired results. Our next project comes from the company in Israel by the name Farm Manager, which is a startup in IoT solution developing a global solution for agriculture. To optimize their developed IoT solution, they were looking for a GPS platform with a reliable API and also a reliable hardware. After looking for the right hardware and solution for around 6 months, they contacted our partners in Israel. Let's look at the challenges they were facing. Farm Manager required a reliable telematics solution to track GPS data received from the trackers installed in the tractors and other machinery. It seems like a simple requirement. However, the tractors and other farm machinery usually work between the speeds of 1 to 4 kilometers per hour. Most trackers in the market are not able to track such low speeds, which means the farmer was struggling to get accurate readings here. These non-efficient readings would affect in the farm operations in a very negative way. Even if they found a tracker, the API wasn't convenient. The hardware API was crucial to get the required telematics data here. They required aggressive tracking within the intervals of 5 to 10 seconds for the speed of between 1.4 to 4.2 kilometers, for example, for the spraying operations in the field. Now, for the overall accuracy, many global manufacturers tried to change the firmware of the tracker. However, they were not able to get the results they were expecting. Let's look at the solution. Farm Manager contacted our partner from Israel, who has been working with Wialon for more than 9 years. After working with many manufacturers, our partner chose the model GL320 from Queclink. After integrating this device with Farm Manager, our partners also developed a converter to convert one voltage to another and making it a standard for other various trackers used in this project. For effective IoT-based farming, our partners offered end client to use Wialon and record the accurate data and offer fine-grained tracking. Our Wialon team also assisted the partner here with their expertise and suggestions, making it possible to deliver a complete solution to Farm Manager. They can now ensure the automatic logging of daily operations, track field workers, track subcontractors, and also mention the running hours of various equipment on the field. They were also able to identify errors on spot and make corrections online when they could lower the implementation cost. After the solution combined, the partner still kept offering support via phone and email around the clock. Let's look at the results. This IoT farming solution was released in September 2021, locally in Israel, and later adopted by many Israeli agro giants. With the diverse functionality, it became a great fit for multinational projects. The solution is ready for worldwide use and already been tested in USA and European regions. The chosen tracker from Queclink also supports international connectivity, which made possible for the low data cost packages around the world. Since the solution was developed only after proper research and collaborations, they call this solution out-of-the-box implementation, and it could be deployed without any extra hassle of procuring the right hardware and right solution. Using farm managers, farmers can control the execution of their work plan, and instructions, automatic logging of all the machinery operations, improve the daily work, and save their time. The fleet owner can now track employees, their work schedules, usage of the machinery, helping them to optimize and reduce the overall cost on the implementation activities. This solution was also published in an article in the local newspaper, of which the farm manager and our partner both are very proud of. Now, I would like to call Mr. Aliaksandr Kuushynau on stage to announce the winner. They're not there, huh?
Oh, yeah. Those who've been on stage know that normally it works, but now it doesn't. So I'm not sure about the name or the category. The industry is agriculture, yeah?
It's
and luckily we have the name here, yeah, on the trophy. Yes. But it is, I should say that that industry is a very important one, especially these days, when you see, because of some natural disasters, like the one we had in Pakistan, or some political ones that are happening right now in Europe. Many, crop harvesting and the agricultural results in many countries are not so good as they're supposed to be, and that can cause massive problems in many countries. So in those regions where it is still possible to have good results in agriculture, it is so good to know that our product and our community also plays a role to improve the results that agriculture companies are having, yeah, and due to the efforts of this partner in Israel, yeah, not the biggest country, and I'm not sure how good soil is there, but still that company got a perfect results and improved their productivity a lot. So the winner in the agriculture nomination is Ananas Global from. We are and we were supposed to have our friend and our partner Kobi Karat here connected, but seems that we are not having him. I'm not sure if it has something to do with those screens, but I do believe that Kobi is watching us. So once again, I do send my best regards to you and your team for implementing of that project, and I hope that the progress that you had on this with the farm manager would be spread around the community, and other countries would benefit from it as well. Congratulations to Kobi. Let's clap him again.
May I request, maybe if you can stand on one side, you can stand on one side at this point.
Okay, yeah. We can Photoshop him inside, so let's stand here. Yeah, and our marketing team will Photoshop Kobi in the middle. We had that picture, whatever.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the next category is public safety. And again, I'd like to invite Karina Lukjanova on stage to tell us more about the winner.
All right, public safety. No doubt we all know the importance of the public safety. It involves protecting and securing employees, whether it is a public or private business. When it comes to the private companies, research shows that employees are more committed to the workplace, which cares about health and safety about their employees. I personally find this nomination dearest to my heart because it shows the commitment of employers to their employees. Sorry. Now. Cool, it's working. Let's look into the case into more details. The end customer was specializing in shipping goods across Arctic, as well as engagement in cargo storage and snow road construction. The main challenge that they have experienced is a constant issue with the vehicle breakage. You have to understand the place where they were delivering, the quite regular temperature is minus 73 degrees. On top of that, drivers would be stranded in the middle of nowhere with no method of means to communication with the dispatcher, because the routes that they were going through also didn't have any GSM connection on them. Mentioned that. With this in mind, if any emergency occurred on the road, drivers risk their lives and the company risks their reputation in late deliveries. In order to resolve the situation, our participant has used his expertise in the satellite monitoring. After many meetings with the end customer, they have developed a detailed plan of how to tackle this opportunity. First of all, they needed to decrease the amount of accidents which happen in the road. With this in mind, they have installed in each vehicle driver monitoring system, which transmitted case-based signals and audible real-time warnings to drivers when they're falling asleep or they're distracted. Then it was essential to find a GPS tracker which would allow real-time monitoring considering the low coverage on the road. For this, a Galileo Sky base block Iridium terminals were chosen, which allowed to transmit the data via Iridium satellite channels. Furthermore, a 4-button control system has been implemented in each car, which was helpful when if there's an accident, it had 4 buttons, which represented which accident is it. If it's a weather condition, health and safety issue, accident on the road, or simple vehicle breakage. So if the accident occurs, driver presses the relevant button, and the dispatcher receives a specific location where he's based and what type of accident he's experiencing at the moment. Now let's look at the results. With the help of implemented solution, drivers' attention on the road has improved significantly. This resulted in decrease in number of accidents during the drivers. Moreover, due to the full visual control, an employer has a better control over driver's performance, and this boosted driver's discipline overall. Following that, company reported a reduction in downtime, repairs, and lost cargo or missed deliveries. And due to the implemented accident report system, operators were able to increase their response time in case of an emergency. Now, let me kindly invite my colleagues Alexander and Nikolai Melnikov, Head of Customer Services Center, to join me on stage and announce the winner.
So, hello once again. You know, it's hard to imagine how difficult the drivers is to perform when he feels himself is alone somewhere in the middle of nowhere. When I was listening to the description of this project, I even felt the freezing of my skin, you know. And let's now make it hot and announce the winner. In this nomination, the winner is... Okay, the winner name is Montrans. Welcome on the stage.
Thanks a lot.
Congratulations.
Can you tell us a few words about the background of this project? Why have you chosen such scenario, such cold scenario?
It's really cold. It's far north, it's Arctic region and the end of Earth.
Okay.
End of Russia, nearby Alaska.
It's a hard question, where is end of Russia now?
Yeah.
These days. If you know what I mean, yeah?
But firstly, I want to tell you many thanks what we are here, what you invite our company on this nomination, and we can tell you about our solution. Thanks.
Okay, and maybe you had a chance to visit somewhere near the North Pole to check the devices in the real conditions?
Yeah, really, we installed our equipment in different kinds of vehicles in North Pole, and one of ship which traveling at North Pole, we installed one of GPS tracker.
That's really cool.
Okay, so congratulations once again.
Thanks.
And let's make a picture together.
And the microphone back.
Congratulations, Montrans. Wow, negative 73 degrees. She didn't mention Celsius or Fahrenheit. I'm not sure, but wow, ridiculous. The next winner comes from the category of local deliveries. And to present this, I would like to present this case. I would like to call my colleague Shahzain Rashid on stage once again.
Hello. This project is nominated for local deliveries. Yeah. The nominated project comes from the heart of Southeast Asia for a delivery company by the name Thailand Post Distribution, affiliated by Thailand Post. This solution have already been implemented with more than 200 vehicles, and nearly 3,000 units are already in the process of being connected. Thailand Post Distribution is a leading logistics management company delivering G2G, B2B, and B2C customers in the region. They transport a variety of e-commerce products, pharmaceuticals, electronics, household appliances, and much more. They contacted service provider by the name Xsense, which is already providing tracking for more than 11,000 vehicles in Thailand. This integrator teamed up with one of our Wialon technology partner to deliver the solution for Thailand Post distribution. Let us look at the expected requirements this fleet owner had mentioned. In Thailand, the authorities required delivery identification to be installed in all delivery vehicles. It was also necessary for the fleet manager to ensure that only authorized employees can drive these vehicles. There were some cases reported about the cargo theft and hijackings, which should be avoided at all costs. With the increasing fuel prices, they also wanted to optimize the fuel consumption and save possible cost here. At the same time, they wanted the driver behavior module with ranking system to assure the safety of drivers, vehicles, and cargo. Specifically, they just wanted to keep the track records of overspeeding events, harsh acceleration, or harsh braking. Looking at these challenges, our technology partner joined Xsense to implement the following steps for the perfect solution. Xsense used their own platform and configured the driver management system to control the assignment of drivers. They installed Pro 5 GPS trackers from Revitalize, which supported the magnetic card readers and a voice playback hardware. This tracker was a 4G model with dual antennas, to allowing the fleet owners to avoid unauthorized trips or misuse of the vehicles, which also helped them minimize the theft cases. With the eco-driving features in the platform, they were able to send real-time voice alerts to the drivers whenever there was overspeeding, harsh acceleration, or braking, and only stop, these voice alerts would only stop when they start driving safe again. Implementing this feature was important to improve the driving behavior rankings and improve the average fuel consumption of the vehicles. There were voice alerts also generated repeatedly to remind the drivers to authorize their rides. All violations recorded by the trackers were later generated in reports showing the rankings of all the drivers during these trips. Our technology partner helped configure the devices prior to the installation, which made the installation process quicker and also offered 24 hours multilingual support. Let us see the results. So yes, now the fleet of the drivers and vehicles were being tracked in the real time, helping them to optimize their delivery. With the implemented features, the drivers now don't forget to authorize their trips because of the continuous voice alerts from the RFID reader. The alerts also help remind the drivers to drive carefully and avoid penalties and bad rankings in the reports. The authorization system also helped reduce the theft cases. Whenever a theft case was suspected, the fleet owner could directly track the vehicle's location. With the successful results and improved driving style and optimized operations, the average cost spent on the fuel was also improved. Our technology partner has delivered the solution to 200 vehicles, and now they are under the process of installing the rest of the 3,000 devices belonging to Thailand Post Distribution. Now, please let me call Andrei Liatsetski and Anastasia Iroho on stage to award this announcement.
And here I'm really happy to announce the company that participates for the first time. This is their first time and their first victory in the IoT project of the year. And the company is Revitalize. Please join us on the stage. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
So,
thank you. It's
how does it? Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah,
so, how does it feel like staying here and winning your first submitted project?
Actually, a surprise for me. Expected, but not so much, because first time, just to see what is happening here. So, thank you very much for that.
Thank you for participating. So you are, we know your company as a hardware manufacturer, yet in this project you were supervising all the implementation process. So what do you think is critical to have for a service provider, an integrator, in order to win and implement such remarkable projects like the one from Thailand?
Sure. So biggest thanks is for Extens company, which brings this project to us. Actually, the biggest part was to onboard the customer with technology part, to make this fast and efficient, and to make some adjustments in a fast way, because it was very little time to make this, adjustment, special development which is needed, and to win the project. So I believe this part was crucial one.
So in order, if you sum it up, you need to be prompt with providing some assistance, right?
Sure, sure.
Okay.
With onboarding, with some additional development which is needed, maybe some just adjustments, either to make some bigger development parts. So yeah,
okay.
What we're doing.
Thank you for
Thank
sharing
you very
this.
much.
And I'm really sorry. Probably the last question from me. I wanted to ask you, like, do you see that, and do you agree that the drivers monitoring is something that is really in demand nowadays, and that can keep being the trend for the nearest future?
I see that eco driving and driver behavior is some top feature, which is actually driving the business today, eco driving, and how the driver behaves during his job. So I think this part is very, very important one, and we see big growth in this functionality and the demand from.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So what are the top features would you mention? So you said that the eco driving is like number one. So what others are in the top?
Well, it's
from your experience.
Sure. Mm-hmm. So eco driving is number one, theft protection. Second one, safety security. I would say third one, and efficiency and especially in Europe, efficiency of process, how to deliver, in which time, how fast, and which price also is a part of the functionalities that grows and shows big demand for development of our products.
Yeah, it's very nice because it really correlates with what was Andrei sharing in the presentation with the trends that we saw when we were, not me, but the jury team members were like noticing while analyzing all the projects. So it's really very nice that it's a match what you are sharing and what we see out of all the projects that we got.
So
yeah, congratulations.
Congratulations
once again.
Your trophy.
Let's take a picture.
Congratulations, Ruptela. Any guesses how many more awards are left? Oh, good job. Thank you very much. So, yeah, there's one behind. That's why I placed it like that, but whoever caught it, good job. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's it. We're done for the day. No, not yet. 4 more awards. So, these did not fit into the classic categories that we had envisioned. So, we're awarding some special recognition awards because of this end results that they achieved for their customers. Yeah, so tell us more. I'd like to first invite my colleague Nawaz once again on stage.
Well, thank you, Kevin. Hello again, ladies and gentlemen. It's now time for the special recognition awards. We have this nomination for the projects that do not land in any other nomination categories, yet are very special and make a huge impact in the IoT industry. The project was implemented for Bravo Logistics, which is a Tanzanian company with a fleet of 70 vehicles. They specialize in cargo handling all over the East, Central, and Southern Africa regions. And they focus on seamless imports and exports by sea, land, and air. Bravo Logistics had good customers and steady revenue, yet they faced some losses that drained the profit that they could have made. A major problem was excessive idling. Idling instances by the truck drivers resulted in monthly losses. High cost of fines and violations from speeding, night driving, and overloading was another issue. Let's take a look at the solution they adopted. To solve this issue, our Wialon partner equipped the vehicles with Raptella and Teltonika devices. Our partner analyzed the eco-driving data in Wialon, which was pulled onto BI report dashboards via Wialon API. This was a difficult task for our partner, as different tracking devices send telemetry data in different protocols, in different formats. They also used push notifications from Wialon and captured the same on BI reports and alerts that were displayed on the web application. Finally, they managed to develop BI reports that displayed information from various different Wialon tables that are consolidated into one single report. As a result, the client could now get entire information in a single look at the BI dashboard. They could see the profile of high-risk drivers who were most likely to cause accidents due to their poor driving behavior. Client was able to immediately capture and address notifications on unacceptable driving behaviors that could result in potential accidents. Reduction in idling instances by truck drivers resulted in monthly savings. Also, the reduction in overspeeding and night driving incidents also resulted for saving road traffic fines. So that's the project, and to call the winner on stage, let me invite Aliaksandr Kuushynau once again. Please, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a round of applause.
Okay. Yeah, so this is the first special recognition nomination, and you know, I personally got so fascinated with that project, so that I decided to buy tickets and examine how the project is implemented myself. Seriously, so at the end of, I mean, after 2 months, I'm traveling to Tanzania to check how driver scoring works there, seriously, because the winner in that nomination is AfriTruck. Welcome to the stage. Hi, congratulations.
Congratulations.
So you remember how it all started? Yeah, there were that partners who said either Russian or Swahili.
Yes, I recall that.
So that's a chance for you.
All right, to speak Swahili?
Yeah, just a few words.
All right, we say jambo to everyone. Very warm welcome from all of you guys over here. It's really nice to get this special recognition. This whole concept of awards and recognition for the system integrators that are there to get in the projects that are niche and exceptional, it's really good. We look forward to that every year. And special thanks to the jury as well as Gurtam for organizing such an exceptional event. And we look forward to more nominations and, of course, participation in the years to come as well.
That's a beautiful speech. Let's clap again.
Thank you.
But I've got a question. Like, while implementing driver profiling in that company, did you face any opposition from drivers? Did they try to, you know, somehow destroy devices or do whatever they want to do, not to let you score them and implement that project?
So unlike other projects that's usually a mix of hardware, this is mostly devices which are kind of like covered and installed within the truck. This case, the entire scoring and everything is shifted onto a software platform, and everything is based on eco-driving dynamics. So all of that, it's kind of like very difficult to manipulate, and you just have to, if you do not want these insights to come in, you have to remove the tracker or deinstall the tracker, which is very unlikely. So we had to shift the whole mindset from looking at devices which could be tampered with to shift the whole aspect onto a software level and then give out the intelligence off to the client and ensuring that the results and everything are kind of like neutral to both parties.
That's a great approach, yeah, how to not be having problems with tampering and other problems while doing working in our sphere. So congratulations once again.
Thank you.
The trophy is yours.
Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations to Afritrek. We have another 2 special recognition awards. And for the next category, please once again welcome my colleague Shazia and Rashid on stage.
Our next nomination is for another special recognition case which improved the driver management and safety for above 200 vehicles and driver, and many more to be added in the future. All of us can agree that the Advanced Driver System, or simply called ADAS, in the automotive industry has introduced many useful features, like a common rear-view camera, automatic braking systems, safe distance warnings, and much more to ensure the road safety and minimize risk. This project was implemented by one of our Wialon partners, well known locally in the region for the quality of services and support they offer. The end user of this project is a huge oil and gas group called Total Energies, which produces fuel, natural gas, electricity, and other energy-based products. They are present actively in more than 130 countries and started their operations in Jordan in 2007. Now, they have more than 180 service stations across the country and introduced many new concepts impacting positively for the Jordan oil distribution sector. Let's try to understand the drawbacks they were facing with their operations. Driver fatigue was one of the first concerns which can cause hazards, accidents, or other dangerous situations. Monitoring of work hours of these drivers driving and make sure they rest during their rest hours was their first priority. Another main concern here was to monitor the driving style that can increase the road safety and protect the high-risk materials or dangerous goods, which usually requires controlled speed limit. In addition, they wanted to control driver behavior to make sure driver has eyes on the road while driving and nothing will divert his attention that could cause accidents. Total also wanted to determine driver assignment control and reports of the previous trips to check who was assigned or responsible for the vehicle. Total Energies have been working with our partner for more than 10 years now. Initially, during the first few years of cooperation, Wialon was used to create detailed analytics, rapid notifications, and other features that brought overall efficiency to the fleet operations. Last year, Total launched a new project involving OBC tracking and a custom-developed application to view all the data recorded from the OBC and sent to Wialon. This application combined all the features of Wialon like eco-driving, geofences, notifications, and in total of 50+ reports were combined to monitor the speed, driver behavior, working hours, and much more. This year, the partner also installed MDVRs and DSM cameras to detect unpleasant driver behavior. It also took some time for them to get the approval from the government to use the video camera devices in the non-restricted areas, as generally video monitoring is prohibited in most of the restricted areas in Jordan. Furthermore, the end customers needed to calculate the actual working hours of the driver. In Jordan, tachographs weren't common. For this purpose, our partners created a special report using Wialon's advanced reporting system. I should also mention how our partner used a variety of devices during the implementation of this solution. For example, Xirgo device to get CAN data, RFID tags to identify the drivers, panic buttons for emergency events, Streamax MDVR and DSM cameras for video surveillance, and a smartwatch was used to alert the driver in real time and send notifications to the client. Moving on to the results, the most progressive result was the reduce of overspeeding events up to 90% lower than before. Overall, the driving behavior of the driver was also improved to at least 85%. With the effective eco-driving management, the drivers were less likely to do the violations. With the controlled work and rest timings, the company was now able to comply with the labor laws at least 95% more than usual. All events generated were later reviewed by the fleet managers, which helped them to further coach the drivers. Now, they were able to provide a better quality of service with unwanted interruptions and saved cost over the loss from the cargo, maintenance of vehicle, and mainly take care of the driver's health and safety. Once again, I would like to call Andrei Liatsetski and Anastasia Iroho to announce the winner. It's okay.
Trophy.
Give me the trophy.
The main part. We almost forgot the trophy. So, that's an easy one. Even if we don't have the video, even if the TV will switch off, I think that everyone in this audience will know the name of the winner, because the keyword Jordan was already there. So, without any further delay, let me invite Queclink to the stage as the winner in this nomination. Congratulations once again.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. The Total experience is a very unique one. He believed in us, and we believed in the capabilities of Wialon at that time. And if you recall, some of you, I made the presentations on utilizing the SDKs and the special reporting for Total at that time. And he believed in us more, we believed in Wialon more, and we reached the stage that, thank you, very detailed explanation. Total they have a very strict health and safety and compliance department. They do internal audit every year for Total Energies all over the world. And they want to make sure the driving behavior and driving safety and the procedures are strictly followed. And we managed to kick out mixed telematics out of this project, and they are starting pushing Wialon into their product and solution for the Total around the countries around us.
I can listen to this for ages.
Yes,
Like,
it is. It is. And I have to mention it is a special dedication from our side, from our top engineer, Wafa. This client is her baby, and they believed in her. She believed in their cause, and she kept following us. She kept following on them more and more, and they pushed for more. She pushed for more, and finally, this year we reached a milestone with them. We convinced the government to change, with their help, regulations to use forward-facing cameras, which is not allowed in Jordan for any company. So again, it's a collaboration between the client we believe in our partners, and the engineers who believed in the solution and kept pushing forward. So congratulations, Wafa.
Congratulations to you.
Congratulations. Yeah, it was basically Andrew's question regarding those regulations, because it was absolutely amazing how it was changed.
We believed in the cause, and we managed to show them that for the very specific prohibited situation, we can online and turn off the recordings. And they had many proof of concepts and periodic visits by the security agencies to check on this. We finally, with the help of Total Energies headquarters, we managed to pull it through.
You know, before before we came to this stage, this was the question that I wanted to ask, like how you managed to cope with all these sensitive regulations. So thank you very much for the detailed explanation.
Thank you.
And what would you wish to the fellow participants of the contest?
We've learned from last year and the year before, and they pushed us to reflect our experience in the market with the clients and submit. And the total was a last time decision, and in a matter of 2 days we managed to pull it through, and they extended the deadline for us. Thank you, Sasha. In Vilnius, he gave us the secret password for the extending the deadline, so we capitalized on that. Thank you. It's a matter of projecting and translating your experience, the communication, the know-how, into an application to show your dedication, to show the experience, to show the hard work that your engineers and your salespeople are doing. It's not a secret. I mean, we've seen 11 trophies before us, and it was all combined the same experience. It's the same issue.
Thank you. So this is your trophy.
Yeah, I want to invite my team who accompanied me. So it's a little bit large. So please, Baha, Muhammad, Iyad, come.
Please come on stage.
Muawiyah.
And special greetings to Wafa. Yeah. Probably she's watching the online stream, so let's wait for her. Wafa is for you. Thanks.
Let's have a quick picture.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Samir, and to the Queclink team. Indeed, a very special recognition award deserved for converting a customer and adopting new technologies in a country with strict regulations. Our last special recognition award for the evening, and yes, I know some of you are thinking there are two. We'll come back to that. Our last special recognition award for the evening will be presented by my colleague Valeriya Zinkevich.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to continue with the special recognition awards and present to you a very specific case which was implemented in Switzerland. The client is renting railway construction wagons to railway construction companies. However, the client is not the owner of the wagons. The owner of the wagons are other construction companies that do not need them for a certain time. And so the client runs some kind of exchange and provides stuff as well, if needed, by the clients. So the client was facing the following issues. 3 parties from the chain, owners of the wagons, renters, and the client itself, needed to know the location of the wagons as they got lost sometimes. The next problem was there is no permanent electrical power on the wagons to ensure long-term work of tracking devices. And another problem was that client needed to track where the wagons stop, either for parking or for construction works. So the client turned to our partner for a suitable wagon tracking system, and our Wialon partner was ready to offer one. As for the software choice, simple track and trace in Wialon was used for the project. And because there was no power in the wagons, water technology was used to collect location data from the wagons. And the chosen devices are water resistant have a long life battery lasting up to 4 or 5 years without recharging, and have been already integrated with Swisscom's LoRa network. And as the result, the partner provided the client with a reliable LoRa asset tracking solution, allowing the rental company to improve the wagon management. And the actual profit for the client was the following: better customer service. The client can quickly react to clients' requests and inform them about the current location of the wagons. No more lost wagons, as the wagon's location data is always at hand. And transparency. The client, the wagon owners, and renters can quickly learn where a wagon is instead of wasting time by addressing the questions one to one another. And nothing's better when a client's request is solved with an elegant and hassle-free solution. And now, let me invite my colleague Maria Starikova on stage to help me announce the winner in this nomination.
Last one.
Wow, it's truly inspiring and rewarding to finish our this thing. So yes, this event with this nice story. I really like it a lot. I liked this project for being elegant, for being easy, yet really solving tasks of a business, of a client. And it's an honor for me to invite to the stage our partner, Gotthard Handels from Switzerland. And please. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Heartiest congratulations. So how do you feel about it, about being a winner?
Well, I would have never expected to win with a small project made by a small company for a small client in a niche technology and a niche industry. So it's really great being here. But let me share about what was the biggest challenge in this project. It was the change of mindset, our mindset. When the client approached us, he told us, well, we want to know where the wagons are, there is no power on it, so we came up with a couple of standard proposals for asset tracking. But the client told us, no, I don't want to know where the wagons are going through exactly, because it's likely that they're on a railroad track, right? I want just to know where they are. So we need to change the mind. It doesn't help the client if you tell him, if we take a larger battery and track less often, then the battery lasts longer. So we remember the discussion we had with Swisscom. Swisscom provides a 97% coverage in Switzerland on LoRa, compared to 99% on mobile phone network. So we remembered that network and the discussion we had with a Swiss manufacturer about having a solution or a device that can track stops, but we need also then to adjust that a bit. And that change in mind made the client happy and us winning the award here.
Wow, this is really inspiring. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, I agree that sometimes it's just necessary to think out of the box and changing mindset. So thank you for sharing this story. So
congratulations. Congratulations again.
Thank you. So let's take a picture.
Congratulations, Gotthard Handels. Ladies and gentlemen, we've completed the different categories. We've completed the special recognition awards. There's only one that's left on the podium. Any guesses? I'm sorry, outside? No. We'll find out. We'll find out. To tell us about the last category and the last award, I'd like to call upon for once and for the last time on stage this evening, the VP of Business Development for MENA, Valeriya Zinkevich.
why we do actually monitor. So when I saw the rail track, anyway, I'm here to announce global community. Tell you a bit more about this nomination. Why is it so important? So it is important because it's a choice of the global community. So I've collected some of the statistics for the awards. More than 1,500 people around the world took participation in the poll, and most of the voters, they were given the votes for not for only one project, but for the 2, 3, 4 projects even sometimes. So 3,000 votes were recorded in total, and this particular project has collected 324 votes, winning 100 votes ahead to the closest participant. So voting was active from the very first minutes till the very last minutes. I was checking the results. I got a bit nervous at some points, but when I saw the winner, I thought it just makes sense. So without any further ado, I would like to invite my colleagues Anastasia Rocha and Andrei Liatsetski to reveal the name of the winner.
Okay, so here we have the last trophy for today. And the company winner, I feel like it's a destiny. Because this where are we now? We are in Dubai, in the UAE. And this company is also from UAE. And
no, it's
this
not.
company...
it's not from UAE.
But the project...
Yeah, sorry, the project
that presented today is from UAE.
From
so
UAE.
It's a small tip for everyone who is trying to guess.
And another thing is that this project has already has already won another award. And
the second tip.
Any guesses who it could be? No guesses?
Ruptela.
No, not Ruptela.
Afritrack.
Mali. Maliatek.
You knew this.
No. Peter didn't know it because he didn't have the.
He told me like 30 seconds before announcing our name. He told me it's 90% us. When we saw that we got 325 votes.
So the votes were mainly because of a feature in Wialon, which is the notice board. So we created a template and pushed it to all our clients to vote for us.
So this is the secret of how you want.
And I had asked everyone from the people we know to vote for us. So thank you for those who did. And
okay, so now
we
know
can
the secret.
thank as well 2 other parties. First of all, the group, Malia Group. So Maliatek, as you know, is part of bigger group. So all the sister companies within the group have supported us. So big thanks for them, and we would like to thank as well Transcorp, our client, because when we were nominated for their project, Peter did this job and sent them, and they are as well a big company, so they were voting. So yes, this is how we made it. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you for your participation.
Congratulations.
It's that easy, you know. So you're like staying on top of the mountain right now. So let's make a photo of this moment of glory.
Thank you. And for the last time, yes. Congratulations. Do you need this?
This is the fin, the end, and I have some words to say. First of all, I want to thank all of you for coming here today. Thank you, dear guests. Thank you, all the participants. Thanks a lot for coming, and I also appreciate the job of the jury teams. You really did a great job contributing to the development of the IoT sphere globally. So let's give a round of applause to all the people who became a part of this event. Yeah, so all the trophies have found their winners. So guys, please enjoy this moment of glory. It is definitely yours. So now, sometimes I hear opinions that this project, it's nothing special, I can do better. If this is your case, if you think you can do better, we really look forward to seeing your projects in the nearest future. Let us know about them. If you have new promising projects, or even you think it's not promising, still inform us about these projects. We will take a look what we can do to make it live, to help you with their implementation. So once again, thank you very much for participation, and have a nice evening ahead. We still have some party. Okay.
I got it. Thank you very much. Thank you. He said bye. Why are you still here? No, I'm kidding. So, first of all, I'd like to thank each and every one of you for sitting here and staying with us for the entire event. Congratulations to all the winners. I know some of you have been here since 9 a.m. and I really appreciate all of you being here. I'd just like to give a huge round of thanks to all the team members in Wialon. It's been months of hard work of receiving the nominations, reviewing them, analyzing them, preparing the set, preparing the content. So thank you to everyone, also to the AV team, the DJ, the cameraman, everyone. Thank you very much. This event would not have been possible without you. Thank you. Thank you. One last important announcement. If anybody could correctly guess where we are having dinner tonight, it's going to be at this hotel. It's not at the same restaurant. If anyone can correctly guess this, the dinner is free of cost. For everyone else, it's paid. This contest is not open to Wialon employees. Okay, wait. So all of you are looking at me. So this is your right and this is your left. Which direction are we going for dinner tonight? Who said left? Vitalii is the winner. We're going left. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll all be leaving the hall for 15 minutes. Please have some snacks and refreshments. When you come back, you'll see another side to this venue. Thank you.